here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. And we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fam, it's good to see you here on this Wednesday evening midweek report. And it's a doozy. A lot has been going on in the last 2 days. That's right, Monday to Wednesday. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight. And it's been a pretty busy week already. Airport chaos. Save Act. DHS. Nominee now made head. You know who I'm talking about. I don't want reality. Internet over. The prelude to the end of Section 230 coming down earlier today. Chaos in Hawaii as a result of floods, Iran, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Oh, I almost forgot to do shoutouts. Reference frame, 2 negative, Moen Oip, 123 in the YouTube chat, Ekios at close fourth, Morbius also here, Beat Cat, Hermeteorologist, Epsilver, Art, Vasanta, Arvin Trevino. I'm also seeing Jaeger 8 Larson and Papa Jeff and Dougie over on the Twitch. 40 stream streak for Papa Jeff. Great job, Papa. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, and we will, as always, start in that familiar place, the United States. And we're going to start it off with the airport chaos. Airport chaos all across America for multiple reasons. We're going to start with this one. First one on the story with this horrifying tragedy happening at LaGuardia Airport. Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York, from Monday.
It's important to know that the fire truck was responding to a separate emergency on the field. So shortly before the accident occurred, there was a United Airlines flight that had aborted takeoff, and that airplane was on an adjacent taxiway on a separate runway, and air traffic control was working with that airplane to get services there. There was an odor on that airplane. Apparently, from what we're hearing on some of the tapes, the flight attendants were complaining of being ill. So air traffic control was trying to get the fire truck over to that United airplane to provide assistance there. Also, keep in mind, LaGuardia Airport, the runway configuration is like this. They cross. So it's very complicated, even just to taxi the airplanes around. Very important to stay out of each other's way. Now you have an emergency in the middle of it and a fire truck crossing the runways. Things get complicated. They happen really, really.
You hear that, people? Being an air traffic controller is complicated. And you have to manage a whole bunch of stuff. Maybe we shouldn't be defunding those guys and gals. Maybe we shouldn't be terrorizing them. Firing people for DEI-related reasons. Getting rid of people who've been doing the job for who knows how long. Things like this bound to happen.
What occurs to you? You look at this picture, the front of the Air Canada Express plane is sheared off. We know that 2 pilots were killed in this collision, and you cannot even tell that that was a Port Authority fire truck underneath the nose of that plane. What does that bring to mind for you as an expert? And also, who's in control of who's moving where and when?
So I heard you ask that question before, and that's a very good point. So all of the movements on the field they're all judged by air traffic control. They give the permission to move everything, whether it's an airplane, a taxiing airplane, departing airplane, or even a car. In this case,
Yeah, I think this is just me, and if anybody has a better example, please give it to me. But I think the best way to think of it is that air traffic controllers are like conductors, right? But you got multiple conductors and a whole lot more variables going on. Everybody trying to get everybody moving in unison and safely. But there's hundreds of moving pieces sometimes, especially at very busy airports like LaGuardia, one of the busiest airports in the United States.
So every movement, that fire truck in this case would talk to air traffic control and request clearance to cross the runway. At the end of the day, the air traffic control tower is in charge of everything that moves on that.
Yes, that's right, Edward. That's exactly what I mean. I do. That's correct. Guiding planes around in the sky, making sure they don't crash into each other, takes some amount of foreknowledge, skill.
So the responsibility would be theirs
Training,
to
if
give
you will.
permission for airplanes and fire trucks to move across, especially across an active runway like that.
John, what do you take from seeing that mess?
Honestly, from the picture, it looks to me, given the amount of the damage, that the airplane was on a rollout, so it had already landed and was not at full speed. If it was at full speed, the damage would have actually been worse to the airplane and to the fire truck. You can see from that picture, the way that the airplane is tilted up in the air, that's because it's missing the weight of the cockpit, and the weight and balance of the airplane is off. The cockpit is disintegrated. That's a terrible accident, a really bad impact.
Yeah, and I just want to ask you one quick question before we go, John. 2 p.m., they're expected to reopen this. The NTSB is investigating. Whenever you have any kind of situation like this, it's not like a car accident, you can just move it to the side and let planes land on this runway. It is a major operation. So what needs to be done before the airport reopens?
Well, what they'll do is they're going to go out, they're going to document the wreckage, they're going to find parts, any kind of clues.
Yes, indeed. They had to get the black box. They had to check all of the air traffic communications. They had to go through go over the plane with a fine-tooth comb. This is a horrifying tragedy. An Air Canada flight landing at LaGuardia, crashing into a truck, a fire truck, responding to a different, already existing emergency, causing a second emergency unexpectedly, and the deaths of both pilots on board. You know what I need to do? I hate to do it, but I gotta do it. Yep, I have to update the galactic deficit. We're updating it from threat level orange to threat level red. Call it threat level crimson. Oh, it's bad. We only have 1 week left. Exactly 1 week to complete the galactic deficit. We gotta raise more than $20 a day. Oh, God, that's no good. All right. All right, that's updated. Back to the show.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop. But in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed. So somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
There was one of the passengers aboard the plane.
Begin with Phil Tate live for us at LaGuardia Airport with the latest on this collision. And Phil, this morning, you spoke to people who were on that plane.
Yeah, Pedro, I didn't only speak with people who were on that plane, but I spoke with people who were just a few rows behind first class. The picture that we've seen from much of the damage of that plane is really to the nose of that Air Canada flight that had collided with that Port Authority fire truck that was here on the ground. As you all just mentioned moments ago, unfortunately, the pilot and the co-pilot have died. 41 people were sent to the hospital. 32 people have now been released, and 9 people are still being treated for their injuries. Those 2 folks who I spoke with, they said that someone who they were traveling with was also injured. They noticed that they had a broken nose, and that is just one of the many injuries that folks are facing this morning. But I want you all to take a listen to those 2 people who I spoke with as they just recounted those terrifying moments aboard that plane.
One of our friends was several rows back from us, and we walked past him on the way out because he was trying to find his glasses, and his nose was totally broken, bleeding on his face. A lot of people smacked their head against the seat in front of them.
We're heading home. We got checked out. We have a couple bruises, but we're just tired and want to go to bed.
And we're hoping for those injured that they make a full recovery video on your screen capturing that significant damage to the nose of the regional jet that had landed here at LaGuardia from Montreal. This was minutes before 11:40 last night. We're told as it was rolling down the runway and it slammed into that vehicle that was responding to another incident. But you can just see the front of that plane elevated on top of the Mango truck. Port Authority says the truck, again, was dealing with another incident, but that collision activated emergency response protocols. The Air Canada...
Most of the passengers have now left the terminal. They were either transported to Elmhurst or Presbyterian Hospital in Queens. Those who did not get transported were taken to the lounge. Their families came and they were reunited. I believe there are very few still here. NTSB arrived, the first portion of NTSB arrived approximately 3:30 this morning. More investigators we anticipate to be on site around 6 this morning, and then we will follow their lead on what their investigation requires, and they will have the time they need to make that determination.
Now, several questions still loom right now. The investigation will be in the hands of the NTSB, but still we'll really be looking for a lot of answers from them. As we're here at LaGuardia Airport, they've been at a full ground stop, and we know that service will be suspended at least till 2 p.m., but I can just tell you there are many folks who are either looking to get to a destination or just trying to get a connecting flight.
Yeah, but just trying to get a connecting flight is sort of pales in comparison to being obliterated in a horrifying crash. Real tragedy here at LaGuardia, and the more and more go through it, it seems incredibly preventable. Do we have info on what the other incident was? What other incident? I don't know which one you're talking about.
Here's the air traffic control tower speaking to that fire truck as the tragedy unfolded.
Truck 1 and Company, LaGuardia Tower, requesting to cross 4 at Delta. Truck 1 and Company, cross 4 at Delta.
Oh, the other... I see what you're trying to say. Yes, we do know what the other incident was. Well, actually, we don't know, at least I don't. I don't know what the actual cause of the other incident was. We know what generally it was, that the truck was heading to another plane at the airport that was experiencing some kind of strange situation regarding a smell on board. Number of flight crew reported feeling ill. And so they were heading there for that. I mean, it may have been a leak, like a fuel leak or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, no specificity on that.
Warning company, Florida Delta. Frontier 4195, just stop there, please. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Yeah, 646, I see you collide with vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Pete Montine, you're at Reagan National Airport for us. You're our aviation correspondent. Walk us through what you're learning, and I know you're learning a lot, about how this investigation is unfolding.
What is very clear, Wolf, from the early data is that this crash occurred at very high speed. This Air Canada flight operated by Jazz Air Aviation had just touched down on runway 4 there at LaGuardia. That's one of the main runways there, and was still decelerating when this collision occurred at around between 115 and 90 knots. So that's the unit used, the nautical unit used in aviation, meaning this crash occurred between 130 and 100 miles an hour. You have to think of this like the force you would see in a T-bone collision that you would see on the highway. Two cars traveling at highway speed, that's roughly about 100 miles an hour of collision force. This is roughly the same. Of course, it will be up to investigators to determine exactly where and when this collision occurred, although I want you to look at the early data from Flight Radar 24 in which they plot out point by point which point Air Canada Express Flight 8684 was going down the runway and then approached taxiway Delta, which is the point you heard in that air traffic control audio where this truck, referred to as Truck 1 on the air traffic control audio, was told to cross across the runway. Then you heard the tower controller there in the control tower at LaGuardia frantically try to stop that truck. Then in that data, you see a bit of continuation of data there to taxiway Echo. That's about halfway down the runway. That seems to be where everything ultimately came to a stop because of the physics involved here. I want you to listen now to this very telling air traffic control audio that occurred about 18 minutes after the collision itself, in which a controller in the tower seems to say, "I messed up." Here.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Important to remember here that this fire truck was responding to another incident on the airport involving a United Airlines flight that had to abort its takeoff twice. There was concern about some odor coming from likely the brakes there. It's especially hard on an airplane when you have to stop very quickly in aborting a takeoff. Some big questions here about the communications, where the actual breakdown occurred. We know, even from the investigation of the January 29, 2025 mid-air collision only a few paces from here at Reagan National Airport, that radio transmissions can be imperfect. Pilots can...
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, some of this has to do with the desire for profits. Because they want to get as many planes in and out of the airport as possible. They don't stop the air traffic when there's an emergency on the ground. You have an emergency vehicle rushing to an emergency, and they're still landing fucking planes. Like, that in itself is a problem, in my opinion. Didn't the controller tell the fire truck to stop multiple times? Yeah. Multiple times.
As if Canadians weren't already wary about visiting the U.S., we now have to ask ourselves, did Trump's cuts to air traffic controllers lead to the deaths of 2 Air Canada pilots? So in this video, I will discuss that question with the details that we have so far. And I want to state the obvious here. This is not an official investigation. The actual official investigation is still underway. It will likely be underway for months. But we do have some details that are definitely worth discussing. So I want to first start with just this quick overview of the accident between this Air Canada plane and a fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport. This from CBC News.
Air traffic control recordings reveal those chaotic moments before the crash. A fire truck was dispatched to check out a problem on another plane. A strange odor reported on a United Airlines flight. Following procedure, it requested permission to cross runway 4.
Truck 1 and company, cross 4 Delta.
Truck 1 and company crossing 4 at Delta.
But at the same moment, the Air Canada plane was landing. Air traffic control tried to claw back the fire truck's permission.
Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop.
But the truck veered into the path of the jet. Not long after, 3 haunting words.
I messed up.
All right. So both Antoine Forrest and Mackenzie Gunther, the pilots on the Air Canada flight, also both Canadians, were killed in the collision. Remarkably, the only ones that were killed, considering how severe the collision was. You had a plane that had just landed, so it was still going fairly fast on the runway when it hit that fire truck. Even the firefighters in the fire truck survived. I'm going to get to more details around what was going on around that with a report out of New York. But this from Canadian Labour as well. Our thoughts are with our pilots union family today. Losing 2 members in a tragic accident is devastating. No one should ever have to face a loss like this. Workplace safety can never be taken for granted. Which gets really down to what was happening with the air traffic controllers. Quote unquote, I messed up. LaGuardia air traffic controller was juggling sky and ground traffic by himself right before a deadly crash with fire truck.
What now?
For a job that is already inherently stressful. To, on top of that, be understaffed. Where at the time, according to this conflicting reports, I'll get to the other discussion on this in a bit, but one report saying there was 1 person there, another report saying there was 2 people there. Regardless.
I mean, that's fucking insane. You know how I use the analogy of like being like an orchestra conductor? This is like conducting 2 different orchestras. Because you have flights that are in like a 3-dimensional space, all moving, right? Some, right? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, they're all moving around in a 3-dimensional space, both in altitude and in like geographical location, right? Or what do you want to call it? Like in terms, there's a word for that, and I can't think of what it is. But you get what I'm saying. They're like, you're dealing with a whole different situation, and then you're also saying you're trying to keep traffic in the air, like on the ground, on the air. It's ridiculous. Why? Oh, that's right. Because we're cutting funding to everything but billionaire tax cuts. In the military, of course.
These are people doing more jobs than should be required of 1 person or 2 people. So they go on to write here, leading up to the crash, the controller was tasked with his normal duties as well as dealing with a rejected takeoff from a UA flight that smelled something strange and asked for a fire response and a return to the gate. Unfortunately, there was no gates available, so the controller had to navigate that mess, and things were made even worse when the plane made a left instead of a right on a taxiway, which gets to why you can't just have 1 or 2 people doing this work. When mistakes can happen, a plane making the wrong turn is seems like a crisis on its own, let alone what ended up happening. So this breakdown here from John Del Giorno. This is the Eyewitness News aviation expert who gives a little more details on what happened.
This fire truck was en route to a separate emergency, whether it was an official declared emergency. The airplane, that United airplane, was not being evacuated. They were waiting for a gate at the terminal. There was some discussion as to whether they were going to take air stairs, the portable stairs over, and take the passengers off. But the fire truck was en route over to that United airplane when this accident occurred with the Air Canada airplane. Another factor here are their lights. Pedro mentioned them before. LaGuardia is equipped with runway entrance lights that are actually in the pavement. This is a safety system that operates separate from air traffic control, and it's a basic red light, green light system. This system will sense whether it is safe to cross the runway, if there's an airplane on approach or an airplane departing. We still need to hear whether those lights were functioning. There's a possibility that they weren't, although they likely would have been. So in this case, you would have had two issues here, where air traffic control gave them permission to cross, and whether those lights told that fire truck crew that it was safe to cross the runway. And also keep in mind, LaGuardia has a curfew. You know, from about midnight until 6 in the morning, there's very few flights that come in and out. So they begin to thin that air traffic control staff out. In this case, it sounds to me like there was one single controller working both the tower, which tower handles airplanes that are in the sky or that are departing, and handling the ground. And that's all of the traffic that you would hear on the ground.
All right, so you hear how complicated the situation was on the ground at the time, let alone what was also happening in the air. On top of that, apparently only one air traffic controller. Another report, though, I want to be clear, just to give you the full context of what I've seen. New York Times reporting that there were actually two controllers working the tower, and this is according to a person who spoke on the condition of anonymity. At the time of the accident, both controllers were...
Okay, that is fucking... It's just fucking ridiculous the more I think about it. Like, oh. Hold on. There's 380 flights at LaGuardia a day. We got two guides doing that?
This is ridiculous!
Two positions at the same time. So even though there were two people, they were each working, at least from what it appears I'm reading here, they were each working two positions. So they were already still understaffed, reflecting the thin staffing that is typical at the time of night because of the relatively light traffic at the airport. So there is sort of this assumption that, okay, things are calming down. Less people need to work in the tower, but less people shouldn't mean two. At LaGuardia Airport, two people working the tower. Again, I'm just a civilian. Maybe I don't know enough. Maybe that's perfectly normal. But considering the high-stress nature of the job, it seems a little insane that in the middle of New York, you have two people working LaGuardia Airport air traffic controller. So let's go back to February 2025. This is about a year ago. Trump begins firings of FAA air traffic control employees weeks after fatal DC plane crash. So this was part of the big, sweeping cuts, along with Elon Musk's Doge, all that garbage at the time. So as the AP wrote at the time, the impacted workers include personnel hired for FAA radar, landing, and navigational aid maintenance. One air traffic controller told the Associated Press. The air traffic controller was not authorized to talk to the media and spoke on the condition of anonymity. So this also potentially goes to whether or not those lights on the tarmac that were apparently there to tell the fire truck whether or not they could pass, regardless of what the air traffic controller was telling them, whether or not those lights were working, in addition, of course, to the impact on air traffic controllers. But they also go on to write the firings hit the FAA when it faces a shortfall in controllers. Federal officials have been raising concerns over an overtaxed and understaffed air traffic control system for years, especially after a series of close calls between planes at U.S. airports. Among the reasons they have cited for staffing shortages are uncompetitive pay, long shifts, intensive training, and mandatory retirements. This gets to the other issue with the lack of air traffic controllers, and that is the bottleneck when it comes to education. So New York Times has a piece, this is from late last year, from October 31st, as they write, as shutdown slows air traffic training, these schools are stepping in. So up until last year, all Federal Aviation Administration new controllers had been trained at one place, the official academy in Oklahoma City. So they had recently added 9 colleges to that and universities that started FAA-approved training programs with an attempt to fill a national shortfall of 3,000 controllers. Though they'll also go on to write that it's apparently a 14,000 shortfall. I believe this also includes people that...
We're woefully understaffed when it comes to air traffic controllers. And we are adding 1/5 of the number that we need. The math ain't mathin'. Donald Trump and his fucking goons over there are just...
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
No, just... We're almost done talking about this horrifying crash here, but just to get a sense of what it was like, they did a whole simulation on CNN. What the pilots experienced.
All right, I'm going to pause the sim, unfreezing the sim. I'll just give you some color commentary here. It is nighttime as it was. It's dark like last night. We're coming into land 04. And the visibility was about 4 or 5 miles. There were some low clouds and rain, so visibility is an issue for sure. Windshield wipers are going. And off to the left side of the runway, there's an accumulation of emergency vehicles because of the other aircraft emergency at the time. We're just coming in over the threshold now. Claudia's doing an amazing job on the PAPI lights here. You can see them on the right side. We're touching down, and Delta Taxiway is about halfway down the runway. I don't know if this helps, but we're going to be somewhere about halfway down the runway here. Right about here, the fire truck pulls out, and I would expect that the flight crew saw it maybe at the last second as it pulled out. And on the video that you're showing, I can actually see the fire truck turning slightly or more than slightly to the left, because I think they saw that aircraft at the very last second.
Jesus Christ. So they were flying. They weren't taking off. They were flying. They were going over 100 miles an hour, even though they had hit the ground already and slowing down. They were still going incredibly fast. Ay, ay, ay. It's a real fucking tragedy. All right. Well, we're going to continue talking about airports. Slightly less tragic situation that is inconveniencing a great deal of people. That is the government shutdown. TSA. Unfunded. TSA workers going without pay. And day in, day out, more and more of them calling in sick and or quitting their jobs. Massive lines seen at most major airports.
We're also working to get to the bottom of more information at Louis Armstrong International Airport this morning. Got a lot of frustrated passengers as yet again they're in long lines to get through security.
In addition to those long lines, which we did see over the weekend, something new we're seeing today are ICE agents there after they were deployed by President Donald Armstrong in order to help with those long lines, although we're not seeing a lot of relief this morning. Mike McDaniel joining us from Armstrong International, where, Mike, you said mostly those ICE agents, you've just seen them looking at the crowds.
Yeah, they're just kind of scattered around the airport, watching the lines as people kind of move through them. They're not really doing anything hands-on when it comes to actual screening or x-raying bags or anything like that in the
Yeah, I almost forgot. We talked about it earlier. I think it was Sunday or something like that. we talked about it. But the ICE, the immigrations and customs enforcement agents that have been terrorizing people on our city streets are now in our airports, doing literally nothing. And as we go through this, you will see just how little they are you're getting for your tax dollars out of these ICE agents. They do not appear to know
They
why
checkpoints down
they are
below
there.
me, but those lines are still pretty steady, snaking all through the TSA area right before you get to those screening areas. But this isn't all of it. There's much more on the other side, and it looks just like this, where folks are in line. And that's once you make it out of the garage, because the garage is also where folks are standing in line at the side.
Can you imagine if it was the holidays right now? It's March. It's just the middle of March. It's just like any other week. And this is what it looks like. Can you imagine if it was like Thanksgiving or something? What's another big travel weekend? I'm trying to think. I feel like there's one coming up and I can't think of it. Is July 4th a big... I feel like July 4th is kind of a big travel weekend. Regardless, can you just imagine if it was one of the big travel holiday weekends right now? Oh my god. There's already what I would describe as maximum people here. like there is the maximum number of, like, I don't know what the fire code says, but this feels this feels wrong.
It was like that when we got here at 4:30 this morning, all with folks trying to
Memorial
make sure
Day.
that they have enough.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Allowing themselves enough time to be able to get through security and get on those flights. The good news for TSA pre-check and clear travelers, those lines are pretty clear right now when compared to the general boarding line, which is where we're seeing the real problem area being so long. So if you have clear or TSA pre-check and you're coming to the airport.
Yeah, the part that's so long is the place where all the TSA does all their work. It's this is where I mean, it's quite clear where the bottleneck is. Look, it's not a lot of people over here. Go back. Oh, there they are. There it is. I've found the bottleneck in the system. It's the TSA. It's the TSA. There's your first one. There's your first there's your first TSA guy.
Time to be able to get through security and get on those flights. The good news for TSA pre-check and clear travelers, those lines are pretty clear right now.
It's spring break for you next week. Oh no.
When compared to the general boarding line, which is where we're seeing the real problem area being so long. So if you have clear or TSA pre-check and you're coming to the airport, you're in a much better situation at this moment when compared to the other line, because you'll be told once you check your bags to go to the garage and get in line, and that's what folks have done. Thankfully, no one has caused any major problems. I'm sure a lot of folks are a bit frustrated, a bit stressed out, some anxiety, I'm sure, as to trying to get on those flights. But for the most part, everyone seems to understand what the situation is.
Well, that's good. At least people understand why they're suffering. That is good. I'm incredibly thankful about that. So everybody knows it's because Republicans refuse to fund the TSA because they want to pass a bill with a bunch of other shit that they want to get done. Because they refuse to fund things one by one.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
By the way, this is what I mean about ICE. Just look at these fucks over here. They're just walking around. They're not doing anything. They're just walking around.
This is ridiculous!
They're not helping anything. They don't know what their job is. They literally don't know what their job is. Look at these guys. Just walking around, no big deal. Now, I don't know if you've ever been to an airport before, gone on a flight. The TSA is basically one and only job is to inspect you and your bags before you get to the terminal, right? There's the, what do you call it? Like, there's the pre-terminal part, right? I forget what that's called right now. The check-in, the counter, right? Like the check-in counter, right? You go there, get your ticket or whatever. And then you gotta go and be molested by the TSA. They go through your bags and stuff, make sure you don't have any liquids or sharp and pointy objects. And, you know, they have a whole list of stuff that you're not allowed to bring onto planes. They make sure you don't have that. And they have a whole process in which they go through to ensure that that none of those things are in your bags. They supposedly have to go through a whole bunch of training for that. Because people are sneaky. Now, Elon Musk offered to pay for TSA agents, which I found to be fascinating. I feel like it's because this affects, like, all of his rich friends and him. Like, having airports shut down, although I feel like he uses mostly private airports, but he can't, I feel like he can't necessarily do that all the time. So it's like something that directly affects Elon.
Elon Musk has offered to pay TSA workers during this DHS shutdown. Is this something that you've been speaking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great. Let him do that. And I want to thank ICE.
I think it's great.
They stepped in so strongly. They'll do great. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the...
They're going to do great.
We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our...
If that's not enough, we'll bring in the National Guard. What's fascinating is if you're a DSA worker right now, the president is just threatening. You're not on strike, but you're working without pay, right? Like, you're working without pay. He's already brought in ICE, who's getting paid. He's going to bring in the National Guard, who's going to be getting paid too. So everybody but the DSA, who's still there, although in reduced forces, for sure. I'm not shocked that people are calling out. Now I'll bring in the National Guard. He's just like bringing in like scabs. He's just like flaunting it in the faces of all the existing TSA workers who are actually trained to and are the only people seemingly still doing the job that they're there to do. So they're not going to get paid. It's just going to be just like a bunch of armed thugs running around airports now getting paid to do nothing. Oh, that's exciting. That seems like a good use of our money. Look at these guys over here. Look at them working so hard. Look at them. Oh, God, look at them making sure all the bags are checked. Standing in huddles of, looks about a dozen, a little less, I guess. Maybe like 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 8 or 9. It depends. There could be a short person behind this guy.
ICE agents arrived at more than a dozen U.S. airports on Monday as absences by unpaid TSA workers caused massive delays.
It's crazy. It's insane. I mean, I've never seen an airport like this.
The move comes 2 days after President Donald Trump threatened to send the Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents who are not specifically trained for airport security. As of Saturday, absences reached 11.5% of the approximately 50.
Wait. That was the perfect. That was whoever. Is this Reuters? Who is this? Who's responsible for this edit? This is Reuters. Great job, Reuters. Great job, Reuters. This is a very good example of what I'm trying to say. This is what not working looks like.
Absences reached.
This is what working
specifically
looks like.
Trained for airport
not
security.
Working?
As Saturday, absences
working.
specifically trained
One
for
more time.
airport
Not
security.
working.
As of Saturday, absences reached 11.5%
And
of
working.
the approximately.
Oh. Do you see the difference? These are a bunch of goons walking around in fucking full military gear, like it's Fallujah at the Newark airport or wherever the fuck this is. Full military gear, walking around the airport, doing literally fuck all. This woman, she looks bored as fuck. Look at her. Look at her face. She looks incredible. Everybody looks bored. In fact, this guy, she's staring off into the distance. This guy is just like, it's fucking crazy. Oh my God.
As of Saturday.
So just to be clear, these
guys
guys
not specifically trained for airport security.
These guys
as of Saturday.
Not getting paid. These guys are getting paid. Sorry, these guys are getting paid.
Who are not specifically
that guy, he's getting paid.
Trained for
these
airport
guys are getting
security.
Paid.
As of Saturday,
these guys not getting paid.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Absences reached 11.5% of the approximately 50,000.
Like, do you see the inequity in the situation? The people who are actually doing a job are not getting paid, while Donald Trump is threatening to send more people there not equipped to do the job. This is the... I think this is the most efficient the U.S. government has ever been. I'm so glad we doged it all. We fixed it. It's fixed. We doged it, and it's fixed. Look at this. Glorious. So much competence. Can you feel the competence? I'm feeling the competence right now. This is a great use of our tax dollars, right? We don't fund the agency capable of doing the job. Actively doing the job. But we do send people there. We give money to people who aren't able to do the job and aren't going to do the job. That's constructive. No, stop. I see you looking at me like that and saying that doesn't make sense. You're just a naysayer, okay? You have Trump derangement syndrome for saying that, of course.
Say security staff, the highest level since a partial government shutdown began 5 weeks ago. The Department of Homeland Security on Monday confirmed it had started deploying hundreds of ICE agents to airports in New York.
Look at these guys. They don't know what they're doing. Look at it. They don't know what they're doing. They're doing nothing. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at them all. This guy, I love how this dude gets to the top of it and then waits because he's literally got nothing else to do. He just waits in attention for the rest of his buddies to get up the escalator. He's gotten so little to do. He's got so nowhere to go. And he's like, I'm just going to hang out. I'm going to hang out in front of a TV camera.
On Monday confirmed it had started deploying hundreds of ICE agents to airports in New York, Newark, New Orleans, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and...
Look at him. Look at this. How is this helping with airport security? You just got 10 guys, a couple gals standing around in a fucking circle. It's a circle jerk. Oh my God, what are we looking at right now? What is this? We're paying for this? How much do you figure we're paying these guys? This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous!
What do you figure, $20 an hour? Got 10, it's hard to tell, 10, 12? It's like a dozen agents there. So was it like $2.50 an hour, 8 hours a day? More than 8 hours a day. 10 hours a day? How long are airports open? You are spending a ridiculous amount of money
Phoenix, among other cities. Reuters sources said that for now, ICE personnel will not be used in areas behind security checkpoints because they lack the specific clearance needed. ICE has played a central role in the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, drawing criticism from many Democrats, civil liberties advocates, and immigration advocacy groups. On Saturday, Trump
If the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, they'll move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports. Well, he's already done that. Democrats have already offered a solution to funding TSA by funding TSA. Yep, that was Democrats' radical solution. Some fund to fund it. Just to pass the funding. Republicans refuse to do that, though. Which is, it's a little weird, if you ask me.
That's really weird.
Now, as you'll notice in that video previously, ICE agents broadly seem to not be wearing masks. Something that Donald Trump personally asked for. Trump says no masks for ICE agents working TSA in airports. President Donald Trump said immigration and customs enforcement agents deployed to airports amid the government shutdown couldn't wear masks, or shouldn't wear masks. A departure from the controversial tactic the agency has used while conducting immigration raids. Trump said he supports ICE wearing masks for immigration enforcement operations, but said he would greatly appreciate, however, no masks. He wrote on Truth Social. That's right, Donald Trump said, please no more masks for now. When you're at the airport, it's not a place for a mask. City streets, that's fine. Correct, Shakespeare. They are being paid to just wander around the airport like teenagers at the local mall. That's actually a great description of what they look like. They look like a bunch of meandering teenagers with nowhere to go. Who, you know, have a pocket full or a dwindling pocket full of mommy's money. Mommy or daddy's money. Like, okay. All right. So we've gotten a pretzel. That's good. Frisla with a super chat. Hey, Space Bams, remember to hit the like button. Yes, good recommendation. Look at this picture of these guys not helping. Like the dichotomy here, it's quite stark. Just a massive line of people, and then two dicks doing nothing. A couple of idiots. Getting paid to walk around geared up like they're going to do crime enforcement or something. These people are just trying to get on a plane. By the way, this look from this guy, that's how I feel right now. What the fuck are you guys doing here? All right, let's hear it directly from the man himself on that mask situation.
Big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, murderous criminals and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport, and I believe they are willing to do that.
Mr. President, I wear masks not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country.
The people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc.
If you're on a plane, you're not a murderer. Well, there we go. I found this multiple things in here fascinating. First off, that he requested them take off their masks. He didn't actually say they have to. Like, he acts like he's a dictator, right? Like, he's constantly ordering people to do things. Like, he writes executive orders for literally anything. I'm writing an executive order that we make my birthday a holiday. But in this case, he's like, well, I think it's probably best. It's weird. But then he's also, like, makes this rather, I guess you'd call it classist statement. Basically suggesting if you have the money to get on a plane that you probably don't commit crimes. Like that's what he's suggesting, right? Am I the only person that's hearing that when he says that sentence? It sounds like he's saying if you have the money to get on a plane, you probably don't do crimes.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yes, that's right. Planes, people who go on planes, they never do crimes. Now, thankfully, we have the new head of ICE, Tom Homan, to explain to us, because of course I'm sure many of us are still confused how TSA is going to be helpful to these incredibly long lines at airports. But
President Trump says he's planning to send ICE to some of the country's airports today to make up for a shortage in transportation security staff.
Hold on. This is not what I meant. This is the one. Sorry.
Do you plan to go on Capitol Hill and meet again with a bipartisan group of senators? How are those discussions going, and what are you hearing specifically from Democrats?
Look, whatever the White House wants me to do and the president wants me to do, I'll do. He asked me to go up the Hill last week. I was up on Hill last week several times having discussions. I'm not a legislator. I'm not a politician. My role up there is to explain what ICE does, what Border Patrol does, how we do it, and how we're going to do things going forward.
How many airports will ICE
How are we going to do things? Yeah.
How many airports, and can you tell us if it's ERO or HSI?
Well, it's both ERO and HSI, and HSI, they have a different mission, but ERO is the vast majority of people at the airports. We got 14 right now, and there will be more.
14 airports, you said?
Yes.
For travelers who see them deployed at those airports this morning, we've heard from some in line who are scared to see them there or unclear about what exactly they're doing.
We're there to help the American people transit those lines that are taking hours because the Democrats...
We're there to help the American people. We're there to help the American people with the lines. Okay, Tom. That's good. Oh, good. Good. Yes, they looked like they were helping people with the lines. Those lines looked super handled. I saw no problems. Thank you, Tom. Great job. You cannot hear
Travelers
well.
are barely moving.
It was mono. I'm sorry, it was mono audio. I couldn't. It was mono audio. I couldn't make it. So that's my bad. Really, it's Forbes breaking news is bad. I didn't make that video.
Travelers are barely moving at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport. We're talking wait times of more than 3 hours or longer.
CNN's Ed Lavendera is following all of this for us. All right, Ed, you're there in Houston. What's it like?
It's an absolute brutal travel day for thousands of people trying to make their way through George Bush Intercontinental Airport. Let me give you the sign. Look at the sign here. We're in Terminal E. It's 200 minutes. Believe it or not, that's actually good news. That number earlier, about an hour and a half ago, was 260 minutes. But this line goes, the checkpoints are...
Oh my God. 260 minutes. Shut up. You shut it.
What? Shut up.
200 minutes. 3.5 hours. It's 3.5 hours of just standing in line. That's the worst thing I can. That is horrifying. Can you? This guy looks hopeless behind him. The guy in the white shirt. Do you see him? He's just staring off into the abyss. He's like, "Why am I here? Is it that important?" It's just my cousin's wedding.
Here. It comes all the way back through the terminal here, down an escalator, winding its way around several more times into like the subway area that connects the various terminals here. This is one of 2 of 8 security checkpoints that is open. Everything else has been closed. I can take you in here past the sign here to give you a sense of just how much more waiting these passengers have to do. The line here continues to wind its way back and forth before they're able to get through the security checkpoints. We have seen close to 24 federal agents around various terminals that have been able to get through today. It's not exactly clear to me what they're doing. They've been kind of standing around the edges, clearly not involved in helping process the thousands of passengers trying to make their way through here. So it's not exactly clear how they're helping, how they're alleviating the pressure that this airport is under. According to the TSA yesterday, about 39% of TSA employees called out. We're not sure of the numbers for today, but we will get that tomorrow. But clearly, this airport severely impacted. Where we've been talking to people, Brianna and Boris, who have been waiting in line for hours and hours, knowing fully well that they are going to miss their flight, but they wanted to get on the other side of security, and they will wait on that side until they can be rebooked on their next flight.
Oh my God, can you imagine? Look at his face. That's how I feel right now as well. I can just thinking about it. Can you imagine standing in that line for 3.5 hours just knowing that at the end of it all, you're going to miss your flight? You're going to have to wait for the next flight. Shut up. No, that's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. It's like, I mean, at that point, you might as well just leave for the airport the day ahead of time. Just bring us like a sleeping bag. Just leave the day ahead. Just sleep in the terminal. Oh, that's the worst thing I've heard. All right, that's not true, but that's terrible. Okay, I was just about to do some math. But thankfully, shockingly, I don't think I have to. Massive donation over on PayPal from CJ from the 6. $100. My God. Incredible generosity. We're not even going to do a galactic content goal because of that donation. It's just going to skip it. Just skip the galactic content goal altogether. Making huge progress on the galactic deficit. I was about to do math on the galactic deficit just now. Figure out how much we needed to do. Much smaller now. I think it's... Now it's only $10 a day. It was $20 a day a second ago. Just have that. Stop laughing. Stop laughing at the I mean, it's a slightly comical situation. You can't blame me for this. You have people waiting for 4 hours in line to wait even longer. Meanwhile, you have the government paying ICE agents who aren't helping just walk around the airport. We're paying I don't know how many people to walk around the fucking airport and not help at all. It is farcical. What else can you do but laugh?
And tell us what the status is where you are. And I know you've been seeing ICE agents there. What have you been seeing them doing?
Yep. Finally, we can take a deep breath here. The numbers have dropped off. The lines are getting shorter. I think the average wait time now is under 40 minutes. So if you have a flight to catch today, it's a good time to come to Hartsfield-Jackson International. Talking about those ICE agents, you can see a few behind me right there. And then I'm going to walk you this direction, and you can see some more of them gathered over here. This is what they've been doing for the most part today, is doing the patrols around the airport, talking and gathering, not really helping the public in the sense of they're not taking tickets from anybody. They're not interacting with the public we've seen so far. They're not checking anyone's ID. At the TSA checkpoints, they're not doing that as well. So the big question is, what have they been doing mostly? Well, it's been providing perimeter security, as you can see over here. If we come back this direction.
Look at that. Did you hear that? That was the funniest. Oh my god. Oh, it's so stupid. They're providing perimeter security.
Well, it's been providing perimeter security.
Look how secure the perimeter is. And I love how this one guy hears him and looks back over at the camera. There's a half a dozen idiots standing over here. I wouldn't call it a perimeter so much as a group. There's a half a dozen guys standing in a group with their hands on their hips doing fuck all. Nothing is more... They're keeping the railing secure over here. Perimeter security.
Give me a joke. You can see over here. If we come back this direction, there's also a contingent of officers over here. And the reason why is what we're being told is there's a protest scheduled against ICE here at the airport in the next 2 hours or so. So now you have extra police officers from the Atlanta Police Department ready to respond to what may happen when protesters arrive. And we've been told they actually applied for a permit. So now you're bringing all these people, surging them into one area. This is where the lines have been long throughout the day. The lines now are gone. So that's a good news, whether it's the north, the south terminals, or even the main checkpoint. We've been...
Finally. At 3 p.m., the end of the day. Finally, the lines are gone. Let's hear directly from a TSA agent who did an interview with CNN on this.
Joining me now, one of the many agents, TSA agents being impacted by all of this, Aaron Barker. He's a TSA employee and also president of the TSA union that represents Georgia's TSA workers. Aaron, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. You just heard those comments there from Secretary Duffy. He said, look, they know how to pat people down. They know how to deal with, some of the security screening that you do as a TSA agent, which I should point out, you go through extensive training for. Do you agree that these ICE agents could be brought in? Would you be comfortable with them joining you there at the security checkpoint in that manner?
I don't agree with that. We have extensive training, as you just stated, and it takes months to be able to, and even after months of training, there's still things that you encounter that you don't see every day, or situations that arise that don't come up every day. So to just throw them on the checkpoint like that, I think that is a recipe for disaster. It's going to create chaos. So I do not agree with that comment.
There's also some mixed messaging here, right? Because we're hearing that from Secretary Duffy, but then Tom Homan, who's overseeing this deployment, he has said, look, this is just to help for functions that that ICE agents are not trained for. He says, this could help with maybe security lines. So we're seeing that in Atlanta. My colleagues there on the ground saying ICE agents are outside the security checkpoint. I guess essentially it could be sort of a crowd control situation. Does that help, though, in your view, when it comes to wait times?
No. In Atlanta, there are people already out there directing the lines and directing passengers to navigate the airport. I don't think that helps. I think that would probably put more passengers on the edge.
Well, there we go. Directly from a TSA worker who's currently working without pay, saying that ICE is not helping, actually. All right, let's go to LA. See how people are handling it there. NBC LA from yesterday. Okay.
Now to our other top story. Incredibly long wait times through security at some.
I'm sorry, I got on a roll with the rhyming. And
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Now to our other top story. Incredibly long wait times through security at some airports as TSA staffing shortages increase across the country. TSA officers have been without pay for more than a month because of the partial government shutdown. NBC4's Darsha Phillips is at LAX, where things are smooth, but for some arriving passengers, it was certainly a long day in line. Darsha.
Yeah, Carolyn, definitely smooth sailing here at LAX when it comes to TSA lines. But as you mentioned, airports across the country, many of them not so lucky. Travelers having to experience gridlock at security checkpoints, so much so that it's even causing some to miss their flights. These women landed at LAX from Houston and shared pictures of what the TSA lines looked like at George Bush Intercontinental Airport.
We started in the basement, and it just went down and around and down and around and around, and then we went up an escalator, and we had snaking on both sides.
These photos are like these are like anxiety inducing. They almost give me like liminal space vibes, you know what I mean? Like where it's like almost like a white noise of people. Like we've all been in a place where it was so crowded. Like this. This is claustrophobic.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
And then we went up an escalator, and we had snaking on both sides, down and around and down and around. And we were in that line for 4 hours and 1 minute. It was horrendous.
Luckily, the women who didn't want to give their names say they learned about the long lines at TSA just in time and got to the airport several hours before their flight. ICE agents, they say, were helping out with TSA duties, but things still moved extremely slowly.
I think that's the whole thing. Everyone realized it was nobody's fault that was there, and everyone just took it in stride. A lot of people missed flights, but they were doing a great job at rebooking people.
About 60,000 TSA agents have been working without pay since the partial government shutdown February 14th, and sick calls within the agency are surging.
Yeah, sick calls within the agency certainly are surging. And we'll get to how much they're surging in a second. But first, to Houston Airport. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, right? Houston Airport. Associated Press. With a short live stream from inside the airport. I know it sounds fascinating. But look at this. Look at this clusterfuck. This is a real situation. Oh my god. It's just everywhere you look, there are lines. Lines to the left, lines up in front of you. Line more. You can tell there's a line coming from the right. And then you look down and there's more lines. More endless lines. My god. Just horrible. It goes, it just keeps going. Everybody here is standing in a really, 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 really long time to sit down for a really, really long time. We're on this airport shutdown with Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Well, immigration and customs enforcement agents have been deployed to more than a dozen airports nationwide amid
Okay, very funny, Shobi. End of the internet isn't how are you here? Okay, that's fair. I mean, the title probably should have been longer. But YouTube has a restriction on how long I make the titles. I always make the titles the same on YouTube and Twitch. But it probably should say more specifically, end of the internet as we know it. Sorry, I'm not specific.
Enforcement agents have been deployed to more than a dozen airports nationwide amid severe staffing shortages within the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, caused by the prolonged partial government shutdown. TSA workers have gone without pay for more than a month. At least 400 TSA officers have quit, and absences are as high as 40% at some airports, leading to hours-long wait times. ICE agents deployed to airports are supposed to assist TSA workers, but President Trump said they could also conduct arrests.
For more, we're joined by Cameron Cochins, a lead TSA officer in Boise, Idaho, vice president of the AFGE TSA Local 1127, union representing over 4,000 workers. Cameron, thanks so much for being with us. In these last few minutes, first respond to Trump deploying ICE agents. What are they going to be doing? You're a TSA worker.
That's a great question. Thanks for having me, Amy. We don't really know what they're going to be doing as of right now, as of yesterday and this morning. What they've been doing is they've been standing around just like pulling security, which isn't really what we need. We need people manning the checkpoints. And so it really feels like they're a Band-Aid over a gaping wound. You know, our officers, they're not getting paid, and having people that come in that are getting paid just feels like an insult to a lot of us.
How rude. Cameron, how's your union managing the potential punishment of workers choosing to find other means of sustenance?
So that's a big thing. You know, during the shutdown, all ways of them disciplining us are paused. But when this is over, they're going to try to get all these people who have been calling out because they can't afford rent and they can't afford gas and they can't afford childcare. And so we're just preparing for grievances to be filed against them because we need to protect our officers, and that's just where we're at right now.
Cameron, supposedly if you didn't take time off, if you didn't call in sick, you get some extra money. Is that right? Who does this penalize? Who are the people who are taking off during this time they're not paid?
Yeah, so as of right now, there hasn't been any talk of a bonus or an incentive like there was last time. But even the last one, that came out after the fact. So
yeah, I mean, to answer her Amy's question very directly, it benefits the people who are already doing perfectly fine, because you're able to work indefinitely without getting money for it. Like, you're good. Like, your bills must be set, apparently, if you can just keep working and just wait for money sometime in the future. Some undefined time.
If that happened this time, the people who get rewarded are the ones that are able to weather this storm. So the people who can't afford childcare, the people who can't figure out how to get to work because they can't pay for gas, those are the ones that are going to get affected, and those are the ones that are going to be hurt the most by not being able to get the bonuses. That's
why so weird. No, I believe your question's genuine. We'll get to it. It's coming up. It's coming up, Shelby. Stick around. We will be talking about it.
Union is advocating for an across-the-board bonus, like what has happened before in the past.
And what's your message to people who are dealing with long lines at the airports across the country who may be frustrated with what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, if you have to wait in line, don't blame the TSA officers. They're just trying to live their lives, try to work as best as they can, What I recommend them doing, since they have a lot of free time when they're waiting in line, is they should be calling their Congress member and telling them to fund the TSA so we can get our paychecks and we can get back to work.
Can you talk about what TSA workers do, what you're trained to do, and the fact that ICE agents are going to be there and what they are also arresting people at the airports?
Yeah, so when TSA officers are hired, we go through about 6 months at minimum of rigorous training to become certified in the positions we do. We're trained in how to detect fake IDs. We're trained on how to run X-rays. We're trained on how to run the body scanners, which are called AITs. We're trained in detection of, people acting suspiciously and stuff like that. And so we're trained in pat downs. So all those different things, you have to be
Right. So there's some amount of training involved in being a TSA agent, and ICE agents have none of it. And therefore, they're not helpful. And that's why we see them just standing around looking stupid and useless.
Week 5 now of the Department of Homeland Security shutdown. Democrats have reforms to ICE that they want before they sign off on funding that agency. Increasingly, TSA agents who have gone without pay are calling in sick, and so delays are exploding. Atlanta, I saw some images in New Orleans of lines in the parking lot. All across the country, larger airports, lines are incredibly extended. And Trump sent ICE there, presumably, I don't know what to do what. Just to stand around, I guess, just as a way of saying, like, I'm going to still deploy ICE. And I would imagine a lot of these ICE guys are nervous about people taking pictures of them, capturing both their face, maybe their footwear, their uniforms, because then later, when they're out there kidnapping people wearing masks, people would be able to identify them. For instance, if people were to take those photos and keep them for, perhaps down the road, some type of site that hosted these things and identified them. I would imagine they're nervous about that. And I don't blame them. I mean, there's a reason why they go around wearing masks, is because they don't want to be identified. And so it's not hard to find video of people going up to them, ICE, and these ICE guys literally running away because they don't want their face to be seen and to be pegged as ICE guys. So just keep that in mind when you're at the airport. If you're taking a picture of an ICE person, they may be upset. So just keep that in mind, because it may be, from their perspective, valuable to other people later. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go to this. And so here is Donald Trump yesterday at the.
That's a fairly good point that Sam is making, though. That some people might be inclined to take pictures at the airport. Some of those pictures might have ICE agents in them. Then that information in the future might somehow be used to identify them when they do crimes. That is inconvenient. I can see what Sam's saying.
Task Force Roundtable in Memphis, Tennessee. We have some clips of that will play later in the program of Stephen Miller and Kash Patel engaging in a competition to see which one of them can crawl up Donald Trump's derriere more deeply. But we'll save that for later when we get to the sports part of the program. Here is Donald Trump telling Republicans not to make a deal.
And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a...
He sounds like Chuck Schumer. No side deals.
Anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it.
How rude.
Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with this.
Okay, because I don't think Sam points it out. I would like to point out to everybody, nobody is saying that people can't figure out how to do it. Although in some cases, there is some complications. There are some complications. People who didn't get documents in, say, like the Jim Crow South, that's a thing. That's a thing that complicates it. But there's also, nobody is saying that people can't figure it out. Is that people can't afford to do it, or they don't have access to the documents, or you know what I mean? Like this creates undue burden on the citizen to prove their citizenship just to be able to exercise their constitutional rights.
Struggle the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well.
He's sincere about what the American public is going through because he's reading it from a prepared statement for the first time. Oh, a great American public! It is a great American public. We'll get into the SAVE Act, but the bottom line with the SAVE Act is it is so onerous in terms of what it's looking at that even Congress people's top advisors have trouble getting an ID that would be sufficient for the SAVE Act. We will talk about that later in the program. And I'm just hearing from Dorsey, who's just flown today, and he said he can confirm the ICE guys at O'Hare are just standing around. One tried to help, but didn't even know if laptops should be out of bags. So, but Trump is insisting on the SAVE Act to go into the funding. Of course,
everybody knows that the laptop comes out of the bag. It's incredible incompetence. How do you not know that?
This is a human man.
A completely different thing, but he wants it to be a rider on the funding for DHS. The Democrats have their own list of things. Let's listen to John Kennedy, Senator John Kennedy, on Fox News as to who is responsible for this. It's becoming a hot potato. This is yesterday, and we have new news as of today, but it's becoming a hot potato because all of a sudden now, even like wealthy people who fly are starting to feel very inconvenienced. And in fact, I read that the investigators from the National Aviation Board who are coming to LaGuardia to find out what happened with the death yesterday, a collision between like a ground crew and a plane, I think it was, they were delayed because of wait times at the TSA. But here is Kennedy.
Senator Cruz and I came up with a plan. We said, look, it's a two-step process. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted and I said, okay, let's accept their offer. And then at the same time, we would offer a bill for reconciliation where we don't need any Democratic votes to do whatever we wanted to do with ICE. And that way we're out of the shutdown and DHS is back open. We submitted that. Senator Thune submitted that to President Trump, as is his right. He said no. No deals with the Democrats. So we're back to square one.
Back to square one. No deals with the Democrats. And look, there is a way where the Republican Party could put pressure on Trump. They could pass whatever they want, and then it could be on Trump's desk, and Trump doesn't sign the bill that would essentially make airports functional again. Just hearing from Dorsey that flights are being canceled left and right at LaGuardia. And I imagine that's the case all across the country.
Yeah, and I've been hearing all sorts of interesting things about I think people are really, really quickly growing sick and tired of the United States, which I can understand. That makes me a little sad. Probably deserved. But I've been hearing things about like the World Cup and the Summer Olympics, and that they might not go off as Donald Trump is hoping. Some people are, and if everybody recalls, I was saying the people should boycott it. And now it's looking like that might actually happen. All right, continuing with the airports for just a little bit longer. And the TSA. ABC News from 2 hours ago. TSA. Wait times highest in history.
A what now?
As 3,100 officers call out sick nationwide.
Long lines snaked through major airports across the country on Wednesday, as the TSA said more than 480 airport security officers have quit amid a standoff over funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
Paying these dedicated employees for the work they are performing should never be a point of debate.
Ha McNeil, the top of...
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a different one. I looked over this one. This is the one about how many TSA officers are quitting, not how many are just calling in sick. Nearly 500 of them. Wow, those numbers are not great.
The Transportation Security Administration told a House committee that a partial government shutdown has forced 50,000 airport security officers to work without pay, raising serious concerns about safety risks and taking a major toll on worker morale.
Many in our workforce have missed bill payments, received eviction notices, had their cars repossessed and utilities shut off, lost their childcare, defaulted on loans, damaged their credit line, and drained their retirement savings. Some are sleeping in their cars, selling their blood and plasma, and taking on second jobs to make ends meet, all while being expected to perform at the highest level when in uniform to protect the traveling public.
Democrats in Congress have held up funding for the Department of Homeland Security while demanding a change in rules governing its immigration enforcement operations after agents in Minneapolis shot and killed U.S. citizens Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Republicans have rejected Democratic proposals to fund the TSA while negotiating over ICE reforms. ICE and other law enforcement personnel at DHS, meanwhile, are getting paid during the partial shutdown.
Look at these fucking guys. They're not doing any. They're just taking. Look, he's smiling at his buddy over here. Oh my god, they're just having a great time getting paid and doing fucking nothing. He's smiling, and then this guy over here, he looks quite frustrated. He's looking at him. He's looking at his buddy, who looks bored as shit, and then he's looking at him. It's like a
Other law enforcement personnel at DHS, meanwhile, are getting paid during the partial shutdown as airports across the country grapple with delays.
Multiple major airports are experiencing days where 40 to 50% of their staff are calling out because they simply cannot afford to report to work.
On Tuesday, Homeland Security said more than 30% of TSA workers were absent at airports in New York, Baltimore, Houston, Atlanta, and New Orleans.
30%, 30% reduction in staffing at TSA. 500 quitting. And like I was saying before this video, 3,100 officers calling in sick nationwide.
We begin tonight with the worsening seen at several airports across the U.S. The TSA now reporting the longest airport wait times in history. This is now day 40 of this shutdown. Thousands of TSA officers not getting paid. Tonight, the new images coming in from some of America's busiest airports, from New York to Atlanta to Houston. Long lines of travelers snaking through terminals, some up and down floors, inside then outside the terminal and back. Tonight, some of those TSA workers now relying on food banks, some giving blood just to get paid, just to put food on the table. And what are lawmakers doing to solve this with just days before Washington leaves for Easter break? Wheat Johnson leading us off tonight.
Tonight, more than 40 days into the partial government shutdown, and the TSA says millions of travelers are now experiencing the worst airport security lines ever.
We are being forced to consolidate lanes and may have to close smaller airports if we do not have enough officers.
The sustained backlog comes amid the spring break travel crush. Airlines expecting to fly 2.8 million passengers every day through April 30th. The TSA says more than 3,100 officers called out sick yesterday nationwide. Many of those officers say they have to find other ways to make money.
My God. The whole system is completely shutting down in front of our eyes. And the Trump administration refuses to do anything about it for political reasons. That's literally what we're watching right now. Republicans won't do anything about it because the Trump administration told them not to. Frizzla, though, with a sweet gifted subs, 5 subs. Sweet gifted 5 subs on YouTube. Sorry, I'm saying subs. I keep saying subs. That's the problem. Gifting 5 galactic memberships on YouTube. Joshua Keller, Tamara Chance, Chris Petsavas, Coffee Galaxy, and Hillary Reckoning with Joy. Thank you, Frizzla. Incredible. I appreciate you. We're almost done with airports. Let's go to the testimony of the head of the TSA before we move on to other, well, slightly related things, I guess you'd say.
As the shutdown drags on, we fear we will continue to lose talented and experienced employees to other jobs that can provide a steady paycheck. Not only is the shutdown decreasing the number of interested candidates, for those we are able to hire, they are required to complete 4 to 6 months of training before they are certified to work at checkpoints. At this point, newly hired officers will not be able to work on the checkpoint until well after the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This is a dire situation. Many in our workforce have missed bill payments, received eviction notices, had their cars repossessed and utilities shut off, lost their childcare, defaulted on loans, damaged their credit line, and drained their retirement savings. Some are sleeping in their cars, selling their blood and plasma, and taking on second jobs to make ends meet.
Over 4,000.
I just wanted to hear that again. Some TSA workers are now sleeping in their cars because they've lost their apartments. This is horrifying. Why won't Republicans fund this agency? ICE is already funded. That's the reason why they won't fund this, is because they want to fund everything at once, and Democrats oppose it. And so they won't vote until Democrats just capitulate to their every wish. That's not politics. That's hostage taking. I think everyone can agree that these TSA workers should be getting paid. So should the people over at FEMA.
FEMA employees are going without pay, with many working through their third shutdown in less than a year. Staff are under significant financial and emotional strain, trying to serve their communities with fewer resources. The Disaster Relief Fund, which is the source of federal funding for disaster response and recovery operations, is also rapidly depleting.
Ms. McNeil, is America more or less safe because of this government shutdown?
We are really concerned about our security posture and what the long-term.
Okay. Really concerned about our security posture. That sounds bad. So money to ICE is the only thing holding it back. Well, the only thing that's holding it back is Republicans. Because there's already been a bill introduced by Democrats to fund TSA and FEMA separately, which was the Democrats tried to bring it to the floor, but the Republican House leader refused.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Speaking of the Congress, they were busy this week in Congress, at least so far, with the leader of the DHS, the now leader of DHS, Markwayne Mullin, who was nominated for the job by Donald Trump after Christie puppy killer gnome R.I.P. Cricket. After Christie was booted, Markwayne got the tap, and he was testifying in Congress this week.
We're here because of a lawless and reckless agency that has broken into homes without judicial approval, shot United States citizens, detained them without any cause, and sometimes killed them. And I am looking for real substantive reform in that agency, as you and I have discussed when you came to talk to me. A break with the past.
No reform, Richard. You gotta just disband the agency. Get rid of ICE. It's not necessary.
Former Secretary Noem, and with the White House, Steve Miller and others who have used Kristi Noem, in effect, as a puppet to implement lawless policy. I welcome that you have stated you regret your statement after the killing of Alex Preddy. You said on Fox News, quote, "Unfortunately, an individual, a deranged individual that came to cause max damage with a loaded pistol with an extra mag that was completely loaded and shot and killed." And you regret that statement, do you not?
I've already said that, sir, yes.
And what about what you said about Renee Good after she was shot and killed? You appeared on CNN and you were asked whether you believed the shooting was justified, and you replied, quote, "Absolutely." Do you regret that statement as well?
Senator, it's very clear that an officer had to make a split decision in that case as a car was running towards him and did strike him. At that point, that car becomes a lethal weapon. And an officer that there was another officer obviously giving her verbal commands.
So are you saying, and I apologize for interrupting you, but you're saying you do not regret that statement?
I'm saying that the investigation is going on, but what we've seen...
There is no investigation, Senator. In fact, that was my next question to you.
Senator,
don't you think there should be an investigation?
My understanding is that there is.
I hate Richard Blumenthal. Like, his questioning was terrible here, but as you could just hear, he didn't even pin Mark Wayne down on answering that fucking question. But Mark Wayne clearly he thinks that Renee Good was killed justifiably. That she was posing a danger to the officer. And this is the guy who's now going to run DHS, the agency which oversees ICE. This is ridiculous.
Question to you.
Senator,
don't you think there should be an investigation?
My understanding is that there is. I will find out once if I'm able to get confirmed. But those are two different incidences.
The Department of Homeland Security and the Trump administration has blocked state and local investigation of the killing of Renee Good. And I hope that you will permit that investigation to go forward.
Senator, state and local investigation doesn't investigate federal. FBI does that through DOJ. And I believe the FBI is looking at this case. And I do want to say something to you. You said about the terrible conditions that this administration is putting in kids. But what you left out is that they've actually recovered over 160,000 kids that were trafficked or lost during the Biden administration.
Yeah, okay. Right. I'm sure we can trust that number. It's a totally verifiable number. But there was Mark Wayne Mullen. If you heard it in there, he was basically saying that he shifts ahead. He completely skipped past it. But he's basically saying, A, that the state can't investigate ICE because they're federal. And that the FBI already did an investigation and declared that it was perfectly justified. But then before actually finishing that thought, he just switches to this topic of the Joe Biden administration. That, oh, the Biden administration hates children or something.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I'm staying in the race.
Perfect, Zal. Thank you for the super chat on YouTube. I'd like to submit an entry for the Vamp Wave. Also, health check. Thank you, Perf. Much appreciated. Now, the Senate approved Donald Trump's Homeland Security nominee, Mark Wayne Mullen. He's the new DHS secretary. He's the guy who's taking over for Kristi Noem. That fucking guy.
I don't want reality.
This guy.
Give me
That's
a joke.
Mark Wayne. Give me a joke. I don't want reality. Mark Wayne Mullen. It'll be fascinating to have him be the guy, like to be hearing from him all the time about all this stuff. He's also a deranged lunatic, I would point out. We talked about it earlier. But he really is. I mean, he threatened to fight a guy in the middle of a Senate hearing. The Sean O'Brien, the head of what is it? Which Teamsters? It was insane. I mean, the guy, he's crazy. He's a crazy person. What in the shit? Yeah, here it is. This is Mark Wayne. This is the guy. This is your new DHS secretary. Oh shit, I have no sound.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it. If we can, no, I have the.
Talk about Mr. O'Brien himself, his behavior. As everybody knows in this hearing, the last time him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. Sir, I wish you was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself, and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud.
He is a psycho.
Always has been.
This guy is a fucking
always
psycho.
will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it.
He's a demented lunatic. This guy is now going to run the agency that's, as we've all seen, had some serious problems with violence. That guy, he's the one who's now going to be in charge. Oh, perfect. Yeah, he seems perfectly equipped to help tone down things at the DHS.
The next Secretary of Homeland Security. It happens to be a friend of mine. His name is Mark Wayne Mullen. On this vote, the ayes are 54, the nays are 45. The nomination of Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma to be Secretary of Homeland Security is confirmed.
James Langford or whatever the fuck this guy's name, he's always looking like a goddamn ghoul. Why is he always looking like a fucking ghoul? I don't get it. Stop looking like a racist ghost. Like, doesn't he look like he's he should be on Scooby-Doo, right? Like it turns out, like you know, he's like a ghost on like a plantation or something. But it actually turns out is like just this guy, this like shit, this angry, shitty guy. Like, he's a villain, right? Like, that's what he looks like. He just genuinely looks villainous. What can I say? All right, let's go here to the swearing-in ceremony for Mark Wayne at the White House.
So I'd like to ask Attorney General Bondi to come and do the honors of swearing in a man who's going to do a phenomenal job for our country. And I tell you, your family has to be very proud. You have to be very proud. Absolutely. Everybody wanted this job. I said, there's one man for this job, and I have no doubt he's going to be fantastic. Thank you, Pam. Come on over. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
Mark Wayne Mullen.
Mark Wayne Mullen.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And I will bear true faith to allegiance and do the same.
And that I take this obligation freely.
That's not what it was.
Take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any
already screwed it
or
up.
purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office.
Discharge the duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
Which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Secretary.
Thank
Say
you.
some
I think it was
words,
the most
Mark
nervous
Wayne.
I've ever been. I don't, it just seems surreal being in the Oval Office and having the President of the United States speak so highly of me and then recognize my family and know my family by name. It's humbling, and I never take it for granted, but I made this very clear that I don't care what color your state is. I don't care if you're red or you're blue. At the end of the day, my job is to be Secretary.
When he said that, I thought he was going to say something else. Slightly more troubling. Manda, the tinfoil hat. Thank you, Manda. Thank you. My brain was in serious jeopardy without the hat.
Homeland and to protect everybody the same, and we will do that. I'll fight every single day. Today I got the privilege of meeting so many of the employees at DHS. These employees have been there for 30 days without pay. And if you need anything to know their dedication to show up and still protect the homeland that you and I enjoy and the freedoms that we're experiencing, they're working with for free because of political politics. That's all I need to know. I told them it was your
That's all I need to know. Oh my god, those people are there because it's their job. And they're hoping that they're gonna eventually get paid for it. That's why they're there. Nobody, I don't think anybody is there at the TSA because they think it's just slightly better than, your average job. And it's like a union job, so that you get good benefits, right? And these things, I think they're mostly unionized. But the fact is those people are working without pay, and a lot of them are quitting because they can't work without pay. Actually, they might not be unionized. Hold on, let me look this up. Could have sworn they were. Yes. The AFGE. Right, yep. That's what I thought. Right, there was a representative from the AFGE speaking earlier. At least a member of the AFGE. But you know, before we move on from this, I just want to say something. I think it would be best if we just never fund DHS and we just create some separate agencies, and that Mark Wayne never has a fully funded Department of Homeland Security for him to, you know, like he's not at all the guy for the job. He's not even kind of prepared for it, I don't think. And you know, I think in many ways he's going to be worse than Christie. Like, I can imagine some ways in which he might be better than Christie, but also some ways in which he's going to be absolutely worse than Christie. It's just not, it's just not good. The fact is, this DHS is a terrible agency. It's like this quasi like military, what do you call it? Like intelligence. Like intelligence, like state intelligence, like apparatus that's like pointed inwards at like Americans. That's literally what it is. But then we also have like things that are actually important in there too, which is why we just need to have them be separate agencies, like FEMA. Like, why is FEMA under DHS? How is that? What? Why is this guy now in charge of floods? Actually, that might be the one thing that he's most qualified for as a plumber. I feel like maybe he might come up with something. I don't know. Oh God! But like, really though, I'm obviously kidding. But like, you get what I'm saying. Like, why? Why is that part of the agency? It doesn't make any sense. What does that have to do with terrorists? What do floods and earthquakes and forest fires have to do with fucking terrorism? Can somebody explain that one to me? All right, we're 2 hours into the stream. I think this is a good spot for us to take a quick break. That's right, everybody. Galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, if you prefer your money to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line, Google and or Amazon. You've also got Throne, if you'd like to contribute to the funding of a physical item that would show up on my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. We are back. Break is over, and the stream is about to begin. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, everybody. We are back. Hopefully that break you were able to get done whatever you needed to get done. Hopefully you managed to grab a drink or a snack, whatever it is that you needed. Now, one thing which we are going to be talking more and more about, seeing as it is 2026 and it's the midterms, is the elections. The primary elections specifically, and I have been preparing for those. Unfortunately, we didn't get the early primaries in as sufficiently as I would have liked. But we're going to get the rest of them in. That is for sure. However, there may be one thing that is going to cause some problems in the election. Not for sure, but it's a possibility. And that is the SAVE Act. The election repression bill. The voter disenfranchisement that Donald Trump wants done. Which basically boils down to a poll tax. However, it's not clear to me that it's going to pass. Not that we shouldn't be worried about it.
Something you can't possibly deliver, you have to be held accountable, to be honest with you. There was no path for the SAVE Act in its current form. I support voter ID. I've got voter ID bills with my signature on it as Speaker of the House. It was a priority for me. But this bill is not ready for prime time. It doesn't address absentee ballot voting in a way that many Republican states would like for it to.
I'm telling you, the SAVE Act is not going to pass currently. They have to change the rules of the Senate for that to happen.
There's nothing in there that's going to help get the Save America Act passed, right? I mean, we're busting our butt to do what the public wants us to do. We've got to secure our elections.
Nobody asked you guys to pass this, aside from Donald Trump. He's the one asking.
We need to get criminals out of our country. We got to secure our elections. We got to do all those things together.
I'm open to every means available to us to make sure that our elections are secure. And so if that takes the shape of reconciliation, that's an option. But I think we need to spend the requisite time on it to get it done.
This has gone on between the SAVE Act and the shutdown at DHS. We're going into well over a month, and we're stuck. I mean, we're talking over each other. It looks like a circus without a tent.
Oh, God. Like a circus without a dent, he says.
Call a crackhead.
Ay, ay, ay. What am I gonna do with these kids? Oh, there you go. It doesn't sound like it's going super good for those that wanted this SAVE Act passed, which is good for America. At least for now. We'll see how it all shakes out, but not a lot of optimism, it sounded like, around the passage of this bill. Partly, I'll tell you why. You want to know why? Because guys like this are doing the math, and actually, everyone I've been hearing from says that this would actually hurt Republican voters more than Democratic voters. I know that's shocking to everybody. But it's true. I think it's a confluence of a number of things. But it's, from what I've been hearing, possibly something that would disenfranchise more Republicans from voting than Democrats from voting. It's very strange. Although it's not clear. It's not clear because there's also some amount of, what do you call it? how do you describe it? I can't think of the word. Like interpretation given to the how it's enforced is like slightly interpretable by the states, so it's not even clear. Like and like the jurisdictions, like the counties themselves, and so it's not even clear how it's going to be enforced. Who is getting off on this? Pretty disgusting. I don't think anybody's getting off on this. Well, I guess maybe some people are. Everybody's being so mean. Now, thankfully, in the Senate, we have the Chuckster. And he's gonna fight.
And finally, on the SAVE Act, which seems to have now been intertwined in these negotiations because of Donald Trump and Republican obeisance to him. Let me say this to our Republican colleagues. If you want to shove the SAVE Act into reconciliation, then have at it. We're going to fight you tooth and nail throughout the reconciliation process, every step of the way. You're going to find it very difficult to jam massive changes to the American election system, to turn the American election system inside out, as it were, by using a process that was never designed for that purpose. Reconciliation is not, was not, is not, and will not be intended to be a backdoor for sweeping election law. That's not what it's for. So if Republicans want to head down that road, they should understand it will be a hard road. Democrats will fight them every step of
the way. We will fight them. If they want to go down that road, they can go, but we will fight, and we will win. We are gonna fight out, no resting. Chuck gives me zero hope when I go, we need new leadership in the Democratic Party. Or a completely new opposition, an actual opposition party. Because that guy puts, he is capable of putting an entire auditorium to sleep. Oh, God. We'll be fighting. Don't you worry, we'll be fighting. And no resting either. A lot of fighting, no resting, and a lot of winning. Now, near the White House, a statue popped up, and it's not the one you're thinking of. No, it's not the gold statue of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I'm talking about a statue of the very problematic man who helped find this country. The colonialist dickbag by the name of Christopher Columbus. Got a nice old statue by the White House. In a push by the Trump administration to celebrate him once again. We need to celebrate Christopher Columbus. He sailed the ocean blue
A statue of Christopher Columbus has been placed on the grounds of the Eisenhower Executive Office building adjacent to the White House. It's the latest effort by President Donald Trump's administration to recognize the controversial explorer. The statue is a replica of one that was tossed into Baltimore's harbor in 2020 during Trump's first term at a time of nationwide protests against institutional racism. Trump endorses a traditional view of Columbus as a leader of the 1492.
This is so petty. This is so petty. Like, this is such a... Like, see, like, I'm back for a second term. Take this one down, too. Try. Right? This is literally what he is. Like, he is a fucking child. This is so unnecessary. Discoverer of America, October 12th, 1492. Oh my God. Of course, it's rededicated by President Donald J. Trump on October 13th, 2025. Destroyed on July 4th of 2020. I'm shocked that it didn't say by BLM. It's such a petty, it's the most petty statue. I'm shocked that it doesn't just say destroyed by the nasty America Last BLM on July 4th. It's just like, this is such a childish fucking thing to do. Oh, God. I don't care. I mean, that's basically what he's saying with the statues. I don't care what you want. Statue makes me happy. Christopher Columbus. I learned in school that he sailed the ocean blue in 1492. I remember that. It's literally one of the only things I remember, and you took that away from me. And now I have my statue back. One of the great white men of history. He might have done some nasty stuff to the Native Americans. But that's okay, because now we have America. Fuck yeah! Is everybody feeling freer yet? Is your freedom max level on the freedom gauge? What would you say? What would you say? On one scale of 1 to 10 in chat, how free are you feeling? Or, I mean, I guess you could just use words: free, very free, extremely free, more free than I've ever been. So free, everybody's saying it, sir. We've never seen levels of freedom like this before. I want to stop being so free, and I say no.
Help! Help!
You're going to keep being
repressed.
as free as humanly possible. So much freedom. Free markets. Oh, the
being
freest
raised
markets.
is just shrimping right here, you know, it's devastated what we do.
This is Cameron, Louisiana. 40 years ago, it was the top seafood port in the United States. But there's a new industry here that's driving fishermen out, and it's driving up your energy bill.
The U.S. is about to dominate liquid natural gas exports.
Liquefied natural gas, or LNG.
We opened the sale of LNG immediately, actually.
Has the LNG been
Immediately, if not sooner.
We're going to show you exactly what the problem is with them.
So we went to Southwest Louisiana, where exporting natural gas is big business, to find out what are the costs.
It doesn't benefit none of us.
This is America Last policy. Your bill will continue to go up.
Who really benefits?
What are you projecting for this year?
Significant earnings growth. And what does it mean for the people here?
This isn't a handful of people that are crying about this. This is real life for them.
They don't care about us. We just in their way.
Are you oysters? Oh, yeah. Tad Terrio and Sky Leger farm oysters here in Cameron, Louisiana.
Before you try it,
Tell me, would you eat it if you knew that was there?
Now, what is that, sediment?
That's a mud blister.
How's that get in there?
That's a good question.
No one wants.
Yay, freedom. Freedom to eat gross oysters. Filled with what I think that man said were mud blisters. Sounds delectable. Delicious, delicious mud blisters. Sounds French.
Buy that.
Oyster farming is sort of a new business for Tad, who traditionally caught shrimp for a living.
I put my kids through college shrimping, with a shrimp boat.
Do you think you'd be able to do that now?
No, hell no. No. No shrimper can make it here. No.
Shrimpers here deal with a lot. Devastating hurricanes, imported frozen seafood. It's made the heyday of Cameron's fishing industry a distant memory.
Shrimping is a different lifestyle. You don't get paid by the hour, you get paid by what you can put on the boat.
But over the last few years, shrimpers are catching about half of what they used to. And people here want answers as to why.
Shrimping's been going down since the plant started.
The plant is Calcasieu Pass, or CP1. It's run by a company called Venture Global. They cool natural gas to a liquid in order to shrink it in volume and load it onto massive ships that are sent overseas.
Prior to 2016, there was no liquefied natural gas export market in the United States. That changed with the rise of fracking. We went from having shortages of natural gas to having abundant domestic supplies of gas.
But this abundance actually became a problem for the industry. It drove natural gas prices down, so they needed new buyers.
Industry's main priority beginning in the early 2010s was how to move natural gas out of North America.
And the Gulf quickly became a crucial part of that strategy, for reasons both geographic and financial.
Cameron Parish doesn't have a sales tax?
James Hyatt is a former oil and gas worker who founded a community organization called For a Better Bayou.
They get a massive industrial tax exemption on the property tax. That's the key. They don't only export gas, they export the profits. They don't stay in the community.
Louisiana is arguably the friendliest state in the U.S. for industrial development and fair environmental policy and outstanding tax policy.
Drill, baby, drill.
When you turn here, the cranes off in the distance is the expansion to CP1, Venture Global. 12 miles back into town is Hackberry LNG, probably about 30 miles this direction.
This is literally a result of Donald Trump and the Republicans, right? Get rid of regulations, get rid of taxes, right? Republicans in Louisiana are like, here, come here and we don't care about the environment or the people. Just give a fund our campaign. Fund this fundraising dinner that I'm having here. Whatever it might be. They don't care. Tax breaks and deregulation.
Sabine LNG. So you're just surrounded.
But the rush to build billion-dollar plants is already causing collateral damage.
Trash.
I'm sorry, did you say you shouldn't be eating that anyways? Get a different... Don't eat oysters? Are you feeling okay, Jared Mystic? What? What? What is wrong with you, dude? There's always somebody. There's always...
Trash.
You noticed it
You're
in the
proving that
cages
right
away.
A dredging incident in Cameron Parish. Venture Global LNG was dredging and accidentally spilled hundreds of acres of mud into the bayou.
Dredging is basically moving mud and sediment.
Like, obviously you shouldn't eat those oysters, but they should be edible, right? They should be, and they shouldn't be turned to disgusting muck because of the natural gas industry, something which is polluting the planet. And clearly the environment as well. We need the environment. I know that might be shocking to you, but we actually make food. Food's supposed to come from the environment, like oysters. It's honestly the realest job I can think of. One of the realest jobs I can possibly think of.
And to clear a path for ships and construction.
You see how the water's green here when the spill happened? If the wind changed any at all, it was chocolate milk instantly.
Tad says the dredge spill ruined hundreds of thousands of his oysters.
Half of them died. We lost, 50%. On the big ones, even more than that.
After this spill, more people are understanding these corporations don't give a fuck about you.
Venture Global says that the spill didn't cause any impacts, even though the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries said in September that the oyster reefs near the spill saw an increase in oyster mortality. But according to documents we obtained, the company offered some people $20,000 on the condition that they could never sue or speak negatively about Venture Global.
That's not right. I have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of oysters, I want hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Do you feel like they care?
I don't know. I feel like they're a big company and we're little people. That's what I feel like.
What kind of ship is that?
That's an LNG ship.
That's LNG?
Yep.
To watch these tankers leave every day and to know that your bill will continue to go up, not only because of increased demand, but because of increased exports.
The U.S. is now the top exporter of natural gas in the world, and that's raising prices for Americans. The federal government projects the spot price for natural gas will average 22% higher than it did in 2025, and said last year that LNG exports are driving prices upwards.
It's simple supply and demand. You're forcing Americans to compete with their counterparts in Berlin and Beijing for access.
It's not just simple supply and demand. This is actually something that oil companies have been pushing. It's not. People aren't asking for more. It's that the liquid natural gas industry, which is basically just the oil industry, they just shifted focus slightly. They already had most of the equipment they needed. And it's the same guys. It's the same guys just pushing for that and trying to get everybody to switch over to liquid natural gas so that they can continue making money, that we can continue using fossil fuels. That's what it's about. It's not simple supply and demand. It's artificial. They've been selling this all over the fucking place instead of us using things like renewables. Don't believe me? Look into it. I promise. It's a real thing. So we're just feeding the oil barons and ruining our own environment to do it. Giving them tax breaks and deregulations. All for what? For nothing. It doesn't even go to Americans. Get sold on the open market. That's America Last behavior, if I've ever heard of it. Now, this is probably bad for the environment, and considering everything going on, probably just terrible. I mean, look at this one. This is from 2 days ago. Actually, this is from yesterday. I think this was from Tuesday. In Texas, video from outside of an oil refinery, where, as you can see, a massive explosion led to this horrifying scene. Black smoke, clouds, flames. can be seen from miles away. Look at that shit. It's creating an entire cloud system of oil. It's an oil cloud system. Yay. We're just like the Middle East, everybody. We can have oil explosions too. Let's hope it didn't rain after that. Oh, while we're talking about energy, we should talk about AI. Not great. Not a great situation here. We may have to do a longer segment on this later, actually, because we've talked about this in the past in some depth. And I feel like we probably need to put together a show on this one. Well, let's talk about AI and its increasing demands on our energy grid.
As Americans feel the shock of higher gas prices at the pump, there's another energy crisis brewing across the country, but the people who actually run the electrical grid issuing stark warnings. For 100 years, America's electrical system, mostly stable, with blackouts being the rare exception. But when they do happen, they can have exceptional consequences.
The situation here in Brownsville was described as anarchy, war, rioting.
Every source of power that the state of Texas has been compromised.
Now a new combination of the latest artificial intelligence data centers and aging power plants is creating a perfect storm, from the big city to the Great Plains.
It's becoming more of a challenge across the whole eastern part of the United States.
Rich Dewey oversees NYSO, which runs the grid in New York.
Rich, you say the grid is at an inflection point. What does that mean?
Really, it's a confluence of a number of different factors. So we're on the cusp of really new technologies coming onto the grid, and it's really got us concerned about our ability to meet reliability for not only for New York City, but for the state as a whole.
Dewey says on a peak day, the demand is 32 to 33,000 megawatts. Now they have proposals for 13,000 more megawatts in demand for AI alone, a nearly 50% increase.
At a time of significant load growth, we're actually retiring more generation that we're building, and that gives us some concerns.
New York is connected to about half of the country through the Eastern Interconnection, and Dewey says everyone is talking about the problem.
What we're seeing is the story in New York is a very similar story across all the other regions.
Another grid operator called PJM handles power in 13 states and D.C. They say they've got the same problems. They're letting new data centers connect only if they bring their own power plants online too, or they have to agree power down when the grid gets stressed. It's becoming a political hot topic, with protests against new data centers at town halls across the country.
Yeah, but even with all of that, and that's not happening across the board, I'll tell you that right now. Even with all of that, they are, of course, stressing out the grids, right? They are pushing the grids further and further, increasing demand at all times of the day, which is leading to everyone having higher costs on their... I've been hearing it from a bunch of people, like in real life, talking about how high their energy bills are. And I personally looked it up, and I noticed that in the area where I live down on Earth, a number of data centers just popped up in the last year or so. You can search for data centers. Just Google it for your area. They'll pop up.
Starting to hit Americans' wallet, too, with average electricity prices across the country up about 5% in the last year. and more than 35% in the last 5 years. Florida's governor says he's for some new regulations on their construction and impact on the grid. And in California, some projections indicate a doubling of the state's demand in the next 10 years. For the company.
Now, it's funny that Ron DeSantis wants to do regulations in his state since Republicans just voted to make it, or tried to vote to make it illegal to do. I can't remember if that actually passed or not. I think that passed. Or did Donald Trump do it as an executive order? I can't remember. But the Republicans have basically been pushing to make it a 10-year moratorium on any state legislation on AI.
Actually have to deliver the power. It's all they're talking about, too.
We know across the country we need to generate more power and we need to invest in infrastructure to move it. And that's what we're all focused on.
Sally Librera runs National Grid New York.
We are investing in the grid throughout the state. Upstate, we are making the largest investment that's ever been made in the grid. We're rebuilding 1,000 miles of transmission. We are investing heavily in substations. And the reason that we're doing that is because we want to grow the grid.
That includes the natural gas to fuel the plants. Now,
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
It's insane. It's insane. We gotta get the grid off of natural gas and fucking oil and coal and all fossil fuels, and yet we're pushing it further into like AI is keeping more and more fossil fuel plants online than not, or having more created. Elon Musk created his own, I think. For whatever it's called, Colossus or whatever. And this is a bad trend. It's not just for everybody's wallets, but for the environment. This AI race comes with multiple costs. Y'all are fucked. Everybody's fucked, Jerry. Everybody's fucked because these AI oligarchs, they're doing it everywhere. They're not just doing it here in the United States. We've done stories about how it's happening in the United Kingdom and in Ireland. And it's happening in the Middle East. It's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. The AI oligarchs are coming for you. Next. If you have fresh water and a power plant, well, the AI overlord's looking to build a data center.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, by the way, Saucy Sea Witch, incredibly generous. I keep forgetting to say thank you for the incredibly generous, wildly generous 10 gifted Galactic memberships on YouTube. I gotta go back to count them all. Who got them? Justin Stanfill. Icy Zine. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Clem68. Technoepoch. Mouselander. M Solo. Krautwolf. Emily S. Brenneman. Mr. Spock. Everybody. So many beautiful people receiving Galactic memberships from Saucy Sea Witch. Thank you, Saucy, for spreading the galactic love. All right, let's keep talking about the impending AI energy apocalypse.
Quickly, Ryan, let's go to AI blackouts. We've got a guest coming in just one moment. Some breaking news on this, by the way. According to Brian Metzger, as of just this morning, Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are planning to introduce the, quote, AI Data Center Moratorium Act at a 4 p.m. press conference over on Capitol Hill. So expect that to come down later today. But why might they be pursuing this? Well, one reason, first element, we can toss up on the screen here per Tom Winter over at NBC News. Electrical grid, So this is according to his NBC News report, quote, electrical grid at increasing risk of blackouts due to surging demand. Then he asked, could there be blackouts in NYC? How serious is the threat nationwide? The fact that that question is even being asked, Ryan, is all the evidence you need for why populists on the left might be considering introducing a moratorium on the data centers.
And I'll look forward to people asking their phones, Grok, is it true that I'm in a blackout? Caused by you?
That is so dark. That is so dark. Let's take a look actually at this
Seriously, what
video
a fucking dystopia.
from an interview.
What a fucking dystopia. You ask the thing that's causing the problem, hey, are you causing the problem?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
That was done in Kentucky really recently. It was making the rounds. This is a Kentucky family being interviewed, I think this was the local news, about a data center. Let's roll it.
If it's my way, I'll stay and hold and feed a nation. 26 million doesn't mean anything.
Some people might find it hard to understand how Delcia Bear can turn away a $26 million offer to buy some of her land until you spend a little time with her walking the dirt road she grew up on and in the house her daddy built.
My grandfather and great-grandfather and a whole bunch of family has all lived here for years, paid taxes on it, fed a nation off of it.
So what do you say to the people who are in town that say, hey, this is going to bring jobs, this is going to bring economic prosperity?
I say they're a liar and the truth ain't in them.
Give me a joke.
Is what I say. It's a scam.
For Delcia, scam or not, she says she's connected to her home like Scarlett O'Hara was in Gone with the Wind.
As long as she was attached to that land, her spirit never would die. And that's the exact same thing for me right here. As long as I'm on this land, as long as it's feeding me, as long as it's taking care of me, there's nothing that can destroy me if I've got this land.
I actually just watched Gone with the Wind again a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure Scarlett O'Hara is the comparison she wants to make in this case, but you see how deeply felt.
You know what? We'll allow it.
Brian will allow it.
In the interest of whatever, we'll allow it.
Meanwhile, this is another one of these AI updates that just casually pops into the discourse, and it's so massive, you can't even do it justice through coverage because, again, like it's casual things that AI guys are saying. This is Jensen Huang of NVIDIA over with Lex Friedman. We've achieved AGI.
We've achieved AGI. Oh, yeah.
I think it's now. I'm
sure society is ready for that.
Achieved AGI.
You think you can have a company run by an AI system like this?
Possible. And the reason for that is this. You said 1 billion, and you didn't say forever. And so, for example, it is not out of the question that a claw was able to create a web service, some interesting little app that all of a sudden, a few billion people used for 50 cents.
The robots are now on our level. Casual little... Now, he has his own motivations for saying that.
Okay, so that's AGI is when an app that's AGI is when it just creates an app that some people will find useful. Oh, okay. When I thought AGI, I kind of sort of thought all-encompassing intelligence, not just the ability to code an app. Which, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm fairly certain that artificial intelligence already could code years ago. Am I wrong in thinking that? Earth homies sending sunshine on vertical chat. Thank you, Earth homies. 200 joules. It sounds incredibly generous, although I don't know exactly how much that is.
Right, because he's the only guy making any money here because he's selling all these chips. Everybody else is losing money. That's the new definition of AGI, that you can make an app, like that an agent can make an app that people might like. Okay. I thought AGI was supposed to mean something a lot deeper and more profound than that. But whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, finally, about where this is going.
That's what we're melting the planet for. I don't think we needed that. If that's what we're melting the planet for, I don't think we needed that. Because we're using a fuck ton of energy on AI right now. It's out of control. And if that's all the AGI is, the big thing that we've all been promised for so long by these AI perverts.
These people are perverts.
Well, I would say not worth it. What a waste. Can do an app. Great. Thanks. Thanks. We already had those.
We are at the beginning of the most profound technological revolution in world history. Period. The most profound technological revolution in world history, a revolution that will bring unimaginable changes to our society in a relatively short period of time. Artificial intelligence and robotics will impact our economy, our democracy, our privacy rights, our emotional well-being, our environment, and even our very survival as human beings on this planet. The scale, scope, and speed of this transformation will be unprecedented. According to Demis Hassabis, who is the head of Google DeepMind, the AI revolution will be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and 10 times faster. In other words, AI and robotics will have 100 times impact in terms of what the Industrial Revolution did.
Immediately,
And
if
it's
not
not
sooner.
just what AI companies are saying, it's what they are doing. This year alone, 4 major AI companies are expected to spend roughly $670 billion building data centers and tens of billions more on research and development. Despite the extraordinary importance of this issue and its impact on every man, woman, and child in this country, AI has received far too little serious discussion here in our nation's capital. I fear that Congress is totally unprepared for the magnitude of the changes that are already taking place. While Congress has not paid attention or enough attention to this issue, the American people have. According to a recent poll, 79% of voters are concerned that the government does not have a plan to protect workers from AI job losses. That same poll also found that 56% of voters, majority of voters, are concerned about losing their job or having someone in their family lose their jobs in the next year, not in the next 10 years, in the next year. Why are the American people so concerned? And the answer is they have a lot of reasons to be concerned. They understand that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, when the billionaire class has never, ever had it so good, some 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. And the American people understand that the AI revolution, these massive investments, are being driven by some of the wealthiest people in our country and the world, people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Larry Ellison.
Zuckerberg.
They understand that these billionaires are investing huge amounts of money into AI and robotics, not to improve life for working families, but to dramatically increase their own wealth and power. Do you think the average American is sitting around trusting that the multi-billionaires are going to transform society for the good of ordinary people? I don't think so. In terms of the impact that AI and robotics will have on working people, let us listen to what the tech oligarchs themselves are saying. Not the Congresswoman, not me. Let's hear what the tech oligarchs are themselves saying. Elon Musk, who has made massive investments in AI and robotics, has stated, and I quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. That's about it, replace all jobs. Bill Gates, another massive, who's also made massive investments, has said humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. And Mustafa Suleyman of Microsoft AI predicts that most white-collar work could be automated within the next decade. What we are talking about, therefore, is the possibility that AI and automation could displace tens of millions of workers in the United States from their current employment.
Yes, Bernie paints a dire picture here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to what it is that he and AOC are introducing. I think he starts, it's like 30 minutes long. We don't have time to listen to this whole thing.
In the midst of a climate crisis. Finally, and let me say this, and I know some people, AI requires enormous computing power, driving the expansion of energy and water-intensive data centers, increasing electricity demand, and potentially deepening reliance on fossil fuels in the midst of a climate crisis. Finally, and let me say this, and I know some people out there may still think this is science fiction, but it ain't. I have talked to some of the leading scientists and most knowledgeable people in the world about the potential existential threats that AI brings to the human race, including Geoffrey Hinton. Some of you may know that Dr. Hinton, who is a Nobel Prize winner in physics, he's considered to be the godfather of AI. He's worked on this thing for decades. They have cautioned us that AI could soon surpass human intelligence and operate independently beyond our control. And if that happens, what they acknowledge is it poses a profound threat to the very survival of the human race. So, what is happening in Washington right now in response to all of these enormous concerns? Well, we learned just today that Donald Trump has appointed a commission which is made up of the very people who are going to financially benefit from AI and robotics, including some of the wealthiest people in the world, like Mr. Ellison, Mr. Zuckerberg, and the NVIDIA CEO, Dennis Wang.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to Donald Trump, we now have the robber barons regulating themselves. That is the government that has now been created. You know, in every single facet, every possible sense of the word. And we knew what we were going to get from day one, from before day one, honestly. Anybody paying attention.
Jensen Wang. And needless to say, there is no reputation on that commission of workers or environmentalists or consumers. And that is why, in my view, we need a very different approach. Across the country, communities are already pushing back against the unchecked expansion of data centers. More than 100 localities have enacted moratoriums or restrictions, and states are beginning to take action as well. Importantly, and this is a very important point, leaders within the AI industry have called for a pause. The guys who know the most about the threats of the development of AI and robotics, they have called for a pause. In 2023, just about 3 years ago, over 1,000 experts, including Elon Musk, called for AI labs to, quote, immediately pause for at least 6 months, end quote. And if such pause were not enacted, and clearly a pause was not enacted, They called on governments, quote, to step in and institute a moratorium. They understood what is at stake. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I understand what is at stake. That is why today we are announcing legislation to impose a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers until strong national safeguards are in place to ensure that AI is safe and effective. That means the government reviews and approves AI products before they are released. Further, that the economic gains of AI and robotics will benefit ordinary Americans and not just the billionaire owners of the industry. Further, that AI data centers do not increase electricity or utility prices, harm communities, or destroy the environment.
Well, there you go. I think you get the point. Bernie Sanders, AOC, introducing sweeping legislation to regulate AI. Something I think very much needed. Whether or not it will get any sort of traction in Congress is yet to be seen. That happened earlier this evening, well, on Wednesday. Now, another thing that happened Wednesday evening was the verdict from the Meta YouTube social media addiction trial. A trial we have talked about in the past, which has not gotten all that much focus, or certainly not the right kind of focus. We've talked about it, but not enough. Clearly. Well, although I don't have the reach of some people. But this is bad. This is the end of the internet as we know it. And before we get to talking about the verdict itself, I want to go back in time. Taylor Lorenz from last month talking to guest about this very
You can't make the internet so that no one is ever triggered by anything because, yeah, you wouldn't have anything left to have online.
Right now, there's a legal case working its way through the California court that could have massive implications on the internet as we know it. An anonymous 19-year-old California woman is claiming that she became addicted to social media as a minor, which caused her to have low self-esteem, body dysmorphia, depression, and anxiety. She claims that it's not the content on these social media apps that cause these issues, but the ways these platforms are designed, arguing that Meta, ByteDance, and Google should all be held accountable. But held accountable how? By giving users more control over their data, empowering people to direct their own online experiences, and cracking down on the business models of big tech? No, this anonymous plaintiff doesn't want to do any of that. Instead, her lawsuit is just one of thousands leveraging the concept of social media addiction, something that every single major expert actually studying this topic has reiterated does not exist, to push mass surveillance and
Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, this is perpetrated essentially by the media. Like, and honestly, to some degree, society, this idea of social media addiction, it's not real, okay? I had to look it up just to be sure. But here you go. Is social media in the DSM? This is 2025. It's not in there. It's not a real condition. It's just made up. It's just somebody just made it up. They're like, "Oh, I'm addicted to this." There's no medical classification for social media addiction. It's a term society.
The laws and legal precedent that this 19-year-old woman and groups like the Heritage Foundation seek to set by pushing the idea of social media addiction would give the government complete authority to censor any and all content that they don't like, all in the name of protecting children from social media addiction. Liz Nolan Brown is a longtime friend of mine and a journalist covering all of this. She's joining me today to break down this case, talk about what's at stake, and discuss why it's so crucial to fight against these legal efforts that would destroy a free and open web. Hi, Liz. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for being here. I think you've come on the show before, but it's always great to have you back. Today, I want to talk about this lawsuit that you covered, which you wrote was this landmark social media addiction trial. It's happening in California, the state that I live in. That is always sort of at the scene of the crime for this stuff, I feel like. Can you tell me a little bit about this lawsuit? What's happening and what's at stake?
So basically, thousands of people, including like hundreds of families, some hundreds of school districts, and like 40 state attorneys general, have all sued social media sites claiming that their features are addictive to people in general and especially to minors. And the judges have consolidated these into a couple of different cases so that they're not having to, do 1,000 different trials or something like that. And the first of these sort of, they call bellwether cases. They're sort of going to be like the test cases of the theories that all of these cases are based on. The first of those 3 that are going to happen starts today in Los Angeles County.
So tell me what these people are arguing.
Yeah, so the case that started, there's a 19-year-old woman who is going by the pseudonym KGM. She says that she started using social media when she was under 10 years old, and she became addicted to it and spent way too much time on it, and that it contributed to all sorts of harms, that it caused her to have depression and anxiety and body dysmorphia and self-esteem issues and ultimately suicidal thoughts, and she's blaming the social media companies for all of this. Her suit originally sued Snap and Meta and TikTok and Google because she used YouTube, but Snap has settled, so now it's just Google and Meta and TikTok that are part of the lawsuit. And so she says that, their features caused her to become addicted and that they intentionally did this, or at least that they were negligent in not stopping it. And so therefore she's suing them for negligence and failure to warn.
What proof does she have that, all of these issues in her life were caused by social media? These are all issues that are, especially eating disorders, are known to start showing themselves around the time of adolescence. Depression, we know that actually it's not correlated with social media use. We know for a fact, based on overwhelming evidence, that there is actually no relationship between social media use and poor mental health outcomes among young people. So how is she attempting to prove this?
That's going to be one of the big key issues. And I think one of the big hurdles for her to overcome in this case is proving that this was caused by social media, because we've been through decades of sort of awareness campaigns about issues like depression and how they are complex and they are not just a matter of cause and effect. It's not just something bad happens to you or something sad happens to you when you get it. It's an interplay of environmental factors, social factors, your biology, the things that happen to you, all of it. So I think that is going to be one of the major roadblocks in this case is, trying to say that this is because of TikTok or this is because of Instagram and not because of many other things that were going on in her life. I mean, part of the case is based on this idea that she was a victim of cyberbullying, that she was bullied by people at school, that she was a victim of extortion, where people, convinced her to show them pictures of herself and then tried to get money from her for them. So, I mean, these are all things that could contribute to depression, to anxiety, things like that. And while some of these were mediated by social media, you'd be hard pressed to say that social media is the fault because teenagers are bullying one another.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds me, I did a video recently where I was talking about just like the history of moral panics and
Yeah, yeah, I'm actually old enough to remember a time when social media really didn't exist. And people were bullying each other back then, too. It's shocking. But that's history. In fact, people have been bullying each other since the beginning of time, I think. It's possible.
how people were calling on telephone companies when landlines became pervasive to regulate, the speech happening on them because people were getting angry and people were saying horrible things or making threats over phone calls. And so people were like, this must be stopped, I guess these same people would argue that we should, also regulate letters. I guess the government should read everyone's letters, right? In case you write a threatening letter to someone. I don't know. It seems like a lot of it is kind of speculative. Why is this case so important? Because I feel like we've seen a lot of these claims and a lot of dubious claims, and not that this girl didn't have a horrible time on the internet. It sounds like she did. Trust me, I have also had a horrible time on the internet and a lot of times. But I don't know that these platforms would have solved that. Why is this case so significant?
Yeah, this is the first time that social media addiction claims are going before a jury trial. So this has the potential to shape these thousands of lawsuits that have been filed, to sort of influence the way they turn out, not to mention any future lawsuits that might be filed. And really, there's a huge amount at stake here. Generally, a lot of claims like this are based on the content that is published on these platforms, right? And as we all know, content is protected by the First Amendment. Speech, unless it falls into one of a very few narrow categories, is protected by the First Amendment. And when it comes to internet speech that's, by third parties on internet platforms, it's also protected by Section 230. So what happens in this case could end up having a big effect on how tech companies operate going forward, whether or not they feel the need to quash a lot of speech, whether or not they're going to be subject to constant lawsuits, which if they are, is going to result in especially smaller tech companies being sort of unable to operate because they're going to be so afraid of lawsuits. So this really could.
And this is where, like I've said, the end of the internet as we know it comes to a head. Because this is going to cause serious problems. This is going to cause serious problems for content, especially content creators such as myself. I've been thinking about it all day while I've been getting ready for the show. I've been thinking, oh boy. Okay, so they lost this case. This is YouTube's involved, right? YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. But this could, of course, expand to other platforms as well at this point. This is going to be used as some sort of precedent to start another case. But, I mean, what this is going to do is, cause these companies, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, to police content really hard for anything that they think that they could get into hot water over, right? It will also allow people to sort of just threaten YouTube with lawsuits over content, and that will cause the content to get taken down, I think. It will also wind up causing content creators to censor themselves, to recapitulate, as we call it around here, to amend their content, to make editorial decisions that would comply with some sort of, it's not even clear. It will never be clear. I'll bet you money, right? It'll be sort of, but it'll be hot. It'll be hot topic, like sensitive issues, LGBTQ plus stuff, abortion, race, whatever, politics, right?
Change the way that social media companies and tech companies in general operate if these lawsuits, and this is the first one, are successful.
If you're watching this video and you like my work, please support me on Patreon via the link below or buy a paid subscription to my tech and online culture newsletter at usermag.co. That's
yes, or at least go subscribe to Taylor on YouTube. She is.
That's on YouTube.
She is on there. We're talking about funding and things here. Okay, where does she switch back? Okay, here it is. While we're talking about funding and other social medias and stuff like that, Don't forget to follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, and Prime subs. Cash App, PayPal, Throne, if you want to send me a physical gift. Help me crowdfund important things in my life. Of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon. All right, Taylor, continue.
Here for people to understand is this is ultimately about the content. It's about the speech on the platforms, because when you look at her case and you know, I was reading your article of her coverage of it. Yeah, okay, she accessed this content via these platforms, but her issue is with the content. And it's very ridiculous. Like, she says things like, for instance, you know, when she's talking about how she got an eating disorder, she says, I have gotten a lot of content promoting like body checking, posts of what I eat in a day, maybe just a cucumber, making people feel bad if they don't eat like that, which it's like, okay.
That's content. That is the content. And they're trying to say it's not content because they're trying to get around the First Amendment issues here, because obviously this is protected speech and it is spoken by third parties. And they're trying to get around that by saying, like, no, it's the design features. It's things like the infinite scroll. It's things like the recommendation algorithms, which recommend this content. People wouldn't have.
Yeah, but the design features don't create body shaming content, right? It's not right, like it's not the algorithm that creates that content. This is the problem, and unfortunately I feel like people just don't understand how all these things work somehow. Like, they think like YouTube is like creating the content. I feel like there's some number of people who like genuinely think that there's like YouTube has like all these creators like sitting in a basement somewhere, like in a warehouse. But it's like, you know, YouTube didn't create it. TikTok didn't create these things. People did.
Strong emotions about the design features. It's clearly the content that is causing the strong emotions. You don't get anxiety about endless scroll independent of the things that you're seeing on scroll. You don't get anxiety about the content that's recommended to you independent of what's actually in that content, the speech. So, you know, people are trying to act like you can separate these things, and clearly no, it is the content that is, you know, causing strong feelings, causing quote unquote addiction and things like that.
I feel like this is something that people have a really hard time understanding. And when I try to explain to people that this whole stuff about social media addiction is quite literally just another moral panic about a new form of media, and they say, no, as you mentioned, oh, it's about the tech, it's about the design features. You know that it's not about the technology, because if the entire internet was just Wikipedia, informative Wikipedia articles, that's like a litmus test. I'm like, if all of YouTube and all of TikTok was just informative information about boring topics like science and math and learning, would you have this lawsuit? Would you be claiming it's addicting? Would you? No, you wouldn't, because you like it's the content. It's the content. And that is why you know that this is ultimately about speech, and this is ultimately about restricting speech, basically, and restricting certain types of speech.
Exactly, because these design features, I mean, you have things like Coursera or whatever, like learning platforms that use these same sort of design features, right? They send notifications on the phone, on people's smartphones. They send you a bunch of emails saying, hey, here's what you're missing.
They're trying to addict us to learning. No.
Illegal.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous. This whole thing is so depressing because, unfortunately, the verdict came down and this jury decided that YouTube and Meta were in fact liable for supposed social media addiction, a thing that doesn't exist. Oh, we live in an upside-down world. Thankfully, I have beautiful people like you, Matt Lee, with a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube Vertical. A completely blank $10, I think, Aussie super chat. Much appreciated. It's been slightly quiet on Vertical tonight, and I'm fine with that. All right, here we go. CNN. 9 hours ago.
A verdict has been reached in a potentially landmark social media addiction trial. Meta and YouTube essentially on trial. CNN's Claire Duffy has the latest. And Claire, what is the verdict? I understand you've got the news.
Well, Boris Brandt, Meta and YouTube have both been found liable in this case for negligence and how they've operated their platforms, building these features that have been called addictive of young people, and also, found liable of failing to warn users of the risks of their platforms. So really a significant moment here. The jurors have decided that Meta bears a 70% sort of responsibility for what happened to this 20-year-old plaintiff. YouTube bears 30% responsibility, but they have found that these companies were responsible for addicting her and causing harm to her mental health. And of course, this does set the stage for potentially similar verdicts in hundreds of similar cases. So massive moment here. We are awaiting more information about what exactly the financial damages could look like in this case. But this is, again, a landmark moment where both Meta and YouTube are being found responsible, being found liable for building addictive features that have harmed the mental health of young people.
Yeah. It's the president. That's the problem here, people, and we can't. I mean, honestly, we can't go backwards. I know that much, but this is bad news. Somehow we have to prove in post that this was the wrong decision. And I know it feels weird talking on behalf of the tech oligarchs, not something that I normally do, as you all know, but this is really not on behalf of them. This is on behalf of the First Amendment and the ability for people like me to bring space fams like you the news in the way that I have done for the last 2 years. Over 2 years and a month. 25 months and counting. I'm very addictive. Are you sure? I haven't noticed. I certainly haven't seen it in the numbers, Madly. We've been doing this for 25 months. We have less than 2,000 subscribers. If that's what addiction is, boy, oh boy. I don't know how all those... There's clearly a gulf between social media addiction and real addiction. If that's what if my content is in fact addictive. If that's the same thing as heroin. Like there's a very strange thing going on here. Right? Am I the only person? Like, from my understanding, like people selling like illicit drugs like that are doing quite well. It's more like crack.
Call a crackhead.
Beat a kid in Walmart.
Okay. Here's the thing. Like, I have a lot of problems with the tech companies. Like I was saying, all of you know that I have a lot of objections to the things that they do. But this is not. This is not the problem. The problem is not Section 230, and it's not the. Like, it's not the algorithm that is causing people to have like the mental health problems and whatever else. But their business models in some cases are problematic. They are doing things that are probably bad for society. But that's not what's being addressed, unfortunately, in this lawsuit that is now essentially over. I don't know what the number is. I think they decided it's like in the millions of dollars. I think. I mean, does that mean we're all getting a check? I mean, we've all, like, I've used social media since I was quite young. You know, what counts as social media? Like, it's ridiculous. I don't want to go, like, I don't actually want to sue, like, AOL. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sue, any of these people, any of these companies. Right, like I don't want to sue ICQ or MySpace or like, and honestly, I mean Facebook popped up when I was, let me think. Like I wasn't that old. I can't think of exactly how old I was. It's like, it's ridiculous. People sucked before any of that. Before any of that existed. Now, this week, flooding has continued in Hawaii. We've been following this. Multiple storms, multiple large storms hit Hawaii over the last, like, 5 days. The flooding has continued until, like, at least I think, like, last night. I think it may be subsiding now, but it's been wild.
All the water from the Kona Low, meantime, is causing wastewater spills across the state. The Kailua Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, Lahaina Wastewater Reclamation Facility, and the Lihue Wastewater Treatment Plant are all reporting spills this weekend that were caused by the heavy rain. As of now, the wastewater has not reached any public areas or state waters, and those spills do not currently pose a risk to public health. Oahu's North Shore is also still under a boil water notice. The Board of Water Supply first issued the notice yesterday from Mokule.
Omega 5 Tar, thank you for the gifted sub. I love how she calls you Omega 5 Tar. Incredibly generous Omega Star. Who got it? Amanda the Bivet. Well, there you go, Amanda. Sweet, sweet galactic sub for you. Courtesy of Omega Star. One of our galactic mods. Modding the chat and making sure everybody has a sub. Truly incredible.
We also got a first up-close look at one of the homes on Oahu's North Shore that was destroyed in this past week's flood. Our Aali Duklo shows us the devastation.
Just behind me is one of the homes that was swept away, and you can see floodwaters pushed it directly into the bridge.
Not much words that can explain this. You know, this is something that I never want anybody to feel, you know, and it's hitting me really hard today because this is the first day I've been back since Thursday. Seeing this in firsthand.
I'm shocked. This is what's left of it, so.
This is fucking horrifying. More and more footage has been coming out of this. Like, the initial footage, it wasn't clear to me how much damage had been done. Like, there was clearly some damage to infrastructure and to property, but as these images continue to come out, it's truly horrifying, just the level of devastation seen here.
It's just a lot for us to process.
I was there when the family who lived in the home returned to Waialua on Sunday since evacuating, and were rummaging through the rubble, trying to save any of their belongings that they could.
And this is our portable stove. I don't think there's very much we can salvage, but we're gonna try.
More than 12 years of memories made in their Otake camp home, gone after the flood pushed the duplex about 400 yards.
From a home we built together. Now we just got to start a new process and just a new start, new beginning.
The home has flooded 3 times in the past, the most recent being from the first powerful Konalo storm a week ago.
This is the worst of the worst, so we just got a whole lot to look forward to.
But while they wait to see what they can do, couple Mark Apai and Marilee Casamero are putting aside their grief to be generous.
We got to help the ones who need us that we can help right now, because as far as my place, I can't do much. Yeah, it's gone, so I'm going to go lend out my hand.
There are many others doing the same, helping Apai's neighbors at Otake whose homes were also destroyed. Volunteers worked to pull this van out of the thick mud the flood left behind. Melanie Lee's home at Otake camp was also destroyed.
Lost so much sentimental things. We've been here over almost 20 years. We lost everything. My children's, pictures, just real sentimental stuff. Now it's like, now where we go from here. It is so hard for us because within the 3 months of this, my husband had a massive stroke, which he's still in a rehab facility still. And now this is just so, I don't know.
The flood survivors are grateful for all the help and are asking those who do not need to be in the area to avoid it, because there has been a lot of traffic impeding the heavy machinery. The less congestion there is, the quicker they can get to rebuilding their lives. We have more information on how you can help flood survivors on our website.
Oh my god, that lady, I cannot fucking imagine. Her husband had a stroke. 3 months later, her entire house gets obliterated by floods. Unreal.
Expect traffic going through the Like Highway tomorrow and Tuesday. A partial closure of the Honolulu-bound right and shoulder lanes will be in effect from 8:30 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. Hawaiian Electric crews are fixing power lines and a utility pole. That work was scheduled last week but was postponed because of the storm. The city of Honolulu also announced it will conduct an emergency storm debris pickup in Haleiwa and Waialua. Crews will be deployed beginning tomorrow. Residents in those areas are being asked to help by placing the debris in separate piles at the center of the road. Branches, logs, and vegetation should go into a green waste bin. Appliances and machines should be grouped together with mud and rocks in another pile. Any other storm-related waste not listed should be placed in its own pile. You can find more information about the debris pickup on our website and our app.
Jesus, those images are wild. I was just sitting here in fucking awe.
Navigate flood insurance. Flood insurance is
Oh
separate
my
from
God, look at it
homeowners
all.
insurance. As we learned from the past 2 Kona low storms, flooding can happen even outside of high-risk zones. If you saw flooding outside of a flood risk zone, you can apply for federal disaster.
Oh, this whole situation is just horrifying.
We start with some of the most dramatic images throughout the day and the alerts impacting you at home.
Oh my God, look at that fucking wave. This is in somebody's backyard. Like I was saying earlier this year, I think we were going to have a fairly horrifying and explosive storm season this year. The way it's already kicked off. It's, I mean, there was like a there was like a, what's it called? Not a category for a, is it a cat 4? What's it called? I can't think of it right now. My brain's not working. It's a different word, but there's like multiple tornadoes, like all the way up in like Wisconsin already this year. Like the tornado season started like a month early and way north. We're already seeing crazy storms like this. Look at that.
The raging water is getting dangerously close to homes on East Manoa Road. Initial estimates have rain falling between 2 and 4 inches an hour in Manoa and Palolo Valley, causing the Manoa stream to swell. And on the same street, flooding is causing a major traffic jam. And you can see cars almost completely underwater at East Manoa Road and Oahu Avenue. The flooding has forced police to shut down both streets in all directions. This also includes intersections with Lowry Avenue, Akaka Place, University Ave, and Rainbow Drive. And that's not the only area drivers are submerged. Take a look at this photo from Manoa Marketplace. Dozens of vehicles sitting in what looks like several feet of water. And along Woodlawn Drive, another line of cars underwater. The severe weather prompted UH Manoa to issue an alert advising all students and staff to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. And although the school says there hasn't been any flood damage yet, UH did evacuate the Halewainani G and H dorm apartments. Officials say students will be allowed to return.
This is horrifying. This is like some apocalypse level shit right here. Look how much water. Look how much water there is. It is insane. Yeah, by the way, I realized what it is. It's EF. I think it was like an EF4 tornado that touched down in the Midwest already a month before tornado season was even set to start. Oh, God. All right, we're going to keep going through. I got a few more of these.
There's certainly some areas, neighborhoods around Oahu where you think it's rainier than other places. Manoa, definitely one that comes to mind. But what happened today caught everybody, as Justin said, by surprise. Great amount of water, flooded roads, submerging even floating vehicles. This happened also in the afternoon when class was still in session for schools. In fact, it was their first day back from spring break. Bryce Moore picks up the story.
Oh my God, is that a school?
Folks in Manoa saw more than the usual Manoa mist they're accustomed to Monday afternoon.
At first, it just looked like a little bit of water coming through the parking lot, and then all of a sudden, we look on Woodlawn Drive, it just, cars couldn't get by, and it was like a river running through the campus. Luckily, all the kids, we had fast lunch and recess and all that. All the kids were in the classes, so everybody was safe.
At Hokulani Elementary School, Honolulu police helped manage the traffic as parents were picking up their children. Both schools will be closed on Tuesday. Others add Woodlawn Drive practically became Woodlawn River.
This whole road was filled with, it's like river. It's like a river, and then we saw a lady inside the car rolling down, screaming for help.
The water, the stream was
just a raging river at that point. Like, people couldn't walk in it, and there was not even any like public authority here or anything yet at that point. So we were just kind of trapped over there, just watching all the vehicles get beat up by the raging water here.
Good God. All the water is just like mud. You see it all? It's all just dark brown mud.
New tonight at 10 as Oahu's North Shore and Maui recover from back-to-back Kona lows. Today, a sudden and intense storm in town caused a deluge of damage. Raquel Kahlo has the dramatic images from Manoa.
Where students normally walk to class Monday afternoon turned to rivers.
There was a current going through the campus. It was flowing really hard. I mean, the drains weren't working because the system was overloaded.
Nolani Elementary School is among the countless buildings in Manoa drenched by a powerful 3-hour thunderstorm.
We were driving to pick up my little sister, and we saw a huge slope of brown water going down into the school, and there was like random objects floating going down to the school, and I could see the cars, like we couldn't even see the tires.
It seemed like, I don't know, a chocolate milk soup because you couldn't get out, and they wouldn't allow us to get the kids yet because even though it was all the way flooded.
Thankfully, students were indoors and no one was hurt, but the mess left behind has left a muddy mark. The cafeteria and office space covered in sludge and need professional cleaning. A task so intense, campus will be closed Tuesday.
Holy.
A mile away on Woodlawn Drive, knee-deep water flooded the parking lot of the Manoa Innovation Center. With the rain coming down up to 4 inches an hour, drivers were forced to wade through a murky brown lake to get to their vehicles.
His car wasn't where it should have been, so I think he parked over there, and then he saw his car floating, basically, and it ended up here.
Zachary Kaneshiro says his brother was among the unfortunate few.
And then when I looked inside, the entire thing was flooded.
The downpours also caused an overflow of the Manoa Stream, which jumped from 3 to 12 feet. Out on the roads, flooding submerged vehicles, forcing police to shut down East Manoa Road and Oahu Avenue.
From 3 to 12 feet. That's an extra basketball hoop height amount of water all of a sudden.
Okay, I've only been here for 15 minutes. Okay, guys, this is Manoa. I came too long to get.
All right, we've already seen this footage. Oh, it's a really quick clip anyway, so there we go.
Okay, I've only been here for 15 minutes.
Okay, I think you get the point. Incredible devastation in Hawaii, where flooding has, I mean, as you can see, caused buildings to be flooded, some cases destroyed, people's cars to be suddenly moved many, many meters and get filled with mud. But it is that time, of course. And it comes earlier and earlier, seemingly every year, since we cover extreme weather and climate environmental issues on this stream. We used to do it every day, but last month we've been feels like we've only been talking about Iran. But you know, it feels like every year it just gets sooner and sooner that the storms come, the wildfires come, the droughts. Down in Colombia, they too were having some problems with storms. We're waiting for the city hall to come and help us fumigate the place because we can't provide services like this. How many children do you serve? 26. What will happen to these 26 children? I imagine they'll have to do remote activities, that is, at home. Talking with their parents and following the instructions given to us through the foundation at the regional center. Well, if it's not underwater, it's probably on fire. We're getting started earlier this year, 2026. That's the old galactic saying. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody's saying it. If it's not on fire, it's probably underwater. Sometimes it's both. Now, in Spain's Gran Canaria, Storm Therese wreaked havoc. Similar images to
We've been stranded for 4 days with just a few gaps to get out of town because at night it's been raining a lot. So we are waiting for the storm to leave because we all want rain, but not this way because we are stranded.
We are giving food to the neighbors, water, milk, and sugar as they are running out of it because they weren't expecting this. So we are supplying them so they can endure this storm.
Well, there you go. Spanish island of Gran Canaria struck by a storm which is off the west coast of Africa. I'm not sure if that means that there's a storm coming across the Atlantic right now or not. But a little further east in Kenya, people are experiencing a severe drought. This, honestly, is a situation that seems to be just worsening every season. Around this time, we hear the same thing. More people experiencing severe drought conditions. That number is now at 3 million. It's only March. Here's Al Jazeera from... This is actually from last week, but I figured we'd leave this one.
It's a long rain season in Kenya. Many parts of the country are experiencing rains, but not in areas like Turkana, where weather experts say it's not going to rain much, and that's a big concern.
More than 3 million Kenyans are facing drought. 300,000 are here in Turkana. Many children across the country are malnourished.
We met these women at a village here, and they told us that they've not had anything to eat since yesterday. They normally rely on such berries, which are not nutritious at all. And I asked them how they're surviving.
I'm not able to find food. Sometimes well-wishers help me. Sometimes I stay hungry and I just drink water. There's a time I stayed for 5 days without food. It's a hopeless situation.
It's a drought amid plenty. Some parts of Kenya have recorded higher food production, but high prices and poverty mean many pastoralist families cannot afford food from surplus areas. This trader in central Kenya says water should be the focus.
The biggest problem is security in some drought areas. The land is vast and in some parts arable, but there is no water. Water is the solution. Livestock is not sustainable by itself.
Yep, and unfortunately, this is part of the climate collapse that we are all living through here on planet Earth right now. on one side of, you ever watch the news and watch the weather? Well, you see those systems of hot and cold air. Well, those are high and low pressure systems. And on one side of these systems, we get incredibly serious storms, and on the other side, we get different conditions, right? We get it depends on what season it is and what area it is, but we get extremes on either side. Is what I'm trying to say, and it gets worse and worse because of climate change, because of the climate collapse, because of the extreme heat that the planet is currently experiencing. And it continues to get worse every single year, and we continue to not do quite enough.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The amount of heat trapped by the Earth has reached record levels. According to a UN report published this Monday, the last 11 years have been the warmest ever recorded. For the first time, the World Meteorological Organization warned of a growing energy imbalance driven by rising greenhouse gas emissions. Scientists also fear that a natural warming phase called El Niño could soon bring further heat records. Well, for more on this, our environment editor Valerie de Camp joins me on set. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Karis.
The UN releases their State of the Climate report every year. This year, they've decided to include the notion of energy imbalance. What does that mean?
It's the rate at which energy enters and leaves the planet. And I want to show you a graphic published by the WMO. And you see essentially that under a stable climate, there is energy coming from the sun. And so you have the same amount of energy coming in as the same amount of energy leaving the planet. What's happening now is that under an unstable climate, the Earth is gaining much more heat than it actually can release. And so it's a bit like a pressure cooker. You have all this heat building up. Why? Greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, resulting from human activities are all really good at trapping heat. And so we know that they have reached their highest levels since about 2 million years. And so as emissions continue to rise, there's more excess heat building up with a so-called energy imbalance, in the words of scientists from the WMO. And
God. Worst energy balance in 2 million years. That sounds bad. Yeesh. Well, Space Ham's everything is fine. No reason to fret. At least we have each other. There we go. Silver lining. At least we've got each other, Space Fams. That's a positive. If I've ever heard one. And we've made it at least halfway through the clips for tonight. At exactly 4 hours. Huh. I'm doing perfectly. Perfect timing right now. I'm crushing it. That's unusual for me, as I think most of you know. Well, not looking great for planet Earth right now. We could do more to solve it, you know. Switch to renewables. Now's a perfect time with gas, the oil prices at near record highs for the 21st century. Might be the time, just saying, just throwing that out there. Anyway, also might be the time to think about leaving the planet. Sadly, we don't really have any good plans on that one. Space commune still not even in its fledgling stages. We haven't even started trying to fund the space commune. I'm still just trying to keep the lights on the space station. Moon commune, very far off. However, we are returning, supposedly, in the Artemis 2 mission, which NASA was supposed to launch in March, but has had a number of setbacks. Here's BBC with an update from yesterday.
After more than half a century, we're heading back to the moon. The astronauts on the Artemis 2 mission will launch on NASA's mega rocket, the Space Launch System. It's big, 98 metres tall, that's 322 feet. 2 huge boosters will help to provide the power it needs to get off the ground. Near the top is the Orion crew module, where the astronauts will be strapped in. Above that is the launch abort system. If anything goes wrong, it will propel the crew to safety. The astronauts making this epic journey are 3 Americans. Reed Wiseman, the mission's commander, who's had a lifelong love of flying but says he's scared of heights. Pilot Victor Glover, whose nickname is
what
Ike.
now?
He says it stands for I Know Everything. Christine.
How can you be an astronaut and afraid of heights? That's one of the strangest things I think I've ever heard. It's one of the weirdest things. I guess it's different because you're like strapped to something. If that's like your issue with like worried of like you're concerned specifically with like falling. I guess you can't really fall while in a rocket. I mean, the rocket does all the falling for you, I guess. I don't see how that makes it better. Though.
Glover, whose nickname is Ike. He says it stands for I Know Everything. Christina Cook, the only woman in the crew, she made history with the first all-female spacewalk. And Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency, who's never been to space before. The astronauts will spend 10 days in the Orion capsule. It's about 5 metres wide and 3 metres high. The compact living space is where the 4 will exercise, eat, work and sleep. There are 4 seats for the launch, which can be packed away to make more room once they're in space. The astronauts will use a water dispenser for drinking and to rehydrate their food. They've each chosen their favourite meals for the trip. And a step just beneath the hatch doubles up as a flywheel exercise machine. The astronauts will work out for 30 minutes every day. Most importantly, tucked under the floor is a toilet. It's specially designed to overcome the challenges of going to the loo in space, but it's not very private. The mission to the moon and back will last about 10 days. The first day, the astronauts will orbit the Earth, checking the spacecraft's vital systems. On the second day, they'll depart for the moon. The journey takes about 4 days. As the astronauts fly around the moon's far side, they'll see parts of the lunar surface never seen by human eyes before. After that, they'll begin their 4-day journey home. The return is one of the most dangerous parts of the entire mission.
Well, there you go, astronauts going further than ever before. At least that's the plan. A moon colony, isn't that just called a nudist camp? Very funny, Carl. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. That's not it at all. I'm talking about a luxury moon commune for space fams. Unfortunately, a lot of hurdles to living on the moon. Earth is really our best and only option for sustaining humanity on a long-term basis. So we better make it work. I'm afraid to tell us this is sad but true. Humanity's set up for Earth. Our biophysiology, all of that stuff is sort of tied to being on planet Earth. In fact, I find myself getting a little loopy whenever I'm in space for too long. So really what we need is some sort of, I guess we gotta do, what's it called? Do like the interstellar thing, right? Something that like rotates the Earth in low Earth orbit. But you still need Earth, I feel like. You still need it. It's unavoidable. You really do need the Earth. We don't have any real viable options. I'm getting crazy with it. However, science fiction did in fact happen. Became reality yesterday at CERN, the Center for Research into Nuclear Particles. They transported antimatter. A great scientific success. This felt like space research to me. I didn't know where else to put it, not gonna lie.
I think the hard part will be finished once this truck will come back to the hall. If the thing returns with particles inside, then I would even say we've transported antiprotons.
The antimatter factory. We can't come up with anything better than that. Leave it to scientists. The antimatter factory. That is the least creative name I could have thought of. I mean, it clearly describes what is inside, but Jesus.
I think the hard part will be finished. Then I would even. So the particles returned. The particles are still in the trap. So this was a success. Thumbs up.
Well, this is a huge scientific breakthrough. The transportation of antimatter. Did it require an incredible amount of technology to do it? Yes, it did. Not gonna be driving around an antimatter car anytime soon, I don't think. But it's quite a breakthrough for humankind. Next step, the great beyond. Now, Russia launched a refueling mission, a cargo spacecraft to the International Space Station, the ISS. That also happened yesterday. Quick, actually, we'll do this tomorrow, or Friday. We'll do this Friday for the weekending report. We don't need this right now. We'll do this one tomorrow, Friday. Tomorrow we'll probably do an Iran update after the leftist mafia. I just want to keep this thing moving here. This is enough space news. Let's get to the more serious news again. We gotta get the space updates around here. I refuse not to get them in the weekending and midweek reports. Even though most of our streams have been completely taken over by Iran talk, and the rest of the stream... well, not the rest of it, but... you know, it's not going to be long, Space Fams, until we're talking about Iran again. I won't lie. We have a little bit of time until we get there. Oh, bonus story. This one's not even in the title or the thumbnail, but this is a big story, actually. I just didn't have space. I didn't know which one to skip. And that's a real problem for me. We talk about so many things around here when we're not doing Iran exclusive updates. I don't know what things. I have to like make editorial decisions about what to put on the front page, if you will. What goes on the thumbnail? What goes in the title? It's bane of my existence. Sorry. I'm stalling because I'm stretching. And I need to hydrate myself. Let's go to Cuba. Let's go to Cuba. Talk about what's been going on there. They have, of course, been under U.S. blockade.
So hot right now.
An increase in sanctions by the U.S. government, which have caused, honestly, chaos. Basically chaos and blackouts across the country. A number of people went there that we are all familiar with around here, I think, which we'll get to in a little while. But let's preface that with some updates, starting with the weekend. This was on Saturday.
Cuba's political system, including the term of its president, is not up for negotiation in talks with the United States.
Que el sistema político cubano no es objeto de negociación.
That's according to Cuba's deputy foreign minister, following reports that Washington sought to remove Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel from power. The communist-run nation said a week ago that it had entered talks with the U.S. government as an oil blockade imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump pushes it deeper into economic crisis. A Mexico-backed flotilla carrying humanitarian aid departed for Cuba Friday, with activists on board chanting, "Cuba yes, blockade no." And more than 150 people from the U.S. left for Havana on a humanitarian mission, according to organizers, to deliver medical supplies while protesting U.S. policy toward the island. On Friday, Díaz-Canel told a group of foreign activists that Cuba was preparing for possible U.S. aggression, and that Cuba has, quote, unleashed a preparation plan. He said on social media Tuesday,
"This is ridiculous!"
Yep. United States has been threatening our neighbor to the south, Cuba, while simultaneously using a number of economic measures to punish them for not doing the things that we want them to do. In what some people would call collective punishment.
Cuba said on Sunday it was working to restore power after its grid collapsed for the second time in a week as a U.S. oil blockade hits the island's already ailing energy infrastructure. Much of the country was still blanketed in darkness at sunrise after a major power plant in the eastern Camagüey province failed on Saturday evening, grid operator UNE said. It triggered a cascade effect that knocked out electricity to the nation's 10 million or so people, cutting off cellular service and the internet in most areas as well. Director General of Electricity Lázaro Guerra said early on Sunday the Energy Ministry had established microsystems, which are smaller closed circuits across the island. This aimed to restore power for vital services like hospitals, water supply and food distribution.
Yep. U.S. economic sanctions causing people to go without the very basic necessities in life. Just because we don't like their form of government. punishing an entire population of millions because we prefer their government to be capitalist rather than communist.
A communist.
US President Donald Trump's sustained oil blockade on Cuba has meant, as we all know, misery for the Cuban people. They're short on electricity, they often suffer blackouts, rolling blackouts, and indeed on Saturday, the island was plunged as a whole into darkness as an island-wide blackout took place. That's the second island-wide blackout in just 2 weeks. But the current blockade of energy, of oil, isn't the only source of Cuba's woes. The US has been subjecting the country to embargoes for over 60 years, stymieing its development, it's restricting its economy, and punishing its people as a whole. I was in a meeting with Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuba, Carlos Fernandez de Cosio, where we were allowed to ask questions as journalists. There were other journalists there. There was Ryan Grimm from Dropsite. There was Owen Jones, various other journalists. And we were permitted to ask one question each of the Deputy Foreign Minister. But before we got to ask the questions, he began with a sort of short explanation of US foreign policy when it comes to Cuba and what its impacts have been.
People many times ask, what is the essence of the problem that Cuba has with the United States? And one could speak for hours about that, including historical background. But if you want to put it in a thin synthesis, it would be the failure historically and still today of influential elements within the US political class and government to accept the notion that Cuba is and has a right to be a sovereign country and has a right to self-determination. And that in Cuba, us Cubans, we fully believe in those rights and in those prerogatives. What does the US want with Cuba? The restoration of capitalism in the way capitalism was prior to the Cuban Revolution, which was fully dependent on the United States. It was a neo-colony of the United States. And the US also wants a relationship of dependency, to force Cuba to be dependent economically and politically of the United States.
Now, the result of that long-held US foreign policy position on Cuba is that the country is obviously really poor, and recent economic shocks like COVID, just 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago actually, hasn't helped at all. Means the country hasn't been able to make upgrades to critical infrastructure like its electricity grid. So it's not just that the oil embargo is causing blackouts. Blackouts happened in the past. It's also because the country hasn't been able to invest in its infrastructure. Some of that infrastructure, energy infrastructure, is really, really old. It's sort of Soviet era, and it's not actually very easy to get the parts or to make sure that the parts actually work with that kind of equipment. So, there's a current crisis of the blockade, but there's a much longer ongoing crisis of just not being able to access through trade restrictions, through monetary restrictions, through political restrictions, the kinds of things that Cuba needs in order to keep going. And as you walk around Havana, which I've done a lot of in the last few days, you can see everywhere how that strangling of the economy by the US, largely by the US. I'm not saying that there haven't been mistakes made by Cuban governments, but it's always happening. All the decisions are happening within the context of this ongoing, decades-long foreign policy approach to Cuba by the US. You can see how that's impacted, the actual fabric of the city. There are crumbling buildings everywhere. in the very center, parts of the very center, buildings are sort of collapsing. Roads aren't in very good repair, and there have been other issues as well with the current blockade. Like, for example, garbage is not being collected. So in some parts of the city, you can see really large piles of garbage just on the streets. 40, 50 feet long, and a couple of feet high, where basic services are not operating as they should, or as people would like them to operate. And of course, those buildings which are crumbling down, those are homes. People are still living in many of them. But that policy, as I say, that decades-long policy has kind of reached its most intense phase with the current blockade.
Yep, I think a lot of it has to do with little Marco Rubio. Hey, Walking Stick Library, thank you for the raid over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Pokemon, Walking Sticks. Speaking of Twitch, I'm going to go to the darling of Twitch, who was himself in Cuba. All right, I'll be right back. Need to do something real quick.
The audacity behind your laptop tweeting for a 5-star hotel powered by generators while the local hospital goes dark. You are truly, genuinely a psychopath. Wow. This guy is one of the biggest, most troubled, most schizophrenic, vulgar demons I have ever encountered in my life. And he has the audacity to claim that he is a humanitarian and a liberal. Shame on this piece of shame on you. Unbelievable. I wasn't even in Cuba when I tweeted this, for the record. But it doesn't matter. It's all misinformation. Twitter is broken because the trip discourse is insane. Yeah, Twitter's always insane. Obviously, we'll get into all of that. I'll go through like some of the misinfo in general because there's a lot of it out there. It's actually unbelievable how bad it is. I have a tendency, I hate this, but like I do have a tendency to bring out the worst in people. Like ultras hate it. It's very weird, very strange. Like ultras get mad, liberals get mad, right-wingers get mad. It's like a lightning rod for some of the most like deeply unwell people. It's very, very frustrating. It's very strange. But in any case, one of the things that I'm gonna say is that I think a lot of people just simply don't do things, right? So when they see someone doing things, it triggers something in their minds where they go, well, I'm not doing anything. And that makes me feel somewhat like maybe a little immoral that I'm not doing anything. So I have to find a way to disparage people who are trying to do their best, right? And I think that's a lot of like the anger and resentment, even from like a totally non-ideological standpoint, comes from precisely that. Because like there are a lot of liberals who obviously want to fancy themselves, want to see themselves as like kind-hearted humanitarian people. So when they see like someone actually engaging in that act, someone that they don't like, they don't go, you know what? I'll hand it to them. These guys are doing this thing. It's fine. I don't really normally like this person, but it's fine. They go, let me find a reason as to why this is cynical, right? This has got to be cynical. I think that's part of it. There's this like insecurity that's triggered in people that make them behave in this like very strange way. I don't understand it at all. I can't, like, I've never been that way at all. When I see someone who I oppose, when I see someone who's like maybe not the best person do something that like is surprisingly on in line with my worldview, I don't immediately go, F this guy, I'm gonna find a way to like disparage it or whatever. I'll openly say that I like it, right? I'll straight up say like, oh no, this is a good thing, or like I'll even recognize my own personal jealousy when someone gets to do something that I wanted to do, even if I don't agree with their worldview, even if I think they're cynical, even if I think they're grifters. Like one of the examples I'll give you is like Jackson Hinkle, right? Not the biggest fan of him, but I think it was beast mode that he got to speak in Sanaa in front of, you know, tens of thousands of Yemeni people, right? Like that's objectively a cool thing that he did, right? Like that's something that I wish I could do. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, fuck him, like he's doing, you know, this guy's cynical. So that is a strange, fascinating phenomena that I've seen. It's odd. It's odd. And it's really funny because like a lot of people that I went on the trip with also for the first time recognize it because they've like heard me speak about it in the past. Like, you know, to how my haters are like mentally unwell, but they straight up were like, yeah, actually this is like unbearable. You know what I mean? This is like genuinely unbearable. This is like your haters are insane at like trying to disparage every little thing that happens. But my point is, look, I didn't even know what the was going on. It's actually this fascinating thing where like I don't have access to Twitter all the time when I'm out there. So I had no idea what this was, what things were looking like in the United States of America and how this was being covered in America until I got internet. And I was like, oh my God, it's unbelievable. People are just straight up lying about like, you know, people are so angry. The Cubans are so angry on the ground. The real Cubans hate these people. It's like, that's not true at all. You mean the actual world? Yeah, it was mind boggling. I have not ever seen anything like it. They'd be like, protests are mounting outside of these hotels. They're banging on the doors. Like, that's not true. Like, literally not true. Like, not even remotely close to reality. It was such a strange phenomena to experience, right? It was such a strange thing to experience where, like, what I perceived on the ground and what I saw in real life was entirely the opposite of what people were seeing on their timelines in the United States of America and elsewhere. They didn't have much internet for the last 2 days, and I couldn't check the insane narrative spin on this website. What a nightmare. How do people live like this? They just sit around and justify the U.S. government torment against smaller countries who feel powerful, the weakest minded insects. And I will go through some of the top line like insanity. March literally posted this, and he was like, you know, the first couple of responses were really positive, and then immediately was like a sea of negative psychopathic takes. You're the common ground, MAGA liberals and ice real shills, insane quote page. Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy. Like if you look at the background, of these people, it's basically every part of the American political spectrum except for like, I guess, I don't know. It feels like it was just like every part of the American political spectrum with the exception of like, you know, socialists and communists. Like it.
A communist. China.
Yeah, Hassan got a lot of flack for trying to help people in Cuba. I guess because people hate it when you're nice to people, I guess. If it's the wrong people. Oh, you're helping the wrong people, Hassan. Oh, Hassan, you're a communist. How dare you? How dare you want to help your fellow man? How rude. Incredibly rude.
Right to jail.
My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population.
A convoy of aid led by activists has made its way to Cuba in the face of a baseless and unsuccessful 60-plus year economic embargo on the country in an attempt to try and crush the economy that Trump has just elevated over the past few months with his blocking of oil shipments there. So in this video, I'm going to try and explain this all, what's going on, and how there was an attempt at a backlash to the activists that are delivering help to Cubans. Real incredible stuff to just see people on their keyboards whining about people actually going there and doing the work, helping people directly. But we'll get there. First, let me play for you just a quick clip of Trump, this absolute piece of shit. This was from last week. It's a quick clip. Don't worry. I know he's the worst person in the world to listen to. But just giving you an idea of how deplorable this man is.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether
Take or have.
Free it, take it. I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
Cuba, very weakened nation. Unlike the U.S., where you have federal ICE agents terrorizing people, now apparently filling up airports as well. You have a situation where Trump has completely run the economy into the ground. The cost of housing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weakened nation because of the United States. We're actively weakening it. right? We're doing it on purpose. We're causing suffering to Cubans in order to exert a political agenda. It is disturbing because it's another country. We have no business doing this shit.
The cost of gas has all skyrocketed, while he has attempted to try and destroy and invade other countries in the pursuit of freedom that even your own citizens do not have. Meanwhile, you are enriching your billionaire buddies and giving these donors, these supporters of yours, everything that they want. Billionaires in the US are just multiplying their wealth while everyone else is losing out. Yeah, but Cuba's the weekend nation. You have here the most powerful country on earth, the most powerful government on earth, has the ability to help its own people and is refusing to do so in the pursuit of this kind of garbage. So let me break down a bit of this for you. So this piece from Canadian Dimension is fantastic. Canadian Dimension, I will link to them below the video. Great resource, great outlet. You should definitely bookmark them. This is a piece from Owen Schulk. Canadians must support Cuba against Trump's barbaric siege. So he goes on to write, the U.S. invasion of Venezuela and Trump's successful pressure campaign against Mexico's state oil company, Pemex, have severed Cuba from its main energy suppliers. In a single month, 77% of Cuba's oil imports have vanished. The 10% Cuba receives from Russia, along with the tiny humanitarian shipments from Mexico, cannot fill the gap.
Yup, and as a result, that's why we're seeing so much suffering. It's only going to get worse with the result of the war in Iran. And I think it's a good thing for Hassan to do. And the fact is, there's a bunch of like HIPAA Christians, you know, fake hip Christian types who are like criticizing this when I'm fairly certain, I mean, from what I understand about that Jesus guy, I'm fairly certain this is what he would have done. Fairly certain.
That's in the Bible.
Once Trump is done with Iran, or maybe he won't even wait until he's done with Iran, he's already talking about regime change.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't
over
be
in Cuba.
prudent at this juncture.
You know, he said recently that he said, you know, I'm really on a roll. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba. He's going to have the honor of doing Cuba. I was there from Friday through Monday morning, taking a look at what the conditions are like on the ground there. I was able to get access to two separate hospitals, and we can talk about that in a moment. But the conditions everywhere are just deteriorating quite rapidly. People who had been there as recently as December and January said that it was noticeable, you know, how rapidly things are collapsing there. And people who'd been going there for many years had said, you know, obviously there's always been a struggle, there's always been poverty, but the depth of the hunger and despair, and seeing homeless people on the street was something new kind of to the Cuban system since the U.S. has gone now nearly 3 months blocking the government from importing oil. Meanwhile, and I'll throw this up. It was amazing to come back and see what the American coverage of the trip had been. I see this. Here's from Barry Weiss's The Free Press. Cuba's useless idiots. Viral content creators like Hassan Piker and Ryan Grimm were invited for a weekend in a blacked out Cuba so they could preach the glories of La Revolucion.
Hassan Parker?
Content creator. I suppose that's accurate. We're making content right here, right, Maz? I mean, never really thought of myself as a viral content creator, but
yeah, okay. You know, the coverage that we've seen, it's kind of incredible in a way. You know, there's this horrifying blockade happening. People are literally dying. Yeah, and it's being reduced to this sort of media culture war issue, settling scores with no actual or very limited curiosity or interest in what's actually happening in Cuba. as a result of U.S. policy specifically aimed at inflicting harm on the civilian population of Cuba to engender a collapse of the government and potentially leading, as a similar sanctions policy did in Iran, to a military confrontation with Cuba should they not accede to U.S. demands. So you actually went there and saw what was happening in the actual country that people are using as this sort of symbol for, something very trivial. Can you talk a bit about what you actually saw there? Because there's these blackouts. We've heard reports of food shortages, medical shortages. What was actually taking place in Cuba from what you saw?
Yeah. And so it's been since roughly the Venezuelan invasion that the U.S. has blocked all oil from getting into Cuba, except in February, it allowed private businesses to start importing some oil. The health system, of course, famously is government run. So that means that the health system is unable to import oil. We blocked Russian tankers from getting there. We've put pressure on Mexico to stop them from sending oil to the island. And of course, we effectively took over Venezuela and made sure that none of that oil was getting in either. Now, the Cuba is up now to, because of the Chinese have been helping with the development of solar energy. And I interviewed one of the professors who kind of is overseeing the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. She said, they're up to, significantly over 20% of electricity coming from solar power at this point and growing rapidly. One of the, they were stalled for a long time, but they've had a kind of a breakout over the last couple of years, and just in time, because if they did not have this solar to fall back on, I think the dystopian situation that we saw would be, even that much worse. But so on Friday night, about a week ago, there had been a complete nationwide blackout, and people would say, well, country, 11 million plunged into darkness. It's actually, people are saying closer to 9 million now, because of the immense amount of kind of economic pressure being put on the island. And the Cuban government allows people to leave now, where for a very long time, you had to kind of sneak out. Now, if people want to expatriate, they can do so, and they're going to Paraguay and Uruguay and Brazil and Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, and to the United States. And so it took them about 36 hours, and they had about a week ago, and they brought power back. Then on Friday night, there was partial blackouts where most of Havana lost power. And I was walking around the city with Liz Oliva Fernandez, a reporter for U.S. news organization Belly of the Beast. She's Cuban, based in Cuba, and we walked past several hospitals which maintained their power, as well as the homes that were surrounding the hospital compounds. And in Cuba, because they're so serious about their healthcare system, it's oftentimes not just a hospital; it's a hospital plus a compound around it, because they have more of a holistic kind of approach to healthcare. And she was saying that the people who live right next to hospitals now have found themselves in this quite privileged position because they're protected in the event of blackouts. People didn't know, when they were moved.
My bad, Space Jams. I was queuing up another video because I wanted to end this discussion. God damn it. For the love of God. Why does YouTube hate me so much? Okay. I think we did it. Please hold. No, I don't want that. I don't want that open either for this. It's not necessary. God damn it. God damn it. I'm sorry, Space Amps. Look, I'm not perfect, okay? I do my best, but I'm not perfect. And I'm doing this on the fly a little bit. This last clip, I was like, you know what? I remembered this. I think this is the best one to end it with tonight. Ice Hot, thank you for the follow. And JDH180, thank you for the follow as well. I see you. Thank you, Megastar, for giving the shout out to Walking Stick Library.
Am Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. She'll be back tomorrow. On Friday, we are going to be, we are anticipating that Hassan Piker will be on the program. He has just come back from a trip to Cuba providing medical equipment, devices, medicine, among others, we should say. It was a big organization that did it. And there are others who are doing this on a regular basis who've been doing this as well. And of course, the biggest attack that we're seeing from everyone has nothing to do with the fact that we are essentially killing people by starving them of electricity on the island of Cuba. And of course, you understand, we're doing it for the sake of the people. We're doing it, we need to kill some of the people so that they no longer, they will overthrow their government and have a government of our liking. And one of the ways in which you encourage people to do the right thing is by killing the weakest amongst them.
Yeah, if we don't starve them, they'll continue supporting the government that starves them.
If we don't starve them, if we don't cut off their dialysis, if we don't cut off a lot of their medical supplies, they're just not going to.
Now, I'm not an international lawyer, but that sounds like a crime.
Illegal.
Do what we know is in their best interests. Here is Ryan Grimm, who was invited on to Newsmax with what's this guy's name?
Rob Schmidt.
Rob Schmidt has Ryan Grimm on, and I get the feeling this might be the last time Ryan's on the program, but we'll see.
I'd imagine. Dropside News reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well, reporting on all this. He's seen in this photo here. And Ryan joins us tonight, and it's good to have you back on the show.
Pause it for a second. Go back. Is that a picture of Ryan in there? He's wearing...
By the way, I don't think I would have found the segment without Sam. And the fact that this whole thing started off with... When I saw this, I was like, oh, this is going to be bad. When I saw... When I saw that the graphic that they run with was two separate photos of Hassan, I was like, "Oh, this is no way. This is gonna take a turn quickly.
If not sooner.
This is gonna get weird real fast."
I'd imagine. Dropside News reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well, reporting on all this. He's seen in this photo here. And Ryan joins us tonight, and it's good to have you back on the show.
Pause it for a second. Go back. Is that a picture of Ryan in there? He's wearing sunglasses and has a beard.
No.
Oh, there he is up there on the right. Okay.
They're probably highlighting Hassan.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because they need a villain.
I mean, they have Hassan in twice in the original graphic.
That's the other thing. He's cloning himself.
Hassan clones.
Yep.
Reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well, reporting on all this. He's seen in this photo here. And Ryan joins us tonight. It's good to have you back on the show. The Trump administration is trying to end a 70-year regime. It looks like these guys, along with you there, are trying to help it survive. Am I missing something?
Wait, they're trying to do what?
Trying to help this regime survive.
Who is?
Piker, most of the people there. I'm wondering if yourself, along with them, are included.
Okay. Yeah, the group that went along brought about 50 tons worth of medical supplies and solar panels. That's right.
Medical supplies and solar panels, and a lot of sympathies for the regime that controls the country, I imagine.
So let me try to help out your viewers a little bit here. How do you feel about the fact that when Americans travel to a foreign country, in this case Cuba, they are told specifically a list of hotels that they are allowed to stay in another country?
I went through it because when I went and stayed there, it was the same. I stayed in an Airbnb. I think if you have if our country's trying to squeeze, our country's trying.
He did it for freedom.
I think our country's trying to end a regime that's been tortured.
This Newsmax guy, he let the government tell him what hotel he could and couldn't stay in because freedom, of course. The freedom to not be in the hotel that you want to be in, but instead the government mandated one. Right? That's how freedom works, isn't it?
Freedom! Trying to squeeze. Our country's trying to.
What do you think of that?
I think our country's trying to end a regime that's been torturing people for a very long time, and they don't want to fund it. They don't want us funding it by paying money to a communist-owned entity like a hotel.
So if their system is so awful, why not just let it fail on its own? Why do we have to block?
How do you feel about paying money to a communist hotel? Oh, no, not a communist hotel. Oh, that's the scourge of society. Oh, God. How can humanity survive with communist hotels? A place where people gather communally to live, even if just for a short period of time. How dare that be communal? Communist hotels. Oh, God, what will we have next?
And how do you
because they won't leave. They don't have elections. They won't leave power.
How do you think the United States economy would do if we cut off fuel for 3 straight months? No fuel has basically gotten into Cuba since the Venezuela operation.
Yeah, but I was there in 2019, Ryan, and it was still a horribly impoverished country. But we're cutting off fuel to try and get this leadership out. Get them the hell out of there because they won't leave. They won't have an election. They won't leave.
Why do you care?
Like I was there like 5 years ago, and it was still fucked up. It's like, dude, when do you think that the U.S. sanctions on Cuba started exactly, pal? They happen. I'm fairly certain that the sanctions on Cuba. I don't know how old this guy is, but I get the sense that they started before he was ever born. And definitely before 2019. Now, maybe the newest blockade on oil is exacerbating things, but he's like, oh, they still sucked 5 years ago. It's like, buddy, what are you talking
Pause it for
about?
1 second. I just want to say, I was in Cuba, I guess it's now close to 25 years ago now. And there was certainly significant poverty. And the Cuban government, particularly at that time, was definitely oppressive to political opponents. But the logic of, well, first off, even if I was to believe that America has decided that they're going to, in their grand benevolence, is going to help out this country because we really care about the Cuban people, we will bomb the Iranians. Yeah. We will bomb other countries. We will round up immigrants and tear them apart from their families. But the Cuban people, we really care about.
We hate when they torture people on that island because we're supposed to be the ones that torture people on that island.
We have a special area on the island to torture people who are brown, and we just don't like it happening anywhere else. Even if we were to believe that, understand that a significant part of their poverty is a function of ongoing U.S.
By the way, in case anybody doesn't know what Sam is talking about here, he's talking about Guantanamo Bay. That's Cuban territory that we just happen to have a military base on.
Embargo that took place for decades. And when the Soviet Union fell, it became even more difficult for them because the U.S. embargo was both expanded, and there was less opportunity from a now defunct Soviet Union for them to get resources that they would otherwise get like any other country. And so the idea that we are actually making them more miserable because they have not been miserable enough to get rid of their government is, of course, incredibly twisted, but good.
Still a horribly impoverished country. But we're cutting off fuel to try and get this leadership out. Get them the hell out of there because they won't leave. They won't have an election. They won't leave.
Why do you care about like who's in charge in Cuba? Who elected you to do that? It's such a bizarre. Like there aren't enough problems in the United States here for you to worry about. Like
that's another side of it.
Really, like I can't even get my mind to a place where I would think it's my call. Like who runs Cuba? Who runs Haiti? Who runs Mexico? Who runs Iraq? Who runs Iran? Like
that's a fair
Israel.
That's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. But, I mean, do you think it's better?
I mean, notice he keeps doing duck face. He keeps like doing this weird thing with his lips. It's like every time Ryan Grimm makes another point, like his lips do more of like a duck thing. There it is. There's the face.
That's a fair.
Israel.
That's a fair criticism. A fair criticism. I mean, but do you think it's better for? Do you want this regime to continue to run this country against the wishes of the people that are all impoverished?
It's not up to me. I live in Washington D.C. I vote in Washington D.C. elections, and I vote in federal elections. Where do you live?
You live in that's fair. But
where do you live?
I live in New York.
Why should you vote? Why should you like? What do you have to do with Cuba?
Well, I think the prosperity of that country that's only 90 miles away from our border can't be a bad thing. And I'm just saying, what I'm asking you is,
then why not let them import oil?
It's fine. It's not America.
We have to prosper them. We have to make them more prosperous, don't you see? Prosperousness through suffering and bombs and sanctions. It's insane. It's ridiculous. It really is. We have to make them more prosperous. Therefore, just across the board, sanctions and economic weapons, literal economic warfare. Yeah, really.
Let's put it there. But do you think that regime should be running the country?
Why does it bother
pause it
you
for a second. If you care about the prosperity of the country, then let them get oil and let them trade with everybody, and let's not keep them from the same markets that are available to all of us.
Like, can we just be clear that what they're afraid of happening in Cuba is
let them trade with everybody, but communism, Sam. Oh God. But communism.
They basically start outperforming us in a similar way maybe China has, because
China
we
West.
opened exactly. If you have a China island that has some sort of
we
planning
don't
that
want
makes better sense than ours.
Cuba to be a model for any other place, and therefore it cannot exist in this way. I mean, why don't we cut off oil to Haiti? Haiti is also incredibly impoverished. Why don't we cut off oil there?
Yeah, honestly, things haven't been going so great in Argentina. We just had to bail them out. Why didn't we instead cut them off? You know, why does one country get austerity and another country gets checks? It's strange.
That's really weird.
If that's the theory, if the more we immiserate them, the better off they'll be.
America first. Let's put it there. But do you think that regime should be
you?
running the country?
Why does it bother you if Mexico sells?
By that logic, Palestinians, oh my God. I cannot wait. I mean, think about how much suffering Palestinians have gone through. The Ark, I mean, if that's the case, if just mass suffering of an entire population breeds greatness, oh boy. Just you wait.
Oil to Cuba. You live in New York. In what world is it a New Yorker's responsibility to stop Mexico from selling oil to Cuba?
That's okay. Fair criticism right there. My other question.
This is the key. Fair criticism. Let's move on quickly. I think that's 3 for 3. You'll find. But go ahead.
If you don't care, why did you travel there to try and support the regime?
I'm a journalist, and the United States is literally killing people. We are killing people. I toured 2 hospitals. One was a pediatric hospital.
Yep.
We implemented a new rule in February that says that if you're a private business, you can import oil. You can import fuel. So the hotel where we were required to stay is allowed by the United States government to have fuel. Hospitals, because they have a publicly run healthcare system, are not allowed to have fuel. I heard a lot of people complaining that the hotel still had power, but the hospitals didn't. Not understanding, apparently, that it is a U.S. rule that blocks the hospitals from getting fuel. I toured the pediatric hospital. You know what the nurses and doctors there told me? They said when the power goes out, they immediately turn on their phone lights and race to the babies on ventilators.
Let me ask you this.
Because there's a gap between hold on.
I understand.
Hold on one second.
We're killing babies with
There's a gap between when the power...
I love how this news ghoul over at Newsmax is rushing to try and end the interview because Ryan Grimm is making him look like such a terrible person. He's over here talking about dying babies while this guy is trying to talk about how that's actually good. Like his whole shtick is like, this is a good thing. And Ryan's like, there's like literally babies dying. And this guy's like, look, can we wrap this up? Can we wrap this up real quick? You stop talking about the dying babies.
Out, and when the generator kicks in, that can be up to like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. A baby can die in that time on a ventilator. So they have to take their phone, turn the light on, race, and hand pump the ventilator. Because the United States has decided that Mexico can't sell oil and fuel to Cuba. What does that have to do with the United States?
That's fine. If you want to say it's not America first, that's fine. But let me ask you this.
Fair criticism. That is not America
first. People have died over the last 30, 40 years as this country has lived in extreme poverty. 88% of the people live in extreme poverty. The government will not allow any kind of capitalism in to bring these people up, to bring the quality of life up. How many thousands and thousands of their own people has that government killed? We're trying to...
They just won't let it in. What a fucking idiot. How do they find these people? Where do they find these guys? The reason why Cuba is impoverished is because they won't let capitalism in. Yeah, I mean, I guess in a way, like, because they won't do what the United States wants them to do, as a result, the United States has put on severe sanctions and the embargo and now the blockade. I mean, it's just been a series of economic punishment from the United States for not changing their system of government. It's like if the EU stopped trading with the United States because we refused to become a democratic socialist country.
Strained a lot of government here. And yes, there's going to be ancillary, there's going to be some negative impacts of that, like you just described. That's fair. But how many people have died because of the government in power?
But it's actually worse than that. Like, it's like if the EU also told all of their allies that if they traded with us, that they would punish us.
I interviewed the number 3 guy.
Or them. Not us, them.
Cuba. I will let you have the interview. You can air the entire thing. He said Cuban nationals, Americans are welcome to invest in Cuba. He said they're open to in a holistic negotiation, compensating Americans for property that was seized during the revolution.
Well, they're capitulating now. Right.
What they want, no, they offered that in the 1960s. The United States refused it because we thought we were going to do regime change. So why take a deal if we're just going to do regime change?
Well, let me.
We didn't overthrow the government. We failed over and over and over. We tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, like a dozen plus times. We tried an invasion, Bay of Pigs. It didn't work. Every other country, Italy, France, Spain, they all took compensation for what was nationalized. So they're saying you can invest here.
Yeah.
We will compensate you for what was nationalized. All we're asking is that you lift the sanctions and leave us alone. Why
leave
is that
the
a bad
regime
idea?
alone?
Leave Cuba alone.
Leave the regime alone and let the people continue to suffer. I mean, did you see the people there? The misery of the people that live in that country under these a-holes? It's horrific.
The misery is like unspeakable.
Unspeakable.
It's unspeakable.
Been that way for a long time.
It's a lot worse. It's the people who were there in December and people who obviously live there have telling me like it's noticeably worse. You know how you have people like starvation and homelessness wasn't really a thing. Like there was poverty. It wasn't like
extreme
a rich country.
Yeah.
But even a few months ago,
90% of the people live under $2 a day. I mean, that's nobody in America lives under $2 a day. Not a single person.
That's right. But they also get subsidized housing, and
that's actually not true. It's actually not true. We have homeless people in the United States living on under $2 a day. Like, what are we talking about? Maybe not people who, people who are like living in actual housing in the United States, but we have like 1 million homeless people in this country or something.
Exactly. I mean, it's apples and oranges to compare those two systems. But the logic seems to be we need to turn up the volume on the suffering, and then good things will happen.
Look, this stuff happens. You know, we're trying to get the regime out. So some babies die, some people on ICU.
Fair point.
You know,
fair point.
It's the regime.
Fair point. Let's move on to getting past the babies dying.
Also, it's not America first, so, but I really care. The Newsmax guy, want you to believe that I care about the suffering of the people in Cuba.
I have been I can't.
Oh, God. Sorry, chat. I'm not feeling well. Ugh, what is this about? Oh, God, my stomach all of a sudden feels like shit.
So hot right now.
I don't need a drink. Thank you, though. No, my stomach just doesn't feel well all of a sudden. Let me keep the news moving here. You know what I think I might do? Just because I feel like garbage all of a sudden. I think I might switch over to Iran. Because we still have plenty of shit to talk about there. Oh, God. My stomach really does feel like shit. Maybe I do need to drink water or something. Am I pregnant with a face hugger baby? I don't think so. Hopefully not. Let's hope not. Oh my God. That's where I'm at. How did I just do what I just did? I think it's because I feel like shit. All right, people, it's time to talk about Iran here. I'm going to step away for a moment, but to get us started on all of that, let's go here to Pod Save America and... What? The Majority Report with Sam's... No, wait.
Would you
With
jump up?
Emma Vigeland. Pod Save Emma collab. Coming at ya from 2 days ago. An Emma PSA, if you will. Never again.
So in the last 48 hours, President Trump has gone from threatening to blow up every single power plant in Iran to saying, just kidding, let's just chill for a bit, let's hit pause on the war, and let's find a deal and settle this thing. This clip, supercut actually, should give you a little taste of the weirdness and incoherence of the messaging. Let's watch, and then we'll discuss.
We've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy. We had 158 ships are down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture it? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea. Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? Who's going to be in control of that?
That'll be opened very soon, if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By whom?
Maybe me. We'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
We didn't break up with a war. We're just on a break. 5 days. With me to talk about all this today is my friend Emma Vigeland, co-host of the Majority Report. Great to see you again.
Great to see you, Tony. Thanks so much for having me on the show.
Welcome to LA. Happy war.
Oh, yes. I mean, at least it's warm outside. And the end of humanity as we know it. So, you know, you take the wins where you can get them.
You do. And by the way, everyone watching, as you can tell, like we remember the last 20 years. We're not in a coma like the folks over at Fox News who apparently forgotten the war on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq. And so we, you know, you guys at the Majority Report here, us at Pod Save America, we're not going to just regurgitate this idea that you support the troops by sending them to war. So please subscribe to the Majority Report.
Yes, and please subscribe over here to Pod Save America. We can't promise that we don't have brain damage because I do, but not like the kind, right? And also from smoking too much weed,
right.
But not the kind that makes us forget about the war crimes of the Iraq War.
Wars are bad.
Yes.
But when you subscribe to the Majority Report or Pod Save America, you help us grow and you get good information into the YouTube algorithm and displace like the Ben Shapiro's of the world.
Oh my gosh.
That unfortunately dominate this space. So he says the U.S. and Iran might jointly control the Strait of Hormuz. Is that a huge win for us? Is that what we wanted? Was that worth it?
I mean, was it worth bombing a girls' school, killing over 100 little girls, bombing their oil fields, which is likely going to cause cancer for decades to come in their soil, in their waterways, destabilizing the entire region, breaking up our relationships with these Gulf states maybe, or at least harming them because they're bearing the brunt of this because these drone attacks, Iran's getting more bang for their buck when they're targeting the GCC countries than Israel because of the Iron Dome, obviously, although perhaps Iran's missile capabilities have been a little bit underestimated. But like, it is amazing how so much of our foreign policy right now is about giving some sort of head on a spike to this mad king psychopath. And the only victory that is achievable in this instance is one that is rhetorical and one that flatters his ego. And I'll take it if it means that this is over, but it doesn't mean that we haven't kind of indelibly changed the American relationship with this part of the world forever. This was an incredible act of aggression, and every president before him was not dumb enough, including George W. Bush, to get involved in this war. But we've got a real winner on our hands here.
So I'll put you down as undecided on this being a win. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like, I'm with you. This is why being like, I don't know, someone who's responsible is so hard, because I think the best case scenario is the war ending today.
Yeah.
And the second best is tomorrow, like as soon as humanly possible. We should be clear that it will not be a victory in any sense, I don't think. Like Iran's highly enriched uranium is still sitting there. The regime is still in charge. He didn't avenge the deaths of all the protesters who were killed. We might
Because he cares about that.
Yeah,
so
he cares
much.
deeply about protesters. We've maybe degraded their military and missile program, but it's not gone. It just seems clear to me that he woke up this morning, saw the stock market futures way down, saw the Asian markets down, saw the European markets down, and was like, you know what? Let's just hit pause. Let's see if we can get Wall Street to chill out for a little while, get the price of oil down, and see what we can do. But Iran's got a say in this matter. Like, it feels like a temporary fix.
They hold the cards. They have the ability to control the strait, and Trump doesn't want the political hit of sending the U.S. Navy personnel to escort oil tankers to the strait, because it's quite likely that they will be killed. So instead, he was trying to say, "Hey, Europe, can you send your troops first on the front lines, and they can potentially die for this war of choice that I have started?" Yeah, it's really, you're seeing already different countries in Asia are having to ration. I saw, I believe it was Bangladesh had to shut down classes. Like, this is really...
Yeah, it's not just Bangladesh. We saw, I mean, India is going through the exact same thing. A lot of Southeast Asian countries are dependent on this strait. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay, everybody. I'm feeling slightly better. I feel bad for just randomly playing a pod save video, which we rarely watch pod save vids, and I just like throw one up while I go and like try and pull myself together over here. But I love me some Emma Vigeland. I got recommended to it because the Majority Report reposted this pod save. I don't think I'm subscribed to pod save. All right, people, let's keep getting into it here. Next up is France 24 English from yesterday, talking about the interests of the United States and Israel, which seem to be slightly divergent.
The still smoldering aftermath of Iranian airstrikes on Tel Aviv Tuesday morning. Weeks into the conflict, the number of missiles launched at Israel was waning. But in recent days, they've started raining down again, casting doubts on just how destroyed Iran's ballistic missile program actually is. Now U.S. President Donald Trump is U-turning on the war, from escalating threats to negotiations with Tehran. After speaking with Trump, Israel's prime minister attempted to show unity while emphasizing the fight will go on.
President Trump believes there's a chance to leverage the tremendous achievements of the IDF and the U.S. military in order to realize the war's objectives in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. At the same time, we continue to strike both in Iran and in Lebanon.
Israel has been clear its goal is to bring down the Iranian regime, but U.S. war objectives continue to shift.
Yeah, at least openly. Donald Trump is making wild claims about talks with Iran. Claims which Iran has strongly denied. Meanwhile, Israel absolutely wants this war to continue. Perhaps forever. The forever war. But it is costing us $1 billion a day, and for things to shift rapidly in the global power paradigm. Reshaping alliances in the Gulf and in Europe. People questioning whether the United States is the right partner for them. Or if perhaps a less United States-centric security policy is perhaps the way to go.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Germany's president has warned of a deep rift with the United States and says the war on Iran is a breach of international law. Although Frank-Walter Steinmeier's role is largely ceremonial, his comments were unusually strong in a country which has not officially condemned the joint U.S.-Israeli military campaign.
Our foreign policy does not become any more convincing simply because we do not call a breach of international law a breach of international law. We had to grapple with this during the Gaza war, and we must also deal with it in the Iran war. For in my view, this war is a breach of international law. There is little doubt about that. In any case, the justification of an imminent attack on the United States does not hold water. This seems to be the view currently held in parts of the American intelligence services as well.
France's military chief has also voiced frustration about the conflict. Speaking at a defense forum in Paris, he accused the U.S. of being an unreliable partner.
We were surprised by an American ally who remains an ally, but who is becoming increasingly unpredictable and doesn't even bother to inform us when they decide to launch military operations. It has an impact on our security. It has an impact on our interests.
Yes, indeed. If the trade war against the entire planet didn't convince people across the earth, this new war in the Middle East is seemingly convincing people somewhat. If it wasn't threatening Greenland or Canada or Mexico or Panama, or kidnapping Nicolas Maduro, this is causing many people to rethink the relationship with the United States.
Simon Mail is a retired British Army general and a former Middle East advisor at the UK Ministry of Defence. And
Okay, that is where I wanted to stop it. All right, let's go next to France 24 once again from yesterday. Talk about one alliance that is pushing for Donald Trump to continue the war in Iran. And I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia.
Iranian attacks continued to target sites across the Gulf this Tuesday. In Kuwait, power lines were hit by air defense shrapnel, causing partial electricity outages for several hours. Bahrain, meanwhile, said it was attacked with missiles and drones, and that an Emirati soldier serving with its forces had been killed. The United Arab Emirates, meanwhile, saying air defense systems responded to similar attacks, and Saudi Arabia said it destroyed Iranian drones targeting its oil-rich eastern province. Well, for more now, we can cross to our correspondent in Doha, Hoda Abdelhamid. Hoda, the New York Times today is reporting that Saudi Crown Prince MBS, that he's pushing for the US to keep the war with Iran going. What would the thinking be, do you think, behind that reported encouragement?
Well, I think the thinking for Saudi Arabia is at this stage, the Gulf is so unprotected that probably it is better to try to finish this war just to make sure, you know, that the U.S. doesn't leave and then and Trump declares victory and then Saudi and the other Gulf countries are left to pick up the pieces. They can come under attack, for example, by the Houthis in Yemen, which happened in the past before this war, and they can come under attack from Iran itself. But the article is based on sources who claim that Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, would have said that this is a historic moment for the Middle East.
Yes, MBS, Mr. Bonesaw. He wants the war to continue. All right, everybody. We're 5.5 hours into the stream. Do we take a break here? That's what I'm asking myself. We'll do one. I think we'll do one more and then we'll take a break. Just a reminder, everybody hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit that like button too while you're at it.
As the U.S. and Israel's unprovoked war on Iran enters its 25th day, President Trump is claiming that Iran has begun negotiations with the United States. But the Iranian government has dismissed the claim as fake news, accusing Trump of trying to manipulate financial and oil markets. Over the weekend, Trump threatened to, quote, obliterate Iranian power plants if Iran did not fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Monday night. But on Monday, Trump reversed course, extended his deadline to 5 days, and repeatedly claimed the U.S. was now in productive conversations with Iran.
With Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time, and this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope.
Earlier in the day, President Trump claimed he might personally take joint control of the Strait of Hormuz with Iran's next Ayatollah.
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from the regime. They're really starting off. There's automatically a regime change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected. And maybe one of them will be.
Yeah, one thing I found fascinating about this statement from Donald Trump was that he says me. He doesn't say the United States of America. He says me. I'm going to control the strait. Me and the Ayatollah. He's like, I'm the Supreme Leader of America. So me and the Supreme Leader of Iran will control it.
Exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. We are doing so well in Venezuela with oil and with the relationship between the president-elect and us. And maybe we find somebody like that in Iran.
Despite Trump's claims of U.S.-Iran negotiations, U.S. Central Command says U.S. forces, quote, continue to aggressively strike, unquote, Iran. Meanwhile, Iran's retaliated by striking other Gulf nations and Israel. Israeli officials said Iran has launched 7 missile barrages since midnight, targeting Tel Aviv and other cities. The Israeli military said one of the missiles that hit Tel Aviv carried a 220-pound warhead. Israel's health ministry said nearly 4,800 people have been injured by Iran's attacks on Israel since the war began. We go now to London, where we're joined by Daniel Levy, president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. His recent piece for Zeteo is headlined, Why Netanyahu Duped Trump into the Illegal War with Iran. Well, Daniel Levy, thanks so much for being with us again. Why don't you explain that headline?
Well, good to be with you, Amy and Juan. Netanyahu himself and other Israeli leaders, although he's been at the helm for much of the last 3 decades, have, during an awfully long period, told us Iran is at the precipice of becoming a nuclear power. By the way, we should always remind ourselves Israel is the only nuclear-armed state in the region. But they've been telling us it's imminent, we have to act now. And they've been trying to pull successive American presidents into that war, to launch such a military campaign. They've never succeeded. You have had American presidents across the decades from whichever party has been in power who have created an extremely indulgent, permissive environment for Israel in the region, and in particular when it comes to Israel's consistent war crimes against the Palestinians. What you have not had is a president who could be led into this kind of a military operation, and we're seeing right now, in almost the last month of this war, precisely why. But this president is made of different stuff, less serious stuff, apparently, and Netanyahu saw his opportunity. But the reason, I think, why this was of such significance for Netanyahu is we are in a new era. It's not an era of a Pax Americana with, alongside all that indulgence of Israel, there were still certain brake mechanisms. This time, Israel sees us in an era of what I would call a Pax Greater Israel. This is about how far Israel can extend its dominion, how much of a hard power, dominant hegemon it can be in the region, seizing parts of Syria or of Lebanon, trying to finish an eradicationist approach to the Palestinians, and crucially, to do that, you have to weaken Iran militarily to remove some kind of deterrent. You can only do that with the US, so you need to pull the US into this war. That means further accelerating American decline and even accelerating Israel's loss of support in America. Then it's a price to pay. It's kind
It's a fascinating way to think about this, but that Israel is somehow intentionally sacrificing its standing with America knowingly because this is seen as worth it, I guess.
Use it or lose it, because those things are happening anyway. In saying all of this, I don't want to suggest that America has no agency in this. There are things to do with the Trump administration, the neocons, the people who still have positions of influence in the US that have brought them into this. But that's what Netanyahu is trying to achieve greater Israel, domination in the region, including the weakening of the Gulf, which is intentional, at the expense of America bleeding further reputational, political, economic assets in this war.
And Daniel Levy, you've also written that, quote, the idea that this is a war to serve American rather than Israeli interests resonates primarily in 3 spaces: the gullible, the true believers, especially of end of times religious thinking, or those who are paid up members of Israel's echo chamber. Could you elaborate?
Yes, I think there is a lot of attention being paid to this question of who does this serve. Now, you can make the case that you also have a US government that is locked into its own kind of logic of war. You have, if I may suggest, a decline anxiety in the US. You have an attempt to reassert primacy and preponderance. I don't think that is or can go well. You have Marco Rubio, for instance, telling the Europeans, join us in the next Western century of imperial domination. That can perhaps play out in the Western Hemisphere. The crime committed with the kidnapping of a leader in Venezuela, the illegal blockade on Cuba. But if you travel too far afield to find monsters to slay, and if you have an incoherent strategy and an incompetent administration implementing that strategy, then things are going to go very badly wrong, which was entirely predictable in this illegal war of choice launched by the US and Israel. And therefore, if you look at this, and even if you factor in the attempt to assert American interest, this war would not have happened if Israel's leader had not been there, whispering in the president's ear, making the case, 7 bilateral meetings in the first 13 months of the second Trump term between Trump and Netanyahu, 2 meetings in the 8 weeks leading up to the launching of this illegal war, daily phone calls, we are told, now information coming out in the New York Times that the Mossad apparently bamboozled Americans with idea that if you could decapitate some of the regime leadership, the Mossad could foment a coup on the streets, that you could arm Kurdish groups from the outside to take geographical parts of Iran to start dismantling the central state. You really have to be, therefore, either extremely gullible, as I suggested, or a true believer that, well, this is high risk, but it's worth it because maybe you're ideologically committed to the greater Israel cause. Maybe that comes from a place of evangelical dispensationalist belief in the end times, or you simply are part of an echo chamber whose wheels are greased very consistently. And we see that play out over so many years in American politics. That's what I'm suggesting. And I do think that the attempt to suggest this is more than Israel first, that somehow this serves America's interest, are not going to go well, and Israel will pay a tremendous price for that over time.
I wanted to ask you also, there appears to have been a shift in the last few days in how the Israeli government permits damage within Israel from Iranian attacks to be publicized by the press. Because clearly during the first 2 weeks of the war, Israel essentially prevented any kind of images from the U.S. media, especially going out to the world. Now, in the last few days, it's almost as if Netanyahu and the government want their own people and the rest of the world to see some of this damage.
This war should be pissing absolutely every single person in the United States off right now. They're spending $1 billion a day on this, but they want to take away the money for your health care. They want to give tax cuts to billionaires. But they want to get rid of regulations on the companies that they profit from. Got the EPA, got the National Weather Service, shut down the CFPB, all in the name of efficiency and government fraud and spending and all this stuff. They were trying to get rid of the funding to your SNAP benefits and to infrastructure projects. But they got money for this.
The government wants their own people and the rest of the world to see some of this damage. I'm wondering your thoughts about this. Has there been a change in approach or tactics by the Israeli government?
So I'm not so sure. I think it's an interesting question to dwell upon. But what one might be seeing is an inability and therefore a degradation of credibility if Israel tries to claim that none of this destruction is happening. In other words, an inability to prevent those images from coming out when those strikes are now causing very significant damage. I don't want to exaggerate that either. I don't think that is what causes this unnecessary war to come to an end. But what one perhaps has to look to is if you remember early on in the war, one of the real questions, as this became a war of endurance, almost a war of attrition, was could the US and Israeli side sufficiently deplete Iran's missile launching capacity before Iran both sufficiently degraded the interception capacity on the Israeli and US side, so they have to be a bit more selective in terms of what they use the interceptors for, because they can't take everything out and they are going to run out. And also Iran apparently holding.
I mean, everything we're seeing would suggest that the interceptors are lacking in effectiveness at this point. You know, they're running low, but they're also failing to stop a lot of these. We're seeing the effects on the ground. It's quite clear.
Back some of its heavier kit because in its strategy, it assumed this could go on for a long time and it had to have a plan for week 1, week 2, week 3. And so I think to the extent to which we're seeing more images, it is likely because that equation hasn't played well for the US and Israel, and because we're seeing more damage being done. I think you have a war where Israel has a strategy. It's an extremely ambitious overreach strategy in terms of not regime change, but regime collapse, state collapse, implosion, the dismantling of the Iranian state.
Don't spread yourself too thin, baby. Is that a response to me? You're saying I'm working myself too hard? You think me trying to do 6 streams in a week is too much? You think that's too much, do you? Or are you talking to somebody else? I mean, I'm trying my best right now to bring all of you space fams your news. It's my job, as it turns out. As it turns out, it's my job to tell you all what the hell's going on here and to curate and gather the news things for you all. Try and put it all together into some kind of coherent show. And I feel like without me, you all have to watch CNN's live stream or something. Well, I don't think CNN has a live stream. You'd have to buy cable for that. Well, you'd have to watch some other live stream that you'd probably be sick of already. You wouldn't have the beautiful space fams to hang out with. I see myself just as spreading myself. Not too thin, not too thick. Just enough. Right now, considering everything. The fact is, I feel like I noticed, like, there's some lack of... It's like a vacuum in the force right now. There's like some sort of disturbance. I feel like I need to be streaming more to make up for whatever it is. However, with all that said, we're like 5 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Nearly 6 hours. Close enough. I think we'll take a quick galactic intermission at this point. Only the second break that we've taken all night. We've been taking a lot less breaks lately. Though I've been trying to make sure I pepper them in. I don't know. I feel like there's just so much to cover every single night That's part of one of the reasons why I feel like I need to do more streams. Because like I feel like I need to be covering the Iran situation on a fairly up to date and regular basis, as well as everything fucking else, which is would already be five streams a week on its own. You think that Joe was referring to Bebe Netanyahu? Bebe Netanyahu. Ah, that's an interesting point. You could be right, Turlo. Sometimes I misinterpret chats. I'm not perfect. I'm reading 3 chats at once, okay? Vertical chat, Twitch chat, regular YouTube chat, as well as everything. I mean, I do it all. It's one-man show around here. All right, people, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right. Without your contributions, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to keep this show alive. Show your support to GNN if you enjoy this programming. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, great ways to support the stream. Got jewels over in the vertical. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. You've also got Throne, where you can help crowdfund things that would help me out in my life. Items that would arrive at my doorstep on my apartment mailbox down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, avatar on one of the break screens, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The space break is over, and the show is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. I don't know about you, space fans, but I can't believe this is only a midweek report. It feels more like a weekending report. It's terrible. It's only a midweek report, but it feels like a weekending report. Everything's fine, but
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Ay. Can't believe we're only starting a round right now. 6 hours in. And I skipped some stuff. It's just the last 2 days. That was all. That was all it was. And I honestly, not only did I skip some stuff from the existing list, I also have a bunch of stuff in my watch later list for the. You get where I'm going with this. It's been a crazy week, and it's a struggle to figure out what to cover, what not to cover. Although soon I'm going to be in fucking election mode. Just you watch. Just you watch, people. Oh, it's coming. April's going to be quiet. It's going to be very quiet. No primary election days in April, but we will be talking about it. We'll be working our way towards the first one, which is Ohio. I've already started trying to compile a list for Ohio, and I got to do every state. I think there's something like 45 primaries left. Maybe more. But that's democracy. And somehow we have to work out a way to get the very best people in to the general elections. Because once we get there, choice becomes rather made up for us. Or at least it is once if we're not, especially if we're not voting. All right, let's get into the Iran situation. Cover the last day. That's all it's been. 24 hours. Starting here, Al Jazeera English.
First, let's go to Noor O'Day, who's near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, following developments in Israel. So, Noor, no let up in Iran strikes across the country.
That's right. And as we just went on the air, Nick, there was an early warning from Iranian missiles that are targeting the upper Galilee, the center Galilee, the lower Galilee, and the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. These missiles are coming from Iran after a barrage of rockets fired from Hezbollah also targeted northern Israel. One woman in her 30s was pronounced dead by medical authorities on site. There was quite a large barrage. And as we know, over the past weeks, there is very little advanced warning for the citizens, for the residents of northern Israel when rockets are fired from Lebanon. And that's why a lot of people have chosen to leave. Now, earlier in the day, we saw more Iranian missiles target cities like Haifa, like Tel Aviv, Dimona, and Beersheba. In Tel Aviv, there was a lot of damage, heavy damage to 3 buildings. 95 families had to find alternative housing, bringing to about 1,600 the number of families in Tel Aviv city alone who now require alternative housing. The number of people injured was limited, but the damage, again, was extensive in Tel Aviv, but also in the south.
Noor, back with you a bit later.
Just go straight into the
let's
next one.
return to Iran's new security chief. The former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zolgadar has been picked to replace Ali Laranjani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. Zolgadar is viewed as more of a hardline figure than his predecessor. Before this appointment, he was secretary of Iran's Expediency Council, which advises the supreme leader and resolves disputes between parliament and the Guardian Council. He's held various positions in Iran's government and judiciary. Let's cross to Tehran now. Ali Hashem standing by for us there. So Ali, Zolgadar's already an important part of the Iranian administration, but now I think it's safe to say his most critical role of all.
Well, indeed, from the job in the Expediency Council, where they assess and plan, to the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, where they implement policies, especially when it comes to security and military and foreign affairs. So the Qadr is known to be within the close circle around the new Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. And this just reflects on how the new leadership is trying to harmonize the new team around it. Now, it happened with the killing of Ali Larijani by the United States and Israel last week. However, if we are to compare between the two characters, between Ali Larijani, the politician, the academic, and who has some security aspects, and between Muhammad Baqir Zulqadr, a person entrenched in military and security over the past decades, deputy commander of the IRGC and deputy interior minister, alongside with several jobs within the military and the security apparatuses. We'll see now that national security will be more militarized and securitarized. This gives an...
Oh, there you go. This was Al Jazeera on the announcement of a replacement for the former security chief, Larijani, with a man by the name of Mohammed Zalgadar, I think is how you say that. All right, so from Lebanon to National Security Advisor to Iraq, where airstrikes in northern Iraq were carried out by the United States targeting Iraqi, pro-Iranian Iraqi militias.
There's been some other developing stories related to this. Iran's National Security Council authorizing the Iran-aligned Popular Mobilization Forces to defend itself. Now, that's following, of course, an attack on its headquarters that the government said was carried out by the US. The strike on Tuesday killed at least 15 members of the armed group, which is integrated into Iraq's armed forces. The house of its leader, Falih al-Fayyad, was also struck, but he was not there at the time. Nicholas Huck joins us live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. So, Nicholas, does this basically mean that the Iraqi government is authorizing the PMF to fight back against the US?
Exactly, Sami. What essentially is being announced is that these Iran-backed militias in Iraq are allowed to shoot back when they are coming under attack from U.S. forces, or any other force for that matter. Because as we're speaking right now, Sami, we heard U.S. warplanes hovering above Baghdad, meaning that there's been, in the last couple of days, an escalation of attacks and airstrikes by the Americans, but also attacks by these Iran-backed militias here in Iraq against U.S. interests inside this country. And today, there was an attack in Mosul where American planes launched an attack against an Iran-backed militia in the northern city of Mosul. But there was also an attack in the autonomous Kurdish region against Peshmerga's location, missiles that, according to the Kurdish authorities, came from Iran. So the foreign minister of Iran is going to appeal to the UN Security Council and complain against these aggressions from both the United States and Iran.
There's a fascinating development, though. More players in this war, more sides of this conflict continue to develop every single second. I feel like I turn away from this. Another fascinating facet of this fucking fight. Just just foments itself out of nothing, and I'm left wondering so many things, like, why? Why have we done this? And, is this gonna go on for a long time, you think? Because it's really starting to look like it. Oh, every time I look at this, it looks even more and more like it's going to continue on for longer and longer. I start amending my thoughts about it. Start thinking, oh, that complicates things. And I think even if the United States wants to pull out, this does wind up becoming a larger conflict still than it is right now. Just because of what the clusterfuck that's been unleashed. By the United States and Israel doing a second fucking attack on Iran in less than a year. And what this is definitely achieving is getting everyone to question the United States' ability to protect the Gulf region, to act as the hegemon of the region, the world police of the Middle East. And a lot of people are beginning to question whether or not the United States and Israel have actually done anything close to what they've claimed with regards to blunting Iran's abilities, especially with images like this coming out from Tel Aviv.
Following the strikes, residents emerged from bomb shelters. Israeli police said a warhead with about 100 kilograms of explosives caused the damage in central Tel Aviv on Tuesday, leaving buildings destroyed and locals in shock.
Yeah, we just got into the shelter. We was in the staircase, and then we just heard such a big boom. My ears was hurt, and then the whole shelter was shaking.
It's really not nice to live like this, but this is the situation in Israel.
Despite the Israeli-U.S. attacks on Iranian infrastructure and over 3 weeks of war, the Islamic Republic has continued to hit back. These latest strikes come after the Israeli military failed to intercept 2 Iranian ballistic missiles that hit the southern towns of Arad and Dimona, near Israel's nuclear facility, injuring at least 180 on Saturday. This calls into question whether Iran's military capabilities have been reduced to the extent the U.S. and Israel have claimed. On Monday, the Times of Israel reported, the IDF says it has destroyed or disabled around 330 of Iran's estimated 470 ballistic missile launchers. A 2022 U.S. intelligence report said that Iran has the largest inventory of ballistic missiles in the region, with Israeli intelligence finding the total stood at 2,500 following June's 12-day war. Iran has been launching sporadic strategic strikes to preserve its arsenal while letting its enemy stockpiles run out. Still, the Islamic Republic's strongest tool remains its effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been able to leverage this closure as the U.S. appears increasingly desperate.
The United States appears increasingly desperate, she says. Yeah. Donald Trump certainly does. Donald Trump certainly seems to want to end this war. I mean, it seems like somebody was, or some buddies were telling Donald Trump that this would be one and done, just like Venezuela. In and out, in the night. Better than Operation Midnight Hammer. Everybody was saying it.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Now, Donald Trump, throughout the last 24 hours continued to make bold claims about talks with Iran.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have.
You saw the negotiations, the bombs. I mean, that's what he's saying, right? He's like literally saying, you saw the negotiations, okay? You saw the bombs. Every bomb is a negotiation.
Number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's
Navy
the biggest
gone,
problem.
Air Force gone.
It's very hard to communicate
Everything gone.
them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant.
We were going to have a privilege of doing a war crime, but we didn't do it.
It collapses, and we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
Was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
Yeah. Who's this reporter asking this very intelligent question? That's a great point. It was literally like 48 hours ago. She's right. It's like 2 or 3 days ago. He was saying, why would we have a ceasefire when we're winning the war? Why would we stop winning? It's weird. Would you do that? Why would we end the war when we are winning the war?
They're talking to us, and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon.
1, 2, and 3, no nukes.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer Welch is right. We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America. And it's not good. It's not good for America or for anybody else. I guess it's good for billionaires. So I guess it's good for how many billionaires are there? 1,000? It's good for 1,000 people out of 8 billion.
More on this, let's explore it further. Joining us from Tehran is Elam Kakodai, who's an assistant professor at the University of Tehran. And also joining us here in the studio is Ross Harrison, who's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. But everybody knows who you are by now. And author of that famous book, Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Ross, I'll come to you in a second. But Elam, if I could start with you. It seems pretty evident that there have not been any negotiations. It's more a passing of messages that's been going on through third parties. But do you think now the Iranians see this opportunity as a possibility to try and find a resolution?
Absolutely not. I think that in Iran, no one sees this even as a kind of an opportunity. I think that's
not even the word that people in Iran, whether it's the politicians, the military, the people on the streets, they do not use that word to describe it. There's a completely negative kind of attitude to any form of speaking with the Americans, and that's very natural given the result that this had, 2 rounds of talking with the Americans during this administration, never mind the previous ones that we had these negotiations, and ultimately they didn't result in anything positive for the Iranians. So this time around, I think people have learned their lessons, and they know that talking with the Americans is not going to bring anything positive for us.
So Adam, just to clarify there, you do not think any negotiations will take place? Well, they're talking about having talks in Pakistan, aren't they?
At this stage, no, absolutely not.
So, Ross, what's your reading of what Ellen has just said and what Donald Trump was saying yesterday, and the cloud of mystery over what he was saying without any backing, it seems?
Yeah, Nick, I mean, it's hard to know at this point. I mean, there have been talks about 2 figures that would meet together. That would be the head of the Majlis or the Parliament, Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf, and J.D. Vance.
Yeah. Hate to be a spoiler. I'm going to get to it, but there has been some amount of progress. Well, developments. I wouldn't necessarily call it progress. Developments on that peace progress. Peace. I can't say words now. Peace process. There we go. That's how you say it.
Language, please.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday.
Sorry, we already saw this clip. I meant to skip this one. Channel 4 News. Next. Yeah. These are actually the videos that I meant for us to watch last night, but I wasn't feeling well.
Well, Mark Montgomery,
I've not been feeling 100. I haven't been feeling 100. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the change in seasons down on planet Earth. I don't know why that'd be affecting me up in space. It's weird.
Five-day deadline ends on Friday. That's when the Marines are due into the Persian Gulf, and the attention of many Iranian observers is on that. There is so far quite a bit of skepticism regarding this idea that this is really a true and genuine diplomatic gambit. It really looks like Iran is digging in.
If we do this right, one of the goals of this is that we have a 4, 5, 7 year respite from these kind of attacks.
He said the worst thing that could happen at the moment is Trump pulling out early, doing a taco, playing chicken, blinking first. Do you think that's what he's done? Hello and welcome again to the forecast, and again from the bunker of the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. The reason being that we've had alarms again overnight, and we don't want to break off the podcast in the middle of it to move somewhere safe. So we decided to play it safe and start in the bunker itself, which is a pleasant enough place to be. Again, big developments overnight, of course. President Trump saying that, his people...
Might as well just do the news from the bunker. This is the world we live in.
Have been in serious negotiations with the Iranians, although he wouldn't tell us with who exactly. And then the Iranians, or certainly one Iranian, that's the Speaker of the Parliament, says that's fake news, and it's fake news designed to manipulate the market. So what is actually going on? And is this pause from the Americans, this 5-day pause, going to lead anywhere? And by the way, while they've been pausing their bombardments, supposedly, and the other sides have been firing at each other. So on one level, it's peace in our time, certainly for Donald Trump, or the beginnings of it, and then it's not so much peace in our time for everyone else. So let's get a state of the war today. I'm joined by former US Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. He's in San Francisco. He knows a lot about the military state of affairs, but also particularly about the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Trump said yesterday that would be opened up immediately. There's no sign of that happening so far. And also from St. Andrews University, I'm joined by senior lecturer Dr. Sabiush Ranjiba Demi, an expert on Iranian affairs. Welcome to you both. Let me start with you, Mark, if I may. When we spoke a few days ago, you said the worst thing that could happen at the moment is Trump pulling out early, doing a taco, playing chicken, blinking first. Do you think that's what he's done?
No, not yet. I think what he's done right now is I think probably inappropriately said we're going to strike power plants throughout Iran, which there's nothing wrong with striking a power facility that supports a military base. That's a known, lawful combatant maneuver. You don't randomly take down a country's power grid. We have lodged complaints against Russia doing that against Ukraine for 4 years. So
it could have been a war crime, right?
Depending what you do, it could be. I mean, if you cut off the only source of power to hospitals and things like that, you could be getting yourself in some trouble.
Yeah. That's what we've been saying now for days. Seems like everybody is in general agreement on that being a war crime. Alright, we're not going to listen to this whole conversation because it's like a half hour long.
Probably thinks, one, we've survived this, despite this massive bombardment for the last 3 weeks and a bit. And we can, we have a lot of resilience and we can maybe survive this a bit longer. But what's their long-term plan here? Do you think they have any kind of long-term strategy about what their republic will look like in, 2 months' time or maybe 6 months' time or a year's time?
No, that is probably not there yet in terms of strategy, because of course we saw how the June 2025 conflict had very deep political ramifications, increased Iran's international isolation, worsened the economic situation, and it of course fed into the January 2025 protests and that heavy-handed repression that we witnessed. None of the economic indicators were good. Were actually far worse than January when the war started. They'll be even worse moving forward. So clearly, probably sanctions relief is again something that the Iranians will really press on if there is a diplomatic initiative, because they have to go back to, I think, selling at least their oil in a more normal manner. And let's not forget that Iranian tankers are filling up in Khark. They're transiting, of course, through the Strait of Hormuz because Iran allows them to. But despite the high oil prices, that money isn't really going back to Iran. It's being stashed away in China and India and elsewhere. And
China.
It's really barter agreements. So this situation obviously won't improve if there's just a plain ceasefire.
Yeah. I think we should all be expecting this to go on for quite a while, unless Donald Trump decides to completely capitulate, which I guess, considering Donald Trump and his erratic nature, it's a possibility. But I feel like he'd almost have to come out of this with an L. Although at the same time, that also creates a very interesting power dynamic that it would not have been seen in the Middle East for a very long time either. Who knows what that would create? But everything about this screams quagmire. Screams. What's the word? I've said it multiple times since the beginning of all this. I want to say arbitrage, but that's absolutely not the word. This is what happens to me late in the streams. Attrition. A war of attrition. That's where we're headed. Honestly, it almost feels like we've made it to that stage already somehow.
Hello, I'm Anita McVeigh. It's day 25 of the US-Israel war with Iran. And over the next 10 or so minutes, we'll bring you our daily briefing with the key updates on the conflict. Let's start with some of today's main developments. Donald Trump says negotiations to end the Iran war are happening right now and that Tehran is talking sense. His comments come a day after Iranian officials denied any contact with the US had taken place. Iran fires a barrage of missiles at central and southern Israel. At least one reached central Tel Aviv. Israel launches fresh strikes on the Iranian capital, Tehran, this residential apartment block among the buildings hit.
It's so crazy that the idea of war crimes doesn't exist in the United States anymore. It's not just the United States. It's like a global pandemic. It's a serious problem we've been witnessing for a while now. Just the complete and total disregard for international law when it doesn't suit the Western powers specifically. We just ignore it. The United States, the EU, Britain, Israel, especially. We just ignore it. And the fact is, all those same countries have been, it was just mentioned in the previous video about Russia, but there's rightfully so, there's been a lot of criticism for what Russia's done, but then we have this massive hypocrisy staring everybody back in the face, and it just gets worse and worse. Now culminating in this situation.
Ukraine suffers one of its worst attacks so far after an Iranian missile hit a military base in the west of the island. One person was killed and more than a dozen injured. Israel says its military will take control of southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. 5 bridges have been blown up, and Israel says the IDF will control the rest. In the capital, Beirut, 2 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. Now, in the last hour, President Trump has insisted that negotiations with Iran about ending the war in the Middle East are happening, to quote him, right now. Earlier, Pakistan said it was ready to host talks between the two sides, and yesterday Iran called claims of talks fake news. Speaking at the White House a short time ago, President Trump gave this update.
What I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there?
Well, I'm joined now by our North America correspondent, Helena Humphrey. Helena, President Trump insisting that those talks are happening with Iran. What's the latest from Washington?
Indeed, Anita, President Trump there speaking in the Oval Office, saying essentially this war has been won, without saying exactly how this conflict will end. And he said that there were talks which were happening right now, he said, with Marco and JD. So Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, JD Vance, the Vice President. And he said that he would speak to the Iranians as well, saying that he wasn't above all of that. He said that this war had led to regime change. Of course, the leadership has changed, but I think many Iranians would say that this is not full regime change, certainly with the clerical establishment still in place. And he claimed that through those talks, which he says are ongoing, and we haven't had confirmation from the Iranians, that they have agreed to not have a nuclear weapon. That is something that he has said previously. And he also said that when he told the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, that this war would be wrapping up, that he had seemed kind of disappointed about that, essentially. So he also mentioned that there had been what he called a very significant prize gifted to the United States from
significant prize. So what a fucking lunatic. What prize? I would love to know what Donald Trump supposedly received. A big prize. No one's ever seen it before. Literally, no one's ever seen it. And no one's ever going to see it. You know, people did see over the last 24 hours since we saw each other last, a bunch of fucking airstrikes all over the place, including Kuwait, where a drone hit an airport.
We have a team of correspondents covering the latest developments from Washington, D.C., Tehran, Amman, and Beirut. But let's start with Teresa Bow, who's in the U.S. Capitol. Now, if you're listening to Donald Trump, then negotiations are taking place and everything is fine. Exactly what has he been saying?
Well, certainly, President Donald Trump gave another press conference this day on the situation in Iran. And basically, again, he's saying that the United States is winning the war, that they have destroyed most of Iran's military capacity, that they're in control of the country. Of course, the reality on the ground is completely different as Iran continues to control the Strait of Hormuz and the enormous impact that something like this has on the global economy. But Trump also confirms that they're talking to someone in Iran. He did not say whom. He spoke about that the United States had already carried out regime change in Iran, saying that they had killed the leadership, they had somebody else had replaced him, and they killed them again, and then now they're talking to someone, and there's someone on the other side. He did not say who the United States is talking to. There's lots of speculation about who that person really is. But while the United States has moved this ultimatum to destroy the country's power plant, this was given over the weekend, basically saying, giving Iran 48 hours to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the United States is now saying, and we're hearing, that there's talks for a 15-point plan. This would be is being handled by the special envoy Steve Witkoff, and it's something where apparently there's an agreement or a proposal for Iran's ballistic missiles, also nuclear facilities, maritime corridors, among other things. This has been presented by Pakistan for Iran. It's not clear yet what Iran's response is going to be, but
yeah, unfortunately, that response did come back, and that does not look good. Before we get to the response, though, let's keep going through some of the strikes that have been going on throughout the Middle East. Kuwait, like I just said, hit, actually, wait a second. We didn't really cover that much. Hold on, where they actually talk about that part of it? Yeah, here it is.
Reports of damage, but no casualty. Malik Trainer is in Kuwait City. Malik, just tell us what we know so far.
Well, according to the Civil Aviation Authority here in Kuwait, the fuel tank was damaged due to a drone attack. I mean, just about 2.5–3 hours ago, we heard the alarm sound in Kuwait. And usually, if anything does happen, we hear news from the authorities. And so, this just in the last couple of minutes, maybe 10 minutes, with the Civil Aviation Authority saying that the fire broke out at a fuel tank at the international airport. This isn't the first time that the Kuwait International Airport has been attacked. This is the third time since the war started. Last week, it was attacked and the radar was put out. The international airport here in Kuwait has suspended operations since the beginning of this war. No flights are going out. All flights have been redirected to Saudi Arabia. The Dammam airport is one of the airports that they've rerouted the flights to. Just last night, the Kuwaiti authorities, the alarm sounded here in Kuwait about 12 or 13 times. It was the most amount of warnings that have come out since the fighting started. 13 drones, 6 ballistic missiles were intercepted last night, according to authorities here. So just, this shows that there is an escalation. But people here and across the region are hoping that some sort of diplomacy can be reached, some kind of negotiation. I mean,
yes, indeed. All right. Now, moving on from the drone strike on the Kuwaiti airport. To Israel, where 12 were injured in Iranian strikes. A dozen people is a large number. That is a large fucking number. For Israel, they don't see these kinds of numbers for casualties. They have not seen these kinds of numbers, really. For much of, the last 2.5 years while they've been committing a genocide. Even the Israeli military wasn't really seeing these kinds of numbers. All right, I may be slightly exaggerating on the Israeli military part, but if it seems like it exceeds or like is equal to that. I mean, honestly, Israel's military has not seen that many casualties over the last 2.5 years. They've seen some. Certainly nothing in comparison to the number of people that they've murdered. But this, like, in cities and civilian areas, Israel seeing these sorts of atrocities up close, it makes one wonder when people there will perhaps wake up to the atrocities of their own government and the incredible hypocrisy in it all. That would be nice. I mean, I'm probably just a naive idiot for saying that. Right now, there's like North Korea level support for the war last time I checked, although I have not actually checked the polls now for I think maybe a couple of weeks. Should probably check back in on those. Let's go here now and talk about the sort of war crimey vibes over at the Pentagon.
As the U.S. and Israeli war in Iran enters its 26th day, the Pentagon's deploying up to 3,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. In addition, 2,500 troops from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit are heading to the region, are expected to arrive later this week. Another 4,500 troops, along with 3 more ships, are expected to arrive in the coming weeks. This comes...
Oh, shit. I almost didn't notice She-Wolf with the sweet, sweet super chat over on the vertical stream. Let me switch over. Pop that up. Thank you, Dashi. Oh, I'm sorry, Dashi Hoff. I said Dashi Wolf, didn't I? Dashi Hoff. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks for doing such a great job covering the various sides of the conflict, holding down the night shift for the leftist commentators. That's what I've been doing for 2 years now. Not just this. I mean, we cover everything around here, but been very Iran heavy for the last month. I don't know how long you've been watching for. But we've covered for the last 25 months U.S. politics, climate change, and extreme weather events, space news, and, of course, geopolitics. The thing that got me to start this was all events in the Middle East, specifically what was going on in Palestine. February of 2024, long, long ago. Good to see new people finding the stream. Appreciating it. It's good to see new people finding the stream that aren't here to yell at me about the things I'm saying.
As the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran enters its 26th day, the Pentagon's deploying up to 3,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. In addition, 2,500 troops from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit are heading to the region, are expected to arrive later this week. Another 4,500 troops, along with 3 more ships, are expected to arrive in the coming weeks. This comes as speculation is growing the U.S. might attempt to seize Kharg Island, a key Iranian oil export hub. The deployments come amid some diplomatic developments. Pakistani officials say Iran's received a 15-point ceasefire proposal from the U.S., but top Iranian officials have denied Trump's claim that direct negotiations have already begun between Iran and the U.S. On Tuesday, Trump claimed Iran had agreed to never have a nuclear weapon, but offered no details. Meanwhile, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has announced Israel plans to occupy all of South Lebanon south of the Litani River. Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, has called for the Litani River to become Israel's new border with Lebanon. We're joined right now by retired Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, who spent 20 years in the U.S. Air Force as a Special Operations Targeting Specialist. Bryant served as the Chief of Civilian Harm Assessment at the Pentagon from 2024 to 25 before the office was dissolved. We thank you so much for being with us. If you could.
What do I feel about old-time viewers here to shout at me? I support it. Are you here to yell at me, Bad Lefty? What did I do? Are you gonna yell at me? Are you gonna yell at me, lad? What have I done? What have I done to offend you?
Dissolved. We thank you so much for being with us. If you can start off by that first day of U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran, because this goes to you being an expert on targeting, and the killing of at least 175 people, overwhelmingly primary school girls in southern Iran, as a sort of setting the stage for what's happened with the strikes on Iran.
Yes. This war, I think even more concerningly, it's really just the latest in an outplay of authoritarianism, of tyranny, that's laced with a bloodthirst.
This is the very definition
and a lust for power and domination.
Totalitarianism.
It's a wholly illegal war. It's been carried out recklessly from the start, and with little regard for the innocent, as well as all the rest of the economic, regional security impacts and the long-term strategic consequences. To see that strike on the girls' school in the opening hours of the war, as someone who spent over 2 decades as a targeter, I've coordinated and controlled hundreds into the thousands of strike operations.
Yeah. This whole thing is. I think we thought we were going to do shock and awe. More Midnight Hammer shit, but on a larger scale. That would end the war immediately. It's just wound up causing massive amounts of suffering. Oh, you're just here to yell loving things to me. Well, that's sweet of you. That's sweet of you, Bad Lefty. What a guy.
And that was pure recklessness, pure negligence, and the fact that it still hasn't even been answered to or even officially acknowledged, let alone any redress.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Semblance of apology or sympathy offered. is, beyond shameful, but it's fitting with who and what these people are, who and what Hegseth is, who and what Trump is, and this entire administration. But I can tell you, this strike was not a case of fog of war. It was not a case of, well, civilians will die in combat, and so this is a natural consequence of war. It was pure and complete negligence, and it's representative of a pattern of this de-evolution of these standards and practices that the U.S. military has been upholding and condoning up until Hegseth took the reins. And I'd like to point out, this is just one of many. Right now, my colleagues at Air Wars are tracking upwards of 130 separate civilian casualty incidents between U.S. and Israeli strikes throughout Iran. And so as the smoke clears, we're going to see a whole lot more. Hopefully nothing this tragic as the school strike.
Talk about Pete Hegseth, who he is, his policies right now, talking about not having to be politically correct, which seems to be code for what? Committing war crimes?
Absolutely.
Illegal.
Pete Hegseth has already directed the committing of war crimes. And
yeah, and for anybody unfamiliar with Pete Hegseth's career before becoming the Secretary of War, he was literally a Fox News contributor for many years, where they needed like a token soldier to come on and say, actually, when the United States, it was like amidst the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, where they needed somebody to come out and be like, actually, war crimes are fine. When we had to explain all of those war crimes we were doing, like the torture, Abu Ghraib type stuff. And we don't have to rehash all of it, but you get what I'm saying. Whenever any of that stuff was coming out, like, he would come out and be like, actually, this is America making America great. This is America. We've made the Middle East great by doing all of this stuff, don't you see? You're very stupid for not realizing that this is just greatness coming out in the form of war crimes.
Illegal.
Fortunately,
that's Pete.
Our senior military leadership is bending the knee and carrying out whatever he tells them to do. And he expresses intent to commit even more war crimes, along with Trump himself, talking about doing strikes on infrastructure just for the fun of it, talking about shutting down all of the power grid across Iran and then decimating Iran so that it can't rebuild for generations. Clear intent for war crimes. Hegseth talking about giving no quarter to the enemy, a war crime. And so, combine that with the sheer magnitude of these campaigns. Look at Yemen last year, which is a bit of a microcosm of what we're seeing in Iran, and then now Iran. First few days of this strike campaign, more strikes than in the first 6 months of the counter-ISIS campaign. I helped lead and stand up the first strike cells in the counter-ISIS campaign out of Baghdad in 2014, and I can tell you, we could barely keep up at that time. The magnitude of these strikes, these thousands of strikes in such a short period, tells me as well that there's no way that proper characterization of each of these different target sets was accomplished in terms of, are they still valid targets? What is the risk to the civilian populace? And the Manab school strike is just one horribly tragic example and outplay of that recklessness. I believe also that, Hegseth setting the example, setting the precedent of for all of this, and he's setting a higher tolerance for civilian casualties. He doesn't have to change our law of war, our targeting doctrine, our what we call collateral damage methodology, and how we assess civilian risk and mitigate it. But the culture and the precedent that he sets and the orders that he gives, even verbally, can change all of that. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a complete disregard for standing operational practices.
Yep. Rather than the purveyors of democracy and freedom, we're the open purveyors of death and war crimes. At least the Biden administration kind of pretended.
I'm staying in the race.
Not that I'm letting them off the hook. But now we're just teaming up with Israel. Now we're just teaming up with we're sick of watching from the sideline. Let me get in there. Let me get in there, BB. I can help. What? You want to invade Iran? Okay. Sounds fun. How long is it going to take? 2-3 weeks? Okay. I'll tell them 4 or 5 weeks just to err on the safe side. He's a disgusting and ridiculous creature. He's a moron. He's a dangerous moron with access to the entire military apparatus, including the nuclear weapons. We live in terrible, dangerous times. They were already bad. We were already funding a genocide. There's already numerous conflicts on the planet. Let's not forget Sudan, Congo, Myanmar, and Ukraine, amidst all the other things that were going on. Before Donald Trump ever even took office. Did I say Palestine? I can't remember. But I feel like that's implied. And now we got this on top of it. As well as, let's not forget, we have the president and his wife. The president and his wife, the president and first lady of Venezuela sitting in a Manhattan jail cell right now.
Right to jail, right away.
We continue to, but don't talk anymore about we continue to do strikes in both the Caribbean and in the Pacific because it pales in comparison to the rest of the crimes that we're doing. Now it's like, oh, that's like a side note crime, and now nobody's talking about those strikes.
It's really all going to be judged at the end, looking backwards. And,
are we not already at the end? The president keeps saying we're at the end.
No, we're not at the end. I mean,
So you disagree with
my
Trump?
understanding of what he's saying is that they've devastated the military, and that's accurate. It's hard to imagine it isn't. But that doesn't mean it's over. I mean, this is a regime that suffering is a tactic, even for its own people. I will say what's different this time is that their leadership's been successfully targeted. And so they're not just contemplating other people's suffering. They're contemplating their own suffering for the first time. And we can't see from over here what that does to the calculation on that side. Nonetheless, they're human beings like everybody else, and that's going to factor into how this.
Do you hear this fucking psychopath? The first DHS secretary from the Trump administration talking about the human suffering as a military advantage. He's like, well, people are seeing suffering firsthand. And so that could be militarily advantageous to us. It might get people to, like, what are you, what? Huh?
What now?
This idiot. Oh my God. These neocons. They love a good war. I wonder how many wars this guy
in the
fought
next few weeks.
I'm glad that we got Ken's very charitable interpretation of what Donald Trump is claiming on a daily basis, that we've won. But the reality is, what the president is saying is incongruent with what's happening on the ground, and that's the scary part here. There are two separate conversations that are happening when we're doing these debates. There's a conversation that you guys are having, which is just whatever the administration says on any given day. One day we've won, the next day there's negotiations, the next day we've won again. But there's the actual on-the-ground reality that we are mobilizing thousands of troops to the Middle East. We are asking for $200 billion for this war. And I don't know, what are we getting for this? 86-year-old Khamenei was replaced with his 30-year younger son, who's more radical, more extreme, is purging moderates.
Oh, no. This is really weird. I just happened to Google Ken Cuccinelli, and it looks like while he did enlist in the United States Marine Corps, he was discharged almost immediately after failing to complete his initial training and did only 1 week of active duty.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
But this guy's horny as fuck for this.
Can anyone tell me what we've got for this? Well,
I think that one question I would posit here is to you, Scott, and this is what James Mattis had to say, okay? Mad Dog Mattis, right? Very well respected Marine Corps general, former Trump defense secretary. He says this: Iran right now, if we declared victory, they'd say they own the strait. You'd see attacks for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't identify a lot of options. I know we've talked here, and I think one of the responses to what you just laid out is that the Iranians have funded bad actors across the region for many decades. Many presidents in both parties have talked about how bad this regime is. But Scott, the challenge is, okay, we've done this. We seem to have underestimated their capabilities with drones, their willingness to dig in, the ways that they've attacked their allies. And now Jim Mattis is saying he can't see a good way out. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, the way out, of course, is for an international coalition to secure the strait. And just in the news today is that the British Royal Navy has...
Scott Jennings' solution is for Team America and friends to come to save the day and open the strait for joint military action. Oh, this guy is a sick fuck. Oh, God. Did I call him Ken Jennings? I meant Scott. Did I say Ken? Scott Jennings. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. I want to forget Scott. I think we would all be better off if Scott just, didn't exist. By the way, you'll be shocked to hear that Scott also didn't serve in the military or see combat in any particular way. I'm not sure he's ever been in a fight. But he, too, is also very horny for the war.
Don't be creepy.
That's why they've decided to engage. I think that's the clear future here, is after you decimate their military.
It's so weird. There's so many Republicans who've never served in a war who just love wars and love sending Americans abroad to serve in them and spending American tax dollars on them, while simultaneously saying we need to stop taxing rich people so much. It's very weird. Also, I've been completely disregarding it this whole time because the things that Scott says are somehow crazier than his outfits usually. But this particular jacket, I mean, what is happening here? Also, the little flower pin. What is going on here? What is it about to do? About to do a rendition of The Music Man or something, Scott? Were you trying to sell us a band or something?
Take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, take away their ability to have a ballistic missile program, and defeat their willingness to be an exporter of terror. You have an international coalition that A, monitors these people, and B, secures the strait. And obviously, virtually every country in the world has an interest in the strait being open and secure, and that they don't have a navy or any capability at all to harass these ships going through. So I think that would be the hope. And I think what the president said is true. We have decimated their military capabilities. We've destroyed nearly all of their navy. We've destroyed nearly all of their navy.
Decimated all of
one of the
We destroyed them all. Okay, I'm good on this. I'm fine. We destroyed them all. He's just repeating everything that Donald Trump says. And yet everything that he's saying is not substantiated by facts. Iran continues to pummel the Gulf and Israel. We just got done looking at some of the results of that. They seem to have plenty of capabilities militarily. Oh my God, these Trump cultists, just like, they hear Trump say words and they're like, that must be the truth. Like, there are genuinely some people out there who think that Donald Trump, I heard somebody the other day say, Donald Trump runs a company called Truth Social, so he must love the truth. They said it unironically to me, and it honestly broke me inside. It was like one of those things where you're just like, how is this? How is this the world we live in right now? Why are we living in the upside down? And when will we be returning to reality? Well, that's right. We have Mark Wayne Mullen, the man who doesn't want reality. He's in charge of the DHS now, so I guess not anytime soon.
Iran's military has pledged to keep fighting. The strongest words from Tehran since U.S. President Donald Trump said the sides were talking. Iran's Central Command says Trump is negotiating with himself. In a statement released a few hours ago, a military spokesman said there'll be no compromise and Tehran, not Washington, will decide when the situation returns to, quote, the way it was.
Do not call your defeat an agreement. The era of your promises is over. Today, the world has two fronts, truth and falsehood. And every freedom-seeking person will not be deceived by the waves of your media. Has the level of your internal conflicts reached the point where you are negotiating with yourselves? There will be no sign of your investments in the region, nor will you see the previous prices of energy and oil until you understand this. Stability in the region is guaranteed by the powerful hand of our armed forces. Stability comes through power.
Now, there are reports.
We have the United States saying peace through strength, Iran saying peace through power. It seems like there's going to be a bunch of strength and power, and eventually peace will come from that, I guess. As long as everybody's super strong and powerful. Now, the Pentagon has been preparing to send thousands more troops. Apparently, 4,500 already on their way, and the 82nd Airborne now heading to the region as well. A group of people that wouldn't be going there if we weren't planning to do an invasion.
The mixed messages from the US about the direction of the Middle East war have multiplied tonight, with Donald Trump talking up negotiations with Tehran amid reports that the Pentagon is about to send thousands.
Hey, I'll be right back, chat. Just a reminder, everybody, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube.
Of US troops to Iran. Mr. Trump, speaking in the Oval Office, didn't address troop deployment, but he claimed that talks are happening right now and that Iran had agreed to abandon its nuclear program. The Iranians yesterday denied that any such talks were taking place. Hostilities in the region have continued, with Israel and Iran both carrying out strikes, and Bahrain suffering one of its worst days of the war as an Iranian missile struck a military base. With a closer look at another turbulent day, here's our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
In Tehran, rescue workers from the Red Crescent are at full stretch. The Americans and Israelis can fly virtually unopposed over Iran to drop their bombs. And far from here in Washington, D.C., President Trump says that means the regime is so badly beaten that it's talking to the U.S., desperate for a deal.
And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone.
But this was Bahrain after an Iranian strike. This war is a clash of arms, ideologies, and messages. Iran's regime is not following Donald Trump's script. It has not collapsed. It's hitting US allies, creating a regional war of attrition to make the most of the missiles and drones it has left. And it's thwarted his assumption that US and Israeli power would guarantee a quick and devastating victory leading to regime change. The focus is now on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow exit from the Gulf. Iran has effectively blocked it, cutting off 20% of the world's oil and gas supplies. Donald Trump has postponed his threat to destroy Iran's power grid if it wasn't opened, potentially a war crime, now claiming that Iran is offering big concessions.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, you know, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
One of America and Israel's justifications for the strikes, for going to war, was that Iran was on the point of making a nuclear weapon. But Iran's official position has always been that it doesn't want one. Israel doesn't believe that, but perhaps President Trump is prepared to do so if it helps him find a way out of a war that Iran is trying to turn into America's latest Middle Eastern quagmire. BBC Persian has talked to Iranians who doubt that there's an easy way out.
I don't think that they will.
The thing about this. Here's the thing about this, is this attack, I believe this attack is an impetus to Iran now feeling it necessary to exert its ability to defend itself to a degree here in the region, and Iran having no reason to slow this down until it feels that it has adequately done so. I don't think they're going to walk away from, they're going to end this until they get some insane fucking promises, I think. At least certainly if you're Israel, right? Maybe the United States would see some of these things as fine, but Israel, I think, especially considering what we've heard from Iranian leadership, IRGC leaders saying that all attacks on civilians in Lebanon and in Gaza would result in direct Iranian responses, right? It's stuff like that. If that goes, if that's one of Iran's proposals here for Israel to stop doing war crimes, I think they might object. I think Israel might object.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
CNN has learned that around 1,000 U.S. Army paratroops are headed to the Middle East. Now, sources are telling CNN soldiers with the Army's 82nd Airborne Division are expected to deploy in the next few days. Now, here's another question. Why are troops being deployed when President Trump insists talks with Iran are progressing? Now, CNN's chief national security analyst and anchor, Jim Sciutto, is actually on the ground in Tel Aviv. He joins me live. First, can you tell me a little bit about this deployment of troops that we're hearing about?
Yeah. Well, Audie, whatever the president ultimately decides about a ground operation in Iran, all the pieces are now in the region to carry one out. And it's not just the 1,000 paratroopers. You have Marines deployed to the region, and then all the forces, the air transport, etc., that one would require to put troops on the ground, whether that be, you've heard the discussion of Karg Island, which is so central to Iran's energy industry, or perhaps along the shores of the Strait of Hormuz to secure the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know, and ultimately it's up to the president, but at least the pieces are in place. So we're left in a situation not unlike where we were 4 weeks ago before the start of the war, where you have two tracks at the same time. You have diplomatic discussions with Iran, or at least now laying the groundwork for those discussions, with an enormous military buildup. We saw what happened 4 weeks ago. The president chose the military option, saying that the talks weren't going anywhere. So we're left in that situation again. Will the
Yeah, it's exactly where we're at. That is fucking exactly where I couldn't have said it better. We're literally in the exact same position we were in 4 weeks ago, except one amendment to that. We're also this time we're in the middle of a war. While at that point we were at peace with Iran, and we were trying to negotiate a framework around nuclear capabilities and such. We started a war. Now we're actually in the middle of a war. Talking about peace while we build up troops. This is pre-recorded on CNN? I don't know. I think it's live. I mean, you're talking about the CNN clip that we're watching? I mean, it was recorded at a different time. All right, let's go to Drop Site Media next here from 15 hours ago, where Trita Parsi came on to talk about the dynamics of this situation.
All right, so joining us now is Trita Parsi. He's an analyst at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and he's also the author of his new Substack, which I suggest everybody sign up for. Just search Trita Parsi in Substack, so you can get his analysis right in your inbox there. So let's welcome Trita Parsi, also, of course, here still with my colleague, Murtaza Hussain. Trita, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
So I wanted to talk about some of the analysis that you were offering related to the energy industry and the way that Trump has almost de facto lifted sanctions temporarily on Iran. But before we get into that, I was in Cuba doing some reporting over the last 3 to 4 days, and the internet there is very difficult, particularly for foreigners, to access. Your VPN is in and out. The different cellular data is tricky. So I was only able to follow things kind of intermittently. I got the sense that I could have missed the entire thing. Also, I gather that there was a 48-hour deadline that was announced by President Trump, and then that deadline went to nothing. So for somebody like me who was kind of gone for the last 3 to 4 days, like what did I miss from your perspective?
Nothing.
Right. So we're back to where we were when I left, basically.
Well, look, he issues these threats right before the markets close. I think he's doing it kind of in a rage. I don't think necessarily there's a lot of thinking through. I mean, for instance, there was this threat against Karg Island as well. And then he ended up bombing, but he only bombed the military facilities on the island, not the oil pipelines. To me, it seems like a pattern in which we're seeing how he's like trying to find some sort of an escalating option that will turn the tables and turn the favor of the war back in the US's direction. And he throws something out there, and then folks around him essentially have to talk him down, because reality is he does not have any escalatory options that do not carry tremendous amount of risks, and in which the risk-benefit ratio is just not a positive one for the US. If he had taken out the oil installations on Kharg Island, the Iranians would have blown up everything in the Persian Gulf related to oil. And this was terrifying for all of the other states in the region, of course. And we saw that when the Israelis hit Pars gas field, the Iranians went really, really hard against several different facilities in the region, which has a tremendously negative impact on the energy markets. And what does that do to Trump? It pushes up gas prices, oil prices, food prices in the US, and that reduces the time Trump has to try to find some sort of a move that turns the tables on the Iranians. The lower he keeps these energy prices, the more time he has, because once the oil prices go up and food prices go up in the US, that's when the pressure from his own base starts to actually get real. Right now, it is not that particularly intense. So he needs to keep oil prices down, and as a result, almost all of his escalatory options actually reduces the time that he has to turn the tables.
And last week I was talking to Jeremy and Maz about how on a military level, there's some serious kind of asymmetric warfare going on that works to the advantage of Iran, and we can talk about that later if we have time. But it also feels like that's the case economically as well. So let me put up this post of yours from yesterday. You said an energy industry insider in Iran tells me the following, and it is stunning. Before the war, Iran produced just shy of 1.1 million barrels of oil per day and sold it at $65 per barrel, minus an $18 discount. What is it? What is the $18 discount, by the way, for people
That's
who are
the discount the Iranians have to pay because they're sanctioned. So in order to sell the oil, they have to offer these discounts. And, most of that is going to the Chinese, and the Chinese are making money off of the sanctions because they get the same oil, but at a discount.
And so the 65 is the market price, then the knockoff $18 because they're sanctioned. So then you say today it produces 1.5 million barrels a day and sells it at the market price of 110 with only a $2 to $4 discount. You say, and this does not include petrochemical sales that not only have increased but are now being sold to a larger set of customers compared to before the war. Moreover, Iran is receiving payments through new mechanisms that bypass the UAE, which were set up after the June war. In essence, and this is really important to understand, Trump and Israel's war has ended up delivering Iran de facto sanctions relief. This means that Iran is all the less incentivized to end the war unless the agreement provides Iran with formal sanctions relief. So who saw this coming?
Anyone who was paying attention. Although this part, I have to say, I did not see this because I don't follow the energy markets closely enough. Obviously, I have no insights into what type of mechanisms the Iranians have put in place quietly in order to be able to circumvent not only sanctions, but now also the UAE, mindful of the fact that the UAE is just such an open ally of Israel at this point. By the way, I got one thing wrong in those tweets, although the context makes it clear, of course. I'm talking about exports, not production. The production is much higher. It's the exports. And just as a point of comparison...
And exports is what matters, because that's what you can sell.
It's what matters, exactly. Yeah. And one point of comparison is that the Trump administration during the first term was hoping to push down their sales or their exports to about 700 to 800,000, hoping that at that point that would cause the Iranian economy to completely crash. They are now at twice that, essentially, as a result of this war. So essentially, the war has become a de facto sanctions relief for the Iranians in a way that really, I think, has caught the administration off guard, because the administration really had no preparations even for the fact that they would close the straits, but that they would close the straits in such a way that they don't close it for everyone. They actually...
It's incredible to think that this is actually now benefiting Iran. Because if it's benefiting them, they have zero incentive to end the war, right? If they're now effectively, as Trita said, getting sanctions relief in somewhat unconventional form, but relief nonetheless, seeing their oil go for more than it would normally, and it's like, why wouldn't they? They're helping their friends. They're hurting the United States and Israel. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's unclear how much they have in terms of military capabilities left, but they seem to be continuing with the bombings and the missiles and the drones, so I don't know. Actually, they're not doing bombings. Now that I think about it, they're not flying an air force, so it is just missiles and drones.
Control the straits. They export more themselves. They allow other.
Okay, actually, no, I'm going to move us to the next video. Partly because I am beat. I gotta keep this, I gotta try and keep this to like a reasonable amount of time. Oh my God. We should just stop the war? It's a fantastic plan. It's a fantastic plan, Fishbone. Coming up with great ideas over there, pal. Keep them coming. Now, let's talk about the economic impacts of all of this for a little bit more.
It's time now for a look at today's top business news with Brian Quinn, who joins me on set. Brian, you're starting with a look at how oil markets are reacting to the latest developments in the U.S. and the U.S. and Israel's war against Iran.
So, Jeannie, crude oil futures have actually subsided significantly, in part on news that Iran is allowing these non-hostile vessels to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Also on the news of Washington sending Tehran that 15-point peace plan. International benchmark Brent crude dropping back well below the $100 a barrel mark. It's currently trading just under $98 a barrel. That is still significantly higher than the roughly $72 a barrel it was trading at before the war, but it is far from the recent peak of around $120. U.S. benchmark WTI, meanwhile, easing back below $87 a barrel. None of that, though, means that the crisis is truly over. Analysts say that even if the Strait of Hormuz were to be completely reopened to tanker traffic tomorrow, it would still take weeks or even months for supplies to recover. Then there's the damage to production facilities across the Gulf region that could, in fact, take years to repair. Meanwhile, there are still plenty of signs that the Trump administration's assurances that the war will be winding down soon could just be wishful thinking. Countries are acting accordingly. Japan is especially dependent on imported oil. It has asked the International Energy Agency to coordinate yet another release of its members' strategic petroleum reserves. Here's IEA Chief Fatih Birol in.
Yep, this Operation Epstein Fury is causing a oil crisis across Asia. And honestly, across the planet to varying degrees. I mean, oil prices, of course, shot up, so everybody's paying more. Some people are just struggling to get their hands on it in general. Now, other things go through the Hormuz, not just oil. It is a major shipping lane. The other option, the detour, if you will, around the Middle East from Asia is quite long and also much more expensive.
Cargo ships travelling from China to the Gulf are taking triple the usual time to arrive. That's what a shipping analyst tells CNN. Many vessels are now rerouting to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia instead of passing through the Strait of Hormuz to Dubai. And they're taking the long way to avoid the threat of potential Houthi militant attacks. The analyst says the ships are sailing across the Indian Ocean and around the southern tip of Africa, up through the Mediterranean Sea, and then down through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea from the top. Now, not only does that take about 60 days compared to the previous 20, it's almost 4 times more expensive. CNN Business senior reporter Hannah Zaidi joins us live now from London. So the data suggesting here that several ships have passed through the Strait of Hormuz in just the past day. So what can you tell us about that and how many we know are actually getting through?
Well, Christina, data from Marine Traffic, which is a ship traffic and maritime intelligence provider, saying that at least 3 vessels and a cargo ship appear to have passed through the strait in the past 24 hours. But let's be clear, that's a trickle compared to the number of ships that were moving through before the war. The International Maritime Organization said last week that nearly 2,000 vessels are trapped in the Persian Gulf, so adjacent to the strait. And as you laid out in such detail there, companies are coming up with all kinds of ways to try to avoid the strait, going all the way around the southern tip of Africa, even trying to avoid parts of the Red Sea as well. And so we're getting these kind of very circuitous routes, adding huge costs to shipping. And it's unclear whether that will really be enough to move the amount of goods that need to be moved. We're seeing trucks lining up at the Saudi Arabian port of Jeddah, and we also know that Saudi Aramco, Saudi Arabia's big oil exporter, is now exporting some of its oil from the Yanbu port, also on the Red Sea. But I think it must be pointed out that the big issue is this choking off of the Strait of Hormuz. And several analysts, experts, the International Energy.
Yeah, let's not forget that the Red Sea is not completely protected. It is within Iran's striking distance, which it clearly displayed. I mean, it's Israel. It's as far as Israel, right? Like, it can definitely reach the Red Sea. So can the Houthis. And the longer this goes on, the more likely the Houthis start restricting movement in the Red Sea. That's my estimation of all this. I'm actually shocked they haven't yet. All right, now let's go from CNN to Al Jazeera from 8 hours ago, where, according to them, the United States is tapping its oil reserves amid the Iranian conflict, aka Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Exhibiting just how concerned I think the Trump administration is about oil prices.
The oil from the US Strategic Reserve is flowing now into the refineries dotted along the Gulf Coast. Soon, it will be finding its way across America to the US consumers who've experienced price shocks since the war with Iran began. They've opened the taps on 172 million barrels, the second biggest release in its history.
There's a lot of oil out there. That'll get healed very quickly.
The US Strategic Reserve holds more oil than any other country in the world, up to 714 million barrels. Right now, it's sitting about 415 million barrels, according to the Energy Department. The US burns through roughly 20 million barrels a day, about the same amount that usually flows through the Strait of Hormuz. There are 4 main sites, 2 in Texas, 2 in Louisiana, and they're all near the country's largest refineries and major pipelines. That allows oil to flow quickly when it's needed. Being close to the Gulf also makes shipping, importing, and distributing oil along the coast much easier. The reserve is tucked deep underground, stored in massive salt caverns, perfect for keeping oil safe over the long haul. The reserve was set up after the 1970s Arab embargo to protect the country from supply shocks. Presidents have leaned on the SPR during global crises.
This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year.
Joe Biden tapped it in 2022, releasing 180 million barrels after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the biggest drawdown in the reserve's history. Barack Obama took out 30 million barrels in 2011 to offset supply disruptions from the civil war in Libya. George H.W. Bush authorised 34 million barrels during the first Gulf War. This current release leaves the SPR at around 60% of capacity, but still one of the largest emergency stockpiles in the world, and something the president has promised to address.
Yeah. Now it's not clear that this reserve of the U.S., this release of the U.S. oil reserves is going to affect things enough for Americans to truly feel it. But, Trump administration seemingly looking to do everything it can, besides from actually just declaring an end to the fucking war. But this oil prices in Operation Epstein Fury are absolutely causing suffering and serious economic disruptions and inconveniences to people all across the planet, especially in Asia, like I've been saying. Let's go here to Al Jazeera to talk about exactly that.
Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan, and this is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your look at the world of business and economics.
By the way, everybody, you were here for it. We just crossed over 1,800 subscribers on YouTube, putting us dangerously close to 3,000 subscribers / followers across YouTube and Twitch. Huge. That is huge. Nearly doubling that number in very short period of time, and are going from, we're basically up, we're up like 66%, I think, if I'm doing the math right, on YouTube in the last 3 months since getting back. Pretty crazy.
This week, energy facilities in the Middle East under attack, including the world's largest LNG hub in Qatar. Gas prices have soared, our global markets facing a tipping point. As Qatar's gas is disrupted, Europe and Asia are battling for alternative supplies. Who can fill the gap? And are American companies among the biggest winners? Asian nations are among the hardest hit. The energy shock could send their economies into crisis. Can governments shield businesses and households? And at what cost? This will bring down the economies of the world. That was the warning from Qatar's energy minister at the start of the Iran conflict, and he may not have been exaggerating. Energy supplies were already disrupted, but now, in a sharp escalation, energy production itself is in the firing line. Iran targeted facilities across the Gulf, including the world's largest liquefied natural gas hub in Qatar. It was retaliation for an Israeli strike on an Iranian gas field hours earlier. Energy prices have soared. Countries from Asia to Europe are scrambling for alternative supplies. But for Asia, this is a severe energy shock. The region depends on Gulf supplies to keep its lights on, its factories running, and its people fed. Governments across the region have moved quickly to limit the damage. But will it be enough? Fintan Monaghan reports.
As the US and Israel wage war with Iran, the world's natural gas supply is being caught in the crossfire. This Israeli strike on Iran's South Pars gas field paralyzed production for several days. Iran responded with strikes of its own on Qatar's Ras Laffan gas site and other energy sites across the Gulf. Iran has already effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, blocking most energy exports by sea. But attacks on energy infrastructure raises the danger of more lasting disruption. Qatar and Iran share control of the world's largest gas field. The Iranian section is South Pars. The Qatari section is called the North Field. For Iran, disruptions are a domestic problem. It uses most of its LNG at home. But Qatar is one of the world's largest exporters, providing 20% of global supply.
Really not making things easy for anybody, this whole freaking clusterfuck. I mean, what a way to start 2026, huh? I mean, it's been 3 months. Let's just recap it real quick. Multiple daylight murders done by the U.S. government in front of all of our eyes. We kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. That was 2026, right? And then Operation Epstein Fury. And everything else in between. That's been the first 3 months.
Since the crisis broke out, the benchmark price for LNG had at one point...
I mean, Operation Epstein Fury has taken up an entire month, I would point out. The previous month was all Epstein files. Wow, Fishbone. Incredibly generous representation of the stream. All right. Now, while this is causing massive disruptions to the oil markets, it's also causing massive disruptions to the agriculture markets. Since we are completely dependent on petrochemical fertilizers to do farming, putting both the food supply of the United States and the planet
It's not just
in
oil
jeopardy.
and gas prices. The war in Iran is also having a significant impact on the price of fertilizer, and that's adding even more pressure to American farmers. The Middle East is home to some of the world's largest fertilizer plants. About a third of the world's fertilizer actually passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And the timing here, as farmers are preparing for their spring planting season, that too is important. Higher prices to grow and to transport your food, of course, can also drive up the prices that you pay at the grocery store. Joining me now is John Boyd Jr. He's the founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. John, it's good to have you back with us this morning. I mean, just walk us through. I was struck by, it's my understanding that most U.S. farms do use fertilizer made in North America, but there was one corn and soybean farmer from Illinois who told CNN he can't even get a price at this point on a key fertilizer component because prices are rising so quickly. What are you seeing?
Well, you know, price of fertilizer is up 40%. That's anywhere between $140 and $200 a metric ton. And for the average farmer in this country, that's going to mean an additional $100,000 bottom line cost in this country. And, you know, what's alarming to me is we have, what my staff told me this morning, 194 farm foreclosures pending. And we can't get the help to help them, but we have $1 billion a day for this war. And the reception we're getting from corporate America and foundations is deplorable that they're not coming to the aid of these farmers that are in foreclosure. So here we, on top of all that, now we can't get fertilizer.
Yep, spent $20 billion bailing out the farmers in Argentina, $1 billion a day on Operation Epstein Fury, but the farmers here in the United States, well, I guess they all need to just pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! My own hometown, I haven't been able to secure an order of fertilizer for my own farming operation. So I'm speaking as someone who experiencing this right now, and the agriculture secretary told CNN, I believe that you know, farmers already have purchased fertilizer, they already have it, and she's out of touch if she really believes that, because I'm telling you, the farmers that I met with this past weekend, none of them had secured fertilizer for this year, and many were behind in their farm notes. So this is a farm crisis, you know. In any other part of the world, if you know, we lose 15,000 farms last year, that would be a national crisis. But here at home, it just doesn't seem to get the attention that it deserves from the American people here.
You said that you just said the agriculture secretary, I believe your words were, is out of touch. That she doesn't understand what's actually happening. I know you have been really vocal, especially over the last
You remember when Republicans were like gleefully laughing about how the U.S. government was spending like USAID was spending like $50,000 on like a drag show in Portugal or something. You know, you could get $20,000, $50,000 drag shows every single day. Because that's how many it would take for $1 billion. Talk about efficiency. I would take 20,000 drag shows over this. $1 billion a day. A lot of money.
As you were dealing with tariffs, specifically as you were dealing with the U.S.-China trade war, a major issue for soybean farmers. What has the response been when you've reached out to lawmakers, when you've reached out to officials in the administration? Are they taking your calls? Are they listening to your concerns?
Well, Congress has taken that calls. We did have a meeting on the Hill there, and I expressed the need for more that type of meetings. But the U.S. Ag Secretary has not came to the table.
Wow. Shocking. Secretary Rollins hasn't shown up to talk to the farmers. No kidding. All right, we're making incredible progress through the list. Let's go on to this now. 12 hours ago, the IRGC claimed to have taken down an F-18, another top-of-the-line U.S. fighter jet.
Let's take you live down to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim there reports, Ali, that the IRGC is claiming to have hit an American F-18 fighter. What more do we know?
Well, they've just...
By the way, you can rest easy. Those F-18s are slightly less expensive than the F-35 that was taken down last week or over the weekend. Yes, much less expensive. Only $78 million. So that's a real deal.
Published a video of an F-18 in the skies and being shot on with anti-aircraft fire. Now, it's just fresh, so I'm just getting the news now. We don't have much details on this, but this is not out of context. We saw the Iranians announcing a few days ago that they've hit one F-35, and that was actually the first time the F-35 is being hit in combat, ever. Then we...
Yeah, but we don't have money for healthcare. We have $1 trillion to build the F-35, which just got shot down by the supposedly completely eradicated Iranian military. Right? Like, think about that for a second. This is well after Donald Trump declared that Iran was completely defeated and their military was destroyed and their air defense capabilities were completely gone and blah, 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 blah. And then they take down the $1 trillion jet. We should call it the Medicare for all jet. Because that would basically pay for it on its own. The Medicare for all jet failed against Iran's supposedly completely decimated military. Now the F-18's getting taken down too. That's good. That's good. Spend all that money. We spend $1.5 trillion a year on our military. Billions of dollars a year on Israel's military and defense systems. Another thing that's failing. Here's Al Jazeera English from 10 hours ago.
Iran continued to strike targets inside Israel on Wednesday. An Iranian missile landed near the city of Haifa, sending a plume of smoke into the sky. Elsewhere, a missile caused a huge fire at a warehouse in the town of Yashresh. Noor Oda is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, let me start first of all, before we talk about strikes. Are we hearing from Israeli officials weighing in on this exchange, indirect exchange of messages, shall we call it, between the US and Iran about ending the war?
Well, we heard briefly from the Israeli Prime Minister, Sami. He was speaking to mayors and members of local councils in northern Israel, of the front line, so to speak. And a lot of what he said had to do with, being strong, staying strong, crushing Hezbollah and creating a buffer zone on Lebanese territory. But he also spoke about Iran and said that Israel has never been higher. Iran has never been lower. Take a listen at some of what he had to say.
We have created a genuine security zone that does not allow a ground infiltration towards the Galilee or the northern border. We are expanding the security zone to push the threat from anti-tank missiles on our communities and on our territory. We are simply creating a large buffer zone.
And Noor, we know that there's been some Iranian strikes on Israel today, including on some significant places like Eilat, right? Talk us through what that means for Israel.
Yeah, a lot of the targets, Sami, I mean, you look at the map, first of all, the geography. This is a very small country, and so everything is close to one another. But when you look at Eilat, this is a significant strategic city in Israel. It's a tourist destination, but it also has an important port. It has a base for the Israeli Navy. It's been the target of repeated Iranian strikes.
The paper dome, that's what they're calling it now, that billion-dollar defense system. That billion-dollar defense system paid for by the United States taxpayers is holding up against these Iranian strikes about as well as paper. As they seem to be coming through more than we've ever seen, at least certainly in the last few years. Non-stop, day in, day out. All right, we are 8 hours into the stream, but we're not done yet. Still got a few more videos, including the Al Jazeera live stream, to wrap this discussion up tonight. Great job, everybody, for making it this far. Little round of applause you very much deserve. I don't know how you feel about it, but if you think that I deserve to make a living for what I'm doing here, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. All great ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. If you haven't already, hit the follow button and subscribe on YouTube. That's a free way to help out with the Galactic News Network. Hit that like button, too, while you're at it. All right. Let's go now here to Al Jazeera English from 9 hours ago. Talk more about those U.S. reinforcements hurtling towards the Middle East. Reinforcements to an already nearly unprecedented force.
Let's take a closer look at the latest U.S. troop deployments. The amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli is leaving Taiwan. It's scheduled to arrive in the Middle East later this week. The U.S. vessel is carrying the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit with its complement of F-35 stealth jets and about 2,300 Marines. Another assault ship, the USS Boxer, left Southern California last week along with accompanying warships. It's expected to arrive in the region by mid-April with around 2,200 Marines from the 11th Expeditionary Unit and 2,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division are expected to deploy in the Middle East in the coming days. Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Jason Campbell. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and former civilian Pentagon official. Good to have you with us. So, first of all, we've heard the White House talk about hitting Iran harder than ever before, unleashing hell. What is the White House threatening from a military analysis perspective, do you think?
Well, thank you for having me. It's very difficult to say authoritatively because we've been hearing this rhetoric now on a near daily basis from President Trump, from other senior officials, and we know that the U.S. is carrying out airstrikes along with Israel on a host of military targets throughout the country. What one day of unleashing hell ties to another, or what's being done differently, however, has yet to be articulated, and it seems to be at least partially part of just the rhetoric coming out of this administration.
Yeah, it's never clear what is actually meant with Donald Trump and the Trump administration actually mean when they say things, because they're living in a completely alternate reality until they actually do them. That's when things become apparent. Until then, it's like I've said on a number of occasions now, it's Schrodinger's policy. Whatever it might be. It's a quantum state on any given thing when it comes to Donald Trump. Could be what he said, could be the exact opposite. You won't know until you look inside the box. Until you look inside the box of Donald Trump doing the fucking thing. Well, it's been an incredibly long night. Yeah. Not done yet. Channel 4 news next. Channel 4 news next. This next fantastical, fascinating. I don't have another good F word. I was hoping I did, but I don't. This fucking conversation here. Iran says the United States has failed in its war goals.
Awful. Weak. Good evening from Jerusalem. Israel's invasion of southern Lebanon is a brutal sideshow that may easily outlast the war with Iran, the main event that continues to play havoc with the world economy, keeping markets on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Both Iran and the US have now signaled their lists of demands, but it's hard to see them as a basis for genuine peace talks. Meanwhile, tonight, the White House threatened to unleash hell while Iran continues to exert its own kind of hell on global energy markets. Can President Trump now do a deal with the very regime that he set out to remove by overwhelming force just 26 days ago?
Also on tonight's programme, how hopes of a cut to inflation are being dashed by the Iran war here. The families of the two students killed in the Nottingham attacks have given evidence to the official inquiry, expressing their anger at institutional failings. Emma Webber told us of her devastation about her son's death.
I have to find a way to process in time my grief and my guilt for dropping him to that city where he was not safe to be left.
And as a landmark legal case on social media addiction finds tech giants Google and Meta liable for...
Damn you, Channel 4. Hold on. All right, I'm going to skip to the part of this that I wanted. I'm not here to talk about all of these things. You're crazy. I think they start with Iran. Yes, okay.
At least that's what the White House declared a short time ago. If that was the case, you might expect the Islamic Republic of Iran to rush to the negotiating table, especially after a detailed US peace proposal was presented to them via mediators. But in the last few minutes, Iran's foreign minister said the US had failed in its war goals, including a quick victory and regime change. And he again insisted there were no talks with the United States. Iran has imposed an internet blackout, but not for them. Pro-regime jubilation still able to swirl on social media. This was the city of Natanz last night. This is Iran's loud minority, the Islamic Republic's true believers, encouraged onto the streets in defiance of America and Israel's nightly barrage. News of Trump's peace proposal for them merely confirmation that they're winning their war of attrition against the enemy they call the Great and the Little Satans. Tehran last night, but the rain of ballistic fire seems only to harden Iran's resolve. Today, a string of public rebukes to the very idea of negotiations.
Has the level of your internal discord reached the point where you're negotiating with yourselves? You will see no trace of your investments in this region. You will never again see the former prices of oil and energy. Not until you understand that stability in this region is guaranteed only by the powerful hands of our armed forces.
We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no navy left. They have no air.
So much success, everybody's saying it. All right, hold on. I can't listen to all of this. We've listened to many of these things already. Where's the part that I want? Yeah, I say around here.
The American proposal has not yet been published, but Pakistani mediators say it encompasses the future of Iran's nuclear program, including monitoring by the IAEA and limits for Iran's conventional missiles. Relief from US sanctions is also on the table, as well as guarantees over access for shipping through the all-important Strait of Hormuz. But Iran too has upped its terms, as fanciful as this propaganda video starring an AI version of Arash the Archer, Iran's Robin Hood. A recognition of its natural legal right over the Strait of Hormuz, the end of the war against Iran and all its proxies, guaranteed war reparations from America, concrete guarantees to prevent the resumption of hostilities, and an end to aggression by the enemy. Not gonna happen. Who needs fake fire when there's plenty of the real variety every night on all sides? But what America shows off in military might, it is lacked in strategic thinking, according to one of Israel's foremost experts on Iran. Has the war against the regime, with 20,000 targets taken out by the Americans and the Israelis, softened them up or made them harder? Or maybe both?
Unfortunately, it made them harder. Now, it's miraculously, right?
Okay, I keep going to the wrong spots, although I do feel like we're learning things as we go through this. It's just such a long fucking video. I can't remember where the spots are that I wanted entirely. Suffice to say, Iran is saying that we failed. How's that? How's that? Is that good? Fuck yeah! I'm sorry. I'm delirious at this point. We're over 8 hours. Over 8 hours. I just haven't been at 100% lately. I wish I was, Space Fams. Wish it'd be perfect for you. Wish I could bring you streams 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, rather than 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. It's really unfair to you. Apparently, well, the United States is summoning more troops to the region for an imminent invasion of what many people suspect are Karg Island and potentially other islands in the region. Iran is preparing, apparently laying traps ahead of that imminent, at least seemingly, invasion.
Iran building up its defenses on its Karg Island ahead of a potential U.S. ground operation, all as the Trump administration tries to find a diplomatic path to end the war. Sources familiar with U.S. intelligence reporting tell CNN Iran is laying traps and moving military personnel and air defenses to the tiny island that handles about 90% of the nation's crude exports. Sources also tell CNN the Pentagon is weighing a takeover of that island as a way to force the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But there is concern among officials about whether risks to U.S. troops outweigh the potential gain. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt today offering little information about whether Congress would be called if even more troops are set to be deployed.
That formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of.
The thing about this is, I keep thinking to myself over and over again, especially when Caroline says it for some reason. Like, in this moment, she's saying the Department of War. By definition, isn't everything that the Department of War does war? So shouldn't that, therefore, like, sort of, like, by the transitive property or whatever, shouldn't that mean that it would require congressional authorization? They're the ones who changed the name. But am I the only one that's thinking that? Isn't everything the Department of War does war? Or no? Did they do other things? I thought they were getting rid of all that stuff.
As I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. At this moment, it's unnecessary. The President likes to maintain options at his disposal.
GSL, well, I wasn't feeling 100%. I'm feeling fairly well now. I'm just tired at this point. At this point, I'm just tired. Just beat. So honestly, it's already been a stressful ass week. like my psyche. I feel like my psyche is constantly under attack right now. As the resident galactic doomer, if you will. Things are rough, you know? I mean, I'm not a real doomer. Well, I'm a doomer in the sense that I'm, like, constantly looking out for the doom, but I'm really an optimist. I am hoping for the best and to avoid the doom. I feel the best way to avoid the doom is to be aware of the current doomerificness. But there's so much of it lately, it's terrible. But thank you for all of your well wishes. I'm fine. Right now I'm feeling fine. Just tired. Fine, just tired after working 8 hours at the Galactic News Desk this evening.
The White House is still pressing on to find an off-ramp to the war. Sources say the U.S. offered a 15-point list of expectations this week, with Pakistan serving as a diplomatic intermediary. An Iranian official today rejecting that proposal through state media. Iran is offering its own conditions, and the Iranian official says Tehran will not allow Trump to dictate the timing of the war's end. President Trump said Tuesday Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio set to lead negotiations. Officials telling CNN a potential meeting this weekend could happen in Pakistan, although exact timing and location remains very fluid. The president also has said Secretary Rubio, along with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, will take part in negotiations with Iran, although it's still unclear whether they'll travel to Pakistan for a meeting this weekend.
Yeah, well, it would be weird for them to travel there since this story came out and made it very clear that they were turning down this 15-point plan from the White House. So it would be weird. But hey, weirder things have happened. Maybe they will go. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Final fucking video of the night. The Al Jazeera live stream. Oh, wait. Bonus video? What is this? Did I not update my... Hold on, I gotta refresh this. Bonus video. Where did this bonus video come?
Behind the scenes, diplomatic efforts appear to be underway to end the Iran conflict. But in public, there's been a sharp escalation in rhetoric. The US has urged Iran to accept defeat. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt has warned of dire consequences if it doesn't.
If Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again.
Well, Iran, however, says it's the US that faces defeat. The Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says no negotiations are underway, despite assertions from President Trump. Araghchi says those claims prove that the US is losing the fight.
The fact that the talk of negotiations is now being raised is, in itself, a clear admission of defeat. Weren't they previously speaking about unconditional surrender? What has happened now that they are talking about negotiations and requesting them? I will explain that there is no negotiation taking place, but the very fact that they are mobilizing their highest-ranking officials to negotiate with the Islamic Republic indicates that they have accepted defeat.
Well, that's all as airstrikes keep pounding Iran and Israel. 2 children have been killed after an attack on a residential area near the city of Shiraz in south-central Iran. And multiple blasts have hit the northeastern city of Mashhad. In central and northern Israel, sirens sounded throughout the night as missiles are fired from Lebanon. Well, the White House threats against Iran comes as the US moves even more troops and warships.
Honestly, if I was Iran, I would just tell Israel to evacuate Tel Aviv and like Haifa and like why wouldn't they? Like, Israel's been doing the exact same thing in Lebanon and Gaza, like playing the exact same game. They're like, oh, we have to do an airstrike real quick. There's Hamas over here. There's Hezbollah over there.
The Middle East. That's while insisting that Tehran has...
Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's literally what we've been witnessing for 2.5 years now.
...militarily destroyed and is desperate for a deal. Teresa Burt reports from Washington.
Coercive diplomacy. This is the term that is being used in the United States to describe the Trump administration's terms that is being, or threats with which it has been referring to Iran in this past few days, with the threats to unleash hell if Iran does not meet the United States demands. Earlier today, Donald Trump attended a fundraising event of the Republican Party. There he said that the Republicans are going to win the midterm elections happening later this year. But
so much winning. You're going to ask me to stop winning, and I'm going to say no. We're going to keep winning. Alright, everybody, now the true final video of the night. You got a freaking bonus video just now. That got thrown in there. That was from 4 hours ago. Alright, Al Jazeera. Oh, good. I need hydration. I'll be right back.
Talks in order to facilitate the dialogue channels between the sides of Iran and America, and this step was supported by the GCC countries and the international community. Also, the meeting of the GCC foreign ministers with the Iranian foreign minister held in Doha, and during which messages were clearly sent about security and stability in the region, and the meeting confirmed the wish of the GCC countries to have normal relations with Iran and to tackle all the problems with all transparency, including the nuclear program of Iran and the Iranian and the Emirati occupied 3 islands. We expressed our desires to have normal relations based on mutual respect. 2, non-intervention in the domestic front. 3, the real wish to cooperate in so many domains, economic and commercial. The discussion about real chances to boost the Gulf-Iranian relationship. We were clear in these meetings, and we were clear during our meetings with the Iranian officials. We have behaved in a rational way, the way that every partner wants to behave, and despite that, we were attacked by the Iranian missiles. This is enough to say that all claims of Iran were false. The legal international framework of the GCC countries is like this. The GCC countries have built their situations based on a legal framework that is very clear. The attacks of Iran is a violation of the second item, 4th paragraph of the United Nations Charter, that prevent the usage of force or the threat of the usage of force against the peaceful of other countries. The GCC countries have the right to defend themselves, according to the item 51 of the Charter. It's not a threat, it's a legal right of every country to defend its sovereignty. The Security Council Resolution 2817, where 136 countries have supported our proposal in an unprecedented historic manner that I've never seen by the United Nations in a matter that is related to our region. This confirms what we have urged Iran to stop it. Iran is the base of the crisis in the region, and Iran must stop these unjustified claims and attacks. The Security Council, the Human Rights Council, has adopted a resolution regarding a proposal submitted by Bahrain in the name.
Okay, all right. I think that's going to do it for tonight. GCC Secretary General giving a statement here, seemingly calling for peace. Yeesh. Only midweek, and it's already been quite a clusterfuck. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family, of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point. This was originally a Republican.